I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend. If you don't like your Uncle Sammy, then go back to your home or the sea, to the land from where you came, whatever be its name, but don't be ungrateful to me. If you don't like the stars in Old Glory, if you don't like the red, white, and blue, then don't act like the cur in the story. Don't bite the hand that's feeding you. Last night as I lay sleeping, a wonderful dream came to me. I saw Uncle Sammy weeping for his children from over the sea. They had come to him friendless and starving, and he took them into the fold. And now while in trouble he needs you, you have to remember your old. If you don't like your Uncle Sammy, then go back to your home or the sea, to the land from where you came, whatever be its name, but don't be ungrateful to me. If you don't like the stars in Old Glory, if you don't like the red, white, and blue, then don't act like the cur in the story. Don't bite the hand that's feeding you. Well, howdy there, friends and neighbors, and thank you for dropping around to Melody Ranch today. And now, here's a mighty pretty old song that many a guy has sung to many a gal. Remember... I'll hold you in my heart till I can hold you in my arms like you've never been held before. I'll think of you each day, and then I'll dream the night away till you are in my arms once more. The stars up in the sky know the reason why I feel so blue when I'm away from you. I'll hold you in my heart till I can hold you in my arms. So, darling, please wait for me. The stars up in the sky know the reason why I feel so blue when I'm away from you. I'll hold you in my heart till I can hold you in my arms. So, darling, please wait for me. Well, thank you, neighbors. Thanks a lot.
James.
Yes?
Mind if I ask you something?
Why, not at all, Johnny. What's on your mind, bud?
Well, sir, for the life of me, I can't get this here dead-blamed income tax return of mine to come out right.
You're not the only one, Sonny boy. Shake hands with a friend. No, sir, believe me, you're not the only one. What seems to be your trouble, though?
Well, I guess it's the same as everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
If I make my tax out wrong, see, I end up in the hands of the law.
Mm-hmm.
If I make it out right, I end up in the hands of the receiver. Well, now, in that case, what both you fellers need is an expert on things like that. A real taxidermist. Now, for $50, Mike.
Stop right there, Buttram. That's enough.
What's the matter?
So you think you're a tax authority, do you?
I not only think I am, I know I am. Fact is, last year I worked out my Uncle Clyde's tax so well, the government had to give him something.
Well, what'd they give him?
6 months in Atlanta.
Serves him right for listening to you.
Yes, sir. Boy, when the Bureau of Internal Revenue, when they got through with him, he was so flat you could play him on a Victrola.
Say, this gets worse by the minute.
Now, you just ignore him, Johnny. Now, let's see now. Says here, on the form here, says deduct loss from fire, storm, shipwrecks, or other casualties. You have any shipwrecks last year, Johnny?
Well, let me think. No, I didn't have no shipwrecks, but I got caught in a sandstorm. Can I put that down?
No, afraid not. You got to be in a boat.
I don't know. I'm getting more confused than I was before.
You're not the only one, Johnny. As a matter of fact, I was just thinking, why wouldn't it be a good idea for all of us to do what the Indians did way back in the old days?
Okay, all right. What did the Indians do?
Well, instead of using money for money, they used fish for money.
Fish?
That's right.
Well, all I can say is just one thing.
What's that?
Well, the fish might have worked all right for paying the rent, but I bet they sure had a messy time playing the slot machine.
When the white roses bloom down in Red River Valley, I'll be riding down the Sunset Trail to you. Neath the pale yellow moon down in Red River Valley, we will meet and plan a rainbow ranch for two. Goodbye, my darling, one kiss before I go. Remember that I love you, and I want you to know. When the white roses bloom down in Red River Valley, I'll come back and make your every dream come true. Goodbye, my darling, one kiss before I go. Remember, I love you, and I want you to know. When the white roses bloom down in Red River Valley, I'll come back and make your every dream come true. Thank you, folks. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. What's the matter with you now, Buttram?
I'm quitting.
You're what?
You heard me? I said I'm quitting. Quittin'. Quitting. Going to get me a nice, easy, well-paying job. Going into the newspaper business.
Oh. So you think the newspaper business is easy, huh? Well, let me tell you something.
Oh, here it comes. Now, don't tell me you was ever in the newspaper business.
Well, not directly, no. But one of my oldest and best friends was.
Who's that?
A man by the name of Clem Harding.
Never heard of him.
Well, lots of people never heard of him, Pat. Lots more probably never will. But men like Clem Harding aren't looking for fame. They just go along day by day doing their job.
Well, what's the name of this here Clem Harding's newspaper?
Well, Pat, the masthead on Clem's paper read as follows. Valley Free Press, published twice weekly, established September the 1st, 1923. Circulation 3,000. And under this is the newspaper's slogan, Truth Above All. On the first page is the national news and Clem's editorial column.
On the second page is the local news, gotten together mostly by Clem's wife, Sarah. On the third page are the sports and a couple of comic strips. And on the back page, the want ads. The office of the Valley Free Press was, and still is, a 3-room shop under the Hardings' living quarters. True, it's not much to look at, but it serves their needs. Funny thing, I remember the first time I walked in there.
Oh.
Clem was busy talking on the phone.
Sorry to hear this. I see. Well, tell her I hope she feels better. We'll be with you in just a second, young fella. Yes, it is a tough time of year to have to go to... yes, well, thank you for calling. All right, goodbye. Sari! Oh, Sari!
Yes, Clem.
Sari, write up a little item about Miss Hopkins being sick in bed. Tell all the folks to be sure and drop by to see her.
Well, now, ain't that a shame? She at home?
Oh, sure. Just a touch of her old neuralgia bothering her again, that's all.
Poor thing. She no more than gets over one spell and it comes right back again. Oh, well, could be worse, I guess.
Still don't see why she insists on calling it neuralgia when she's had it 30 years. And now, young fella, what can I do for you?
Oh, I'd like to get the race on putting an ad in your paper, Mr. Harding.
Oh?
You see, I've got a saddle I want to sell.
I see. Well, look, son, in the first place, the name ain't Mr. Harding, it's Clem. Oh. And in the second place, there ain't no use in wasting your money on any ad when I know a fella right down the street who wants to buy a saddle. That is, providing it's a good one.
Oh, it's a good one, all right.
Okay, in that case, I'll just take you right down myself and introduce you to your first hand.
Well, that's mighty nice of you, Clem. But I'd still like to pay you for the ad.
I know you would, and I appreciate it, but that ain't the way I like to do business. This way, you sell a saddle you don't need, the other fella buys one he does, and I get a chance to sneak out for a breath of fresh air. Come on, let's go.
And that was Clem Harding. To him, money was the least important thing in the world. The pleasure he got out of making other folks happy meant far more to him. Strange, isn't it? You don't find people like that very often. But when you do, they just seem to sort of make all life a little more worthwhile. Nevertheless, like all of us, Clem Harding had his problems, too. In fact, I remember one day in particular when I walked into his office. Just like always, he was talking on the phone.
I don't care who you are. The answer is still the same. I'm never going to stop printing what I think is the truth. You're darn well tootin', it's my final word. You can pass it along to the rest of your dirty, rotten gang. That burned, yellow-livered polecat if I... Oh, hi, Gene.
Hi, Clem. What's eating on you?
Oh, nothing a good rat exterminator and disinfectant wouldn't cure, I guess.
You like talking about it?
Huh?
Maybe it'll help you blow off a little of that steam.
Yeah, maybe it will at that.
Well?
Well, about 9 months ago, before you ever showed up around here, we held a county election. 2 men were running for sheriff. One was the old sheriff, who, believe me, is as crooked as they come. And the other was a young fella I think would have made a great peace officer. That is, if he hadn't had a heart attack just the day before election. At least, that's the report the coroner's office gave me to print.
Did you print it?
Sure, I printed it. At the same time, though, I did a little private speculating in my editorials on the real cause.
And that got the old sheriff and his boys a little sore, huh?
A little sore? That's a laugh. Why, they've threatened me with everything in the book trying to get me to lay off. But, son, the more they threaten, the closer I'm getting to proving I'm right.
How about the actual proof, Clem? You got any?
Not when I started out, I didn't, but now I got enough to run the whole dirty bunch of them out of town. Yes, sir, son. This next week is going to be one of the hot... Uh-oh. Here comes Sarah. Don't say nothing about that phone call to her. She worries easy.
Well, sir, during the following week, I naturally read Clem's editorials mighty closely. And believe me, he wasn't kidding when he said he was going to get hot. In fact, he did everything but put the gilded names right on the line. For example, this one.
We of the Free Press wonder where the county coroner got the money to build his new home. A year ago, he owed the Valley Bank $6,000 and lived in a boarding house. Now, 1 year later, His loan at the bank has been fully paid off, and he has a new home costing $8,000. All this on a salary of $2,200 a year. His reply in this paper is most welcome.
See what I mean? But the one that appeared 3 days later was even rougher. It said,
To the person who has been calling this office trying to bribe and threaten us, our answer will appear in this paper next Tuesday, along with the names of several prominent citizens of this county. It will do these men no good to interfere either by force or threat, because we have today turned photostatic copies of all evidence over to the State Marshal's office.
As I put down the paper, the telephone on my desk rang. Funny thing, I knew what had happened before I even picked up the receiver. Hello?
Gene, come quick. Clem's been hurt.
Now, just take it easy, sir. Clem's going to be all right.
Of course I'm going to be all right, Sarah. That's what I've been telling you all along.
But your face, Clem, it's all cut and bleeding. Oh, why didn't you leave him well enough alone?
Come on, Clem. Let's get you over to Doc Thompson's.
Doc, nothing. I got my paper to get out.
But, Clem, you're in no shape to get out a newspaper. Besides, look at your press. It's all smashed to pieces. You couldn't print a paper on that now if you wanted to.
Son, that's what you think. Just watch. Sarah?
Yes, Clem.
Is that little portable hand press still in the back room?
Why, well, yes, Clem, I guess it is.
Then get it out and let's get to work. We published a paper with it 20 years ago, and we can do it again.
Now, look, Clem. You know I'm behind you in whatever you want to do. But, well, aren't you forgetting one mighty important person?
Important person? Who?
Sarah.
Yeah. Guess I was kind of forgetting Sarah for just a minute. I was so all fired up about this thing, I stopped thinking about the one person in this whole wide world I care most about.
Oh, Clem.
Look, honey, it's up to you. We can back down from all this right now, and nobody will ever know the difference.
You think you're right in what you're doing, don't you, Clem?
That's got nothing to do with it.
It's got everything to do with it. I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to get the hand press.
And so that night, in an empty barn 7 miles outside of town, Clem, Sarah, and I put out the Tuesday edition of the Valley Free Press. It didn't have the regular masthead on the front page. Some of the type was crooked and faint. But Clem's story was there. And above it, the slogan the code he lived by. Truth above all. The next morning, the papers were delivered, and by nightfall, every guilty person was in the hands of the marshal's office. But that's not the end of the Clem Harding story, folks. No, it's continued on the pages of newspapers like the Valley Free Press all over this land of ours. Yet, you know, sometimes I think we take the millions of Clem and Sarah Hardings a little too much for granted. Because, did you ever stop to think, for less than a dime, we have something here in this country people the world over would give their lives for. Try and remember that the next time you read the words of a free man living in a free country, saying what he believes. And whether you live in the biggest city in New York or the smallest crossroads in Oklahoma, try and remember that millions of Clem and Sarah Hardings helped to write those words you're reading. For a few pennies, it's still the grandest buy in the world. Friends, here's a song that you could almost say serves a double purpose. Because not only is it a beautiful melody, Its lyric, too, contains some mighty good advice for enjoying life at its best. See if you don't agree as the boys and girls join me in singing, with someone like you, a pal good and true, I'd like to leave it all behind and go and find a place that's known to God alone, just a spot to call our own. We'll find perfect peace where joys never cease, out there beneath the kindly sky. We'll build a sweet little nest somewhere in the west and let the rest of the world go by. With someone like you, a pal good and true, I'd like to leave it all behind and go and find a place that's known to God alone, just a spot to call our own. We'll find perfect peace where joys never cease, out there beneath the kindly sky. We'll build a sweet little nest somewhere in the west and let the rest of the world go by. Well, good friends, that seems to be the last rung on the old ladder for this Melody Ranch party. But we've got another swell get-together lined up for you at this same time and over these same stations, so try and join us then, won't you? Meantime, this is Dean Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Tennessee weed. I'm back in the saddle again, riding the range once more, toting my old 44, where you sleep out every night and the only law is right. Back in the saddle again, whoopee-tie-I-O, rockin' to and fro, back in the saddle again.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, have you homemakers learned how to stretch red ration stamps? Well, it's an art in itself, but a simple one if you use products like Pabstet, the delicious, nourishing cheese food. For Pabstet is inexpensive. It costs only a few cents and just 3 red ration points per package. And it's a wonderfully good-tasting extender for a host of plain but satisfying foods. One good example of the way Pabstet turns an ordinary dish into a real family treat is macaroni with Pabstet. Or serve it melted into a smooth cheese sauce with leftovers of meat or fish or vegetables. And see how that unique cheddar cheese flavor satisfies family appetites. Yes, Pabstet melts and toasts and slices in a variety of tempting ways. And every way you serve it, you're helping to supply many milk nutrients your family needs. Milk protein, milk minerals, food energy, vitamin A and vitamin G that's also called riboflavin. Ask your dealer for Pabstet, the delicious, highly digestible cheese food. Pabstet is an economical red stamp value. Now for the Great Gildersleeve. Gildersleeve has a problem, and the problem is his nephew Leroy. There have been signs of trouble, a certain lack of respect at times, complaints now and then from the neighbors, and then suddenly...
Hey, you!
The time has come to face it.
Look here, Gildersleeve. This time I caught him.
Ouch!
Hooker, I thought I told you never to darken my door.
I didn't come here to darken your door, Gildersleeve. I've come here as a representative of the law.
Let go. I didn't mean to do it. Piggy dared me.
Unhand the boy, Hooker. He's my nephew, and I'll handle this.
I'll see that you do, because the law has ways of dealing with vandalism, you know.
Vandalism? It was nothing but a boy's prank.
Yeah, that's right. It was just a boyish prank.
Quiet, you.
In my opinion, Gildersleeve, you're nurturing a first-class case of juvenile delinquency there.
Yeah, that's all it was. Just juvenile delinquency.
Quiet, you.
And it's no wonder. Anybody who goes tearing around the way you do, backing into people and smashing their cars.
That's neither here nor there, and I did not back into you. And don't try to take it out on the boy. I'll pay for the broken window, Hooker. When it comes to the care and feeding of children, I don't need any advice from you.
You owe me a bumper.
You owe me a fender. Good day.
That's telling him, Unc. Boy, you certainly told him.
Young man, come into my study.
But, Unc, I didn't mean to do it. Piggy dared me. He made me do it, honest. It was nothing but a boyish prank, Unc, like you said.
Close the door. Now,
Yes, sir.
you know what happens to boys who go around destroying property? Do you?
Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir.
They start out with little things like this, and they go from bad to worse. They start hanging around drugstores. They fall into bad company. The first thing you know, they're smoking cigarettes.
Oh, I wouldn't ever smoke, Unc.
I hope not. But that's only the beginning.
Piggy tried to get me to once, but I wouldn't. I told him it wouldn't be right.
I'm glad to hear it, because once you...
Smoking's bad for you. It stunts your growth.
That's right. It's very bad.
Then why do you smoke, Unc?
We're not talking about me, Leroy. We're talking about you.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to impress upon you, Leroy, the seriousness of what you've done. A broken window may seem a small thing in itself, but it could be the first step in a life of crime.
You're right, Unc. I'm sorry. I'll try to do better.
Well, I certainly hope you will, my boy.
Guess I'm just no good.
Oh, well, I guess we're both a little to blame.
That's right.
You don't have to agree with me. But I realize now I haven't spent as much time with you as perhaps I should. You know, I think we ought to try to get to understand each other a little bit, Leroy, don't you?
How do you mean, Unc?
Well, I mean, do things together, read things together, go places together.
Go where?
Well, I don't know. We might go on hikes together.
You mean it?
Would you like that?
Can Piggy go?
Piggy? Well, I guess so, if it's all right with his mother.
Oh, boy, wait till I tell him.
Yeah, wait a minute. I didn't say right this minute.
Pack a lunch, Bertie. Unc Piggy and I are going on a hike. Yay!
I guess we're going on a hike.
Well, we're all set, Unc, aren't we, Piggy? Oh, boy, we sure are. Let's go, Unc.
Hey, wait a minute. Bertie, how many hard-boiled eggs did you put in the lunch basket?
6, Mr. Gildersleeve.
6? Let me see. There's Leroy and Piggy and myself.
Yes, sir. 1 egg for each of the boys and 4 for you.
That's how it goes, huh? Well, I guess that's all right.
Can we start now, Unc?
Yes.
Oh, boy, come on, Piggy.
Yeah, wait a minute. There's one thing that must be understood clearly before we leave. Leroy?
Yes, sir.
Piggy?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
We're going on this hike as if we were all in the Army.
Did you rent a Jeep?
Don't be smart, young man, and don't you encourage him, Piggy. We're going to run this hike along military lines, and I'm going to be the commanding officer. You boys are the men in my squad. Now tell me, Piggy, what's the first thing a man learns in the Army?
How to make his bed.
No. Leroy, what's the first thing a man learns in the Army?
How to spit through his teeth.
Young man, this hike can stop right here.
Oh, gee, Unc, please, I'm sorry.
Well, all right. And the first thing you learn in the Army is to obey orders. Now, when I give an order on this hike, I want it obeyed. And I want it obeyed promptly without an argument. Is that clear?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve. I get it.
All right, then we can start. Forward! Oh, for heaven's sake.
Yoo-hoo, Throckmorton.
Oh, hello, Leela. We were just going off for a little hike, trying to get Leroy interested in nature.
Well, now, that's just the thing. My sister's little boy, Michael, is with me for the day, and I know he'd just love to go on the hike with you, wouldn't you, Michael?
I'm perfectly willing to go, Aunt Leela, if you think best.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Leroy, well, we'd be glad to take Michael, Leela, but don't you think he's a little young for a long hike? We're going up to Shroom Point, and that's quite a long way.
Yeah, it's a heck of a long ways, Mrs. Ransom. I almost get tired myself going there.
Oh, boy, me too.
Oh, well, I won't worry about that. I'm sure you boys will be able to figure out some way to take care of little Michael if he gets too worn out. Can't you, Throckmorton?
Well,
I knew it. Now, you boys just go on and hike your heads off, you hear? Michael, be sure and have a nice time, and don't strain yourself, and don't forget to thank Mr. Gildersleeve and the boys when you get home. Goodbye, everybody. Bon voyage.
But Leela...
Bye, Ransom.
Michael. Well, forward, march. Here's a beautiful spot, fellas. Suppose we stop for a minute and give some of our soldiers a chance to rest. I imagine you're a little tired, aren't you, Piggy?
I should say not, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm as fresh as a daisy.
Daisy. Well, I'm sure the other boys are tired, the way we've been tearing along. Leroy?
Heck no, there's nothing the matter with me.
I was hoping you older boys be more thoughtful and give little Michael a chance to get his breath.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm not a bit winded. You see, Unc, we don't have to stop now. Nobody's tired.
Nevertheless, as your commanding officer, I order a halt. You're all tired, only you don't realize it.
But gosh, Unc.
Leroy, you heard my order. Possibly this would be a good time to have lunch, too.
Lunch now, Mr. Gildersleeve? It's only 11 o'clock.
11, Piggy? Oh, so it is. I would have guessed around 1:30. But there's an old saying, an army travels on its stomach. That's what we got to do.
I'd like to watch you.
Never mind.
Please, Unc, there's a place just a little ways ahead that's swell for lunch. It has a brook.
A brook? Oh, that sounds nice. Is that what you other boys would like, too?
Oh, boy, me for the brook.
Yes, by all means.
Well, all right. We'll go on to the brook. Forward! Oh, Leroy.
Yeah, Unc?
How far is it to the brook?
About 2 miles.
Forward, march. Leroy! Oh, Leroy!
What is it, Unc?
I don't want you boys to get too far ahead of me. I'm responsible for your safety, you know.
We can't help getting ahead of you, Unc. You keep sitting down all the time.
Well, my feet are bothering me. Another thing, Leroy. We've gone a lot more than 2 miles, and I haven't seen anything that looks like a brook.
We'll be there soon, Unc.
Well, I can't wait. I'm worried about little Michael. Yeah, we better stop here and eat.
Oh.
Leroy, that's an order. We'll sit right down here in this rock and divide up the... Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter, Unc? You didn't lose the basket.
Oh, boy, if he lost that basket.
Take it easy, Piggy. I just remembered. There are 4 of us, and Bertie fixed lunch for 3.
Gosh.
Nuts.
Awkward, isn't it?
Yep, awkward. What are we going to do?
Well, I don't like to say anything, Unc, but he's your fiancé's nephew.
Yes, he's going to be your cousin, Leroy. And we'll all share and share alike. Now, who doesn't like ham? Who doesn't like jelly? Is there anybody here who doesn't like hard-boiled eggs? Well, eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Gee, I'm hungry, Mr. Gildersleeve.
So am I, Unc. Me too.
Listen, I'm hungrier than all of you put together. Well, what can we do about it?
Yeah, what can we... Say, Unc, I just remembered something. There's a little country store right up this road where we could get something to eat.
There is? How far is it, Leroy?
Only about half a mile.
Half a mile. Well, forward march.
Oh, gosh, Unc, now that we've eaten, do we have to sit here for the rest of the day?
My feet are killing me, Leroy. Besides, we haven't had any nature study on this whole hike. Yes, we'll have it now.
Nature study?
Oh, it's very valuable for any boy. Now, for instance, this tree we're sitting under. I doubt if any of you boys know what it is.
Oh!
Yeah. Oh. Quite right. Let's see. That one over there.
Maple!
You sure it isn't an elm?
Oh, no, Mr. Gildersleeve. The elm is unmistakable on account of its serrated leaves.
Yes, serrated? Oh. Where did you learn that, Michael?
I had a special course in nature study at camp last summer.
Oh, well, that takes care of the botany. Let me see now. There must be some more nature around here someplace. Is that? By George, it is.
What is it, Unc?
One of nature's masterpieces, boys. An oriole's nest.
Where?
Right there. That long gray thing. He has to stand on his head to make it.
Are you sure that's an oriole's nest, Mr. Gildersleeve? It looks like Vespis crepitans to me.
Yeah, nonsense, my boy. I'll show you the little baby orioles if you'll all be quiet. Now, if I grab this branch...
I'll jump for it, Unc. Here.
Here. Now, quiet, everybody, so you won't scare the itty-bitty birdies. Can't seem to find the opening in this nest.
I'm sure that's a Vespis crepitans, Mr. Gildersleeve. Do you know what that is?
Oh, of course I do. And this is nothing like it, Michael. I'll show you. Hey, what the dickens is a Vespis crepitans?
A hornet!
Oh, forward march!
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. Meanwhile, perhaps you remember the advice in the old saying, waste not, want not. It certainly applies these days. And that's the reason, I suppose, that so many smart homemakers are economizing with red ration points and cash by planning menus ahead, and are so ingeniously putting every bit of food to work so that nothing is wasted. One especially useful trick of practical magic that'll make leftovers really sing is to combine them with Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food. For Pabstet melts and toasts and slices to perfection, and the whole family will go for its grand cheddar cheese flavor. What's more, Pabstet is a fine source of valuable milk nutrients, and it's highly digestible. Of importance, too, it costs only a few cents per package and just 3 red ration points. Now, your dealer may not have Pabstet the very first time you ask for it because so much dairy food is going to war, but everything is being done to keep dealers supplied. So watch for Pabstet, P-A-B-S-T-E-T-T, Pabstet, the delicious, nourishing cheese food. Now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve, or what's left of him. He's had a good supper, and we find him now entering his den, his shoes in his hand, preparing to relax on the couch. But what's this he sees?
So, Leroy?
What's the matter, Unc?
This junk, young man. I believe I've mentioned before that I do not like to find these confounded little comic books all over my desk.
Hey, don't throw those away. They're valuable.
Don't be silly. They're nothing but trash.
No, they're not, Unc. You ought to read one.
I've got no time for such stuff.
Oh, be fair, Unc. I did what you wanted to do. I went on a hike.
Oh, thanks very much. My feet are killing me right now. Well, I suppose I should be open-minded, Leroy. And what's this one here? Is this a good one? Captain Wonderman.
Is it? He's so good he's on the radio every night. In about 5 minutes he'll be on.
Never mind. Now, what's it about?
Oh, gee, Unc, this is the best comic there is. Captain Wonderman is the strongest man in the world. He has secret muscles.
Huh?
Here. Look at the story of Captain Wonderman and the Nazi saboteurs.
Where does it begin?
Well, here. You see, this kid, Jackie Crumb, is a newsboy, and all of a sudden this Nazi spy grabs him, Dr. Von Denk.
Why?
Well, because he thinks Jackie knows something about Captain Wonderman.
Well, does he?
Does he? Jackie Crumb is Captain Wonderman.
Yes,
You begin to like it now, Unc?
Not yet.
Oh, you will. But that's a secret about Jackie being Wonderman. Nobody knows it but bona fide members of the club.
What club?
The Captain Wonderman Club. You send 10 cents...
Never mind. I don't have to join the club. What happened to the newsboy?
Well, as soon as he's tied up, he's helpless unless he changes himself to Captain Wonderman.
How does he do that?
That's another secret. Nobody knows but the club members.
How many members are there?
20 million.
None of them would tell?
Oh, no. You have to send 10 cents.
No, I'll join no club.
Well, then I'll tell you. Jackie says the mystic word, Alakazam.
Alakazam?
Alakazam. And then he becomes the strongest man in the world and the most patriotic. Look at him.
I see him. Why does he wear a cape?
The members know. They send 10 cents.
Never mind the 10 cents. Leroy, I forbid you to read any more of this junk. And if I find any of it lying around, I'll burn it.
Gosh, Unc, don't you want me to learn to read?
Not in order to read drivel about muscle-bound men with capes. And get away from that radio. Learn to read from something good, Leroy. Here, I'll find you something up here.
The makers of Toasted Popsies present Captain Wonderman.
Leroy! Oh, turn off that radio.
But, Unc, you don't have to listen.
Turn it off, I say. I told you, young man, I'm trying to find something decent for you to read. Captain Wonderman. Now be quiet for a minute.
Okay, Unc. Looking for something, Uncle Mort?
Yes, I'm looking for a book.
What one?
Oh, I don't know, a good book. Looking for something to read to Leroy.
Well, here's David Copperfield. No, I tried to read that. Oh, here's a wonderful book. I've always just loved this one.
Oh?
What is it? Little Women. Is she kidding?
Don't sneer at Little Women, my boy. My mother read it to me when I was younger than you are. It's a wonderful book.
Oh, I love it. I just love it. I've read it so many times I almost know it by heart. Please, Uncle Mort, read us Little Women.
Oh, why don't you read it, my dear? I'm tired. I'll just stretch out here on the couch while you read, huh?
Well, if you want me to.
Now, make yourself comfortable, Leroy, because I want you to sit still and listen to this.
Okay. Well, there's no use really starting it tonight, so I'd just like to read you my favorite part. Do you mind?
No, go ahead, my dear.
It's where Beth dies. You see, it's about all these sisters, Leroy, and one is Jo. She's sort of a tomboy. That's the one I always wanted to be. And then there's Beth. She isn't very strong. And, well, I'll read it to you.
All right.
The pleasantest room in the house was set apart for Beth, and in it was gathered everything that she most loved. Flowers, pictures, her piano, the little work table, and the beloved kittens. Father's best books found their way there, Mother's easy chair, Joe's desk, Amy's finest sketches. And every day Meg brought her babies on a loving pilgrimage to make sunshine for Auntie Beth. John quietly set apart a little sum that he might enjoy the pleasure of keeping the invalid supplied with the fruit she loved and longed for. Old Hannah never wearied of concocting dainty dishes to tempt a capricious appetite, dropping tears as she worked. And from across the sea came little gifts and cheerful letters, seeming to bring breath of warmth and fragrance from lands that knew no winter. Here, cherished like a household saint in its shrine, sat Beth, tranquil and busy as ever. But nothing could change the sweet, unselfish nature. And even while preparing to leave life, she tried to make it happier for those who should remain behind. I'm sorry.
Marge.
I'm sorry, but it always gets me.
Oh, here, give it to me, my dear. I'll go on with it. Where are we now? Oh, yes. Joe never left her for an hour since Beth had said, "I feel stronger when you're here." She slept on a couch in the room, waking often to renew the fire, to feed, lift, or wait upon the patient creature who seldom asked for anything and tried not to be a trouble. Often when she woke, Joe found Beth reading in her well-worn little book, heard her singing softly to beguile the sleepless night, or saw her lean her face upon her hands while slow tears dropped through her transparent fingers.
Unc, what's the matter? But it's so sad, Leroy.
I think if you don't mind, I'll go for a little walk.
Walk?
Yes, I need the exercise.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Just about to close up there. How are you today?
On my last legs, Peavy. Have you got anything you can recommend for sore feet?
Sore feet? You've been having a little trouble?
Yes. The kids walked me way out to Shroon Point and back, and my feet are killing me. I'd like to know what's good for them.
Mr. Gildersleeve, have you tried sitting down?
Peavy, this is no joke.
Well, I believe I have got a preparation here. Pretty good, too. I often use it myself after a hard day. So does Mrs. Peavy.
Oh? Well, let's have a look at it.
Just a minute. I can get my other glasses on here.
Yes?
Oh, yes. It goes under the name of Cogan's Foot Balm. Nice for the feet. It says here, prepare a tub of hot water, pouring contents of bottle, so on, so on.
Would you mind if I looked at it?
Immerse aching members. You stick your feet in it. Bottle sells for 15 cents.
You say you tried this thing yourself?
Oh, yeah, so has Mrs. Peavy. In fact, we sometimes spend an evening that way.
In the same tub?
Well, we use the wash boiler. It works out nicely, too. We pull up 2 chairs, and she sits at one end, and I sit at the other.
Well, sounds very clubby.
Sometimes we even work in a game of Chinese checkers.
You could have a nice game of footy-footy there, too. Well, I'll take a chance on the stuff, Peavy.
Oh, you're taking no chances, Mr. Gildersleeve. They're not exaggerating when they say on the bottle that this balm is the key to true foot joy. One treatment with this, and you'll come out feeling like a regular Captain Wonderman.
Captain Wonderman. Don't tell me you waste your time on those comics.
Well, I guess I carry as complete a stock of them as anybody in town.
So this is where they come from. Peavy, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
If you ask me, they're a lot of trash. There's absolutely nothing in them.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that either. Have you ever looked at one carefully?
No, but I hear all I want to from Leroy about them.
Well, it's just possible that Leroy has overlooked something. Have you ever examined the young ladies in these drawings?
The young ladies?
I'll show you. I usually happen to have a copy under the counter here. On page 13, you will find this tasty item. There. Quite, don't you think so?
Well, I'm beginning to see your point.
Laura, her name is.
Laura?
Lady Laura. That's Captain Wonderman's lady friend.
Oh.
You'll find others, too. Care to take a copy along?
No, Peavy, I'm really not interested. I've got to be getting along with this thing. Dog tired. Got to get home and get some sleep.
Well, good night, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good night, Peavy.
Alakazam.
Alakazam.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I got the wash ball already. You fixing to get in hot water again?
Yeah. Very good, Bertie.
Uncle Mort, you're not starting anything now. Why, it's bedtime.
Yeah, don't you worry about me. I'll just take my shoes off and soak my tootsies for a while, and I'll be right up to bed.
I guess I'll go along then if you don't mind. Good night.
Yeah, good night, my dear. Good night, Bertie.
Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Let's see now. Water seems about right. Well, we'll put Peavy's magic potion in it now. And I'll pull up a chair. Nice and comfy. By George, I haven't gone wading since I was a kid. Nice and warm and relaxing. I don't know if I can hold out, though. Hope Peavy was right. Alakazam. Alakazam.
The makers of Toasted Popsies present Captain Gildersleeve.
Captain Gildersleeve! Captain Gildersleeve!
Don't disturb me now, Junior. I'm conducting an experiment which, if successful, will bring to naught all the plans of the Axis.
But Captain Gildersleeve, it's Lady Laura. Even now she is being held captive in an ancient temple on a deserted island by your old enemy.
Dr. Von Hooker. There's not a moment to lose. Alakazam.
Flying over the Pacific at twice the speed of light with nothing but our superhuman powers to support us.
We got a nice day for it, too.
Look, there's Lady Laura, bound hand and foot.
Where, Junior?
Right ahead there, about 1,750 miles.
Your eyes are better than mine. And if you're right, there's not a moment to lose. Alakazam! Oh! Almost knocked my superhuman wind out. Here's Lady Laura, bound and gagged. It'll be a work of only a moment to free her. There.
Why, Captain Gildersleeve! declare you're just so strong.
Strongest mortal on earth.
Don't move a muscle, Gildersleeve.
With my X-ray nose, I smell an old goat. So, we meet again, Von Hooker.
I have you surrounded. There's a machine gun in every nook and cranny. When I give the order...
Oh, what can we do, Captain?
Have no fear. I've gotten out of worse scrapes than this, though I can't remember when.
I shall count 10. 1.
All I have to do is say the magic word.
2.
Oh, for goodness sake, say it.
3.
Skillabooch. Oh, no, that's not it.
4.
I can't remember. Junior, where is that boy?
5.
Hocus pocus. Darn it, I can't remember the word.
6.
Think, Captain, think.
How can I think with him standing there counting?
7.
Razzmatazz. No.
8.
Rumpelstiltskin. Walla Walla.
You're cold. 9.
I can't remember the confounded word. We'll have to run for it, Laura.
Unc, wake up, wake up.
What's going on down here? Oh, my goodness, look at my kitchen.
Look at my pants.
Oh, what happened? Unc fell asleep and kicked over the wash boiler.
I had the most horrible dream.
What was it? What were you dreaming about?
Yes, what in the world were you dreaming about?
Why, Little Women. Good night, everybody.
Music on this program was under the direction of Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
I guess you'll agree that it's not only smart to be thrifty these wartime days, but it's absolutely necessary if you want to keep your 2 food budgets under control. That's a mighty good reason why you should know about Parquet, the quality margarine made by Kraft. For Parquet margarine costs a little cash and just 5 red ration points per pound. But economy is only one reason why Parquet is popular the country over. People everywhere like its delicate, appetizing flavor for many uses. You see, Parquet is a grand-tasting spread for bread and a delicious seasoning for hot vegetables. It's a real flavor shortening for baking and just about perfect for pan frying. Parquet is a real energy food, too, and contains vitamin A. If your dealer doesn't have it the first time you ask, it's due to wartime shortages and the fact that Parquet's popularity is growing very fast. But Kraft is doing everything possible to keep dealers supplied. So watch for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Somebody says what America needs is more smiles for breakfast. So here's your old friend Doc Wilson right on the job with news of how to achieve more breakfast smiles. Perfectly simple. Just serve more tempting, satisfying breakfasts that feature Grape Nuts Flakes. Now, perhaps the best way to describe Grape Nuts Flakes is that they give you such a feeling of well-being with which to start the day. Grape Nuts Flakes start right in, tempting the eye, then they tempt the taste. Crisp, toasty brown texture, malty rich, sweet as a nut flavor. The famous Grape Nuts flavor in toasty brown flake form. But don't forget, Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal. So beneath all their crisp, light-hearted goodness, there's plenty of hearty, whole grain nourishment. So for more smiles, per family, per breakfast, per budget, better make it thrifty Grape Nuts Flakes every morning. comes the Navy, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take you to the backyard of Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where Jack has been spending a great deal of time the past week out in the open air. It's yesterday morning. Take it away, Beverly Hills.
Oh, gosh, it's beautiful out here today. You know, Rochester, there's nothing like spring in Southern California.
Uh-huh.
Where else can you see flowers in full bloom in the middle of April?
Uh-huh.
Where else can you sit out in the open beside your swimming pool and feel those hot rays beating down?
You better turn off that sun lamp, boss. You'll cook.
Yeah, I guess I've had enough. I don't want to get too much all at once. I'm the type that freckles.
Me too. You'll have to take my word for it.
Now, Rochester, pull the sun lamp back in the bushes and cover it with palm leaves.
Leave it right out in the open, boss. The heck with the Chamber of Commerce.
Covered with palm leaves. And by the way, Rochester, how's our victory garden coming along?
Oh, fine, boss. Mr. Coleman's chickens were over early this morning and weeded it for us.
Ronald Coleman's chickens? Rochester, I told you to fix that hole in the fence.
I did. Even the big fat ones can get through now.
I mean, block it. Those darn chickens will scratch up all the seeds.
Let's get this straightened out, boss. Is our objective carrots, peas, or fried chicken?
Carrots and peas, vegetables. Now block up that hole.
Okay, I'll cover it with a frying pan.
Use a piece of wire. Wire. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. You well enough to be outdoors now?
Oh, sure. The doctor told me to get plenty of fresh air, so I thought I'd stretch out here in my bathing suit.
Bathing suit? Is that thing a bathing suit?
Of course.
Well, you ought to get a new one. They're not wearing them with bloomers anymore.
I've got helium in these bloomers. I'm not going to sink.
Besides, the moth chewed the elbow out of your left sleeve.
Mary, it so happens that I lost the elbow out of that sleeve when attacked by a man-eating shark in Lake Michigan.
A shark in Lake Michigan?
All right, it was a perch. In mating season, they're vicious. Anyway, Mary, isn't it beautiful out here today? Look at those birds. Aren't they cute? There's always a louse in every crowd. What is that for?
Well, I don't blame him. The idea of having a penny peanut machine out here for birds.
That's for people, not birds.
We had a worm machine out here, but they crawled out for nothing.
I gotta have that fixed.
Are you going in for a dip in the pool, Miss Livingston?
Not now, Rochester. I think I'll wait till later.
If you're smart, Mary, you'll go in now.
Oh, that's right. The prices change at 12 o'clock.
Not that, but the pool gets crowded later in the afternoon. We have the same prices all day.
I just got a load of that silly sign you got out front. Swim at Benny's for 20 pennies.
Mary, I have a lovely pool. There's no reason why I shouldn't share it with people. Naturally, I have to make a nominal charge to pay for
Here comes the customer, boss.
Oh, yes. Pull those palm leaves off the cash register. Well, good morning, young man.
Good morning, Mr. Benny. Is your pool open yet?
Yep, this is the first day of the season, and you're the first customer.
Oh, boy, the first customer. Then I get the free swim.
No, I'm sorry, young man. I've discontinued that policy this year. Sorry.
That's all right. The whole world is changing.
Yes, it is.
Well, here's my 15 cents. See you later, Mr. Benny.
Oh, just a minute, Bud. On account of the laundry situation, I'm making a small charge for towels this year. That'll be 20 cents in all.
But I brought my own towel.
I'm sorry. You'll have to check that.
But, Mr. Benny...
You see, if I let people bring in towels, I won't know who's taking mine out.
But that doesn't seem very...
Next, please. Next.
There's no one behind him.
Quiet. 20 cents out of a quarter. Here's your nickel change, kid. Here, take your nickel.
Keep it. You'll think of something.
Take it. Oh, attendant, show this gentleman to his locker.
Yes, sir. Right this way, sir. Can I bring you a scotch and soda, sir?
Rochester. Well, see that he gets just one towel. Remember last year there were a lot of them missing.
Yes, sir.
You know, Mary, I have a feeling this is going to be my best season.
Well, I think you opened too early. It's pretty chilly yet to go in swimming.
Oh, there's a little ice around the edge of the pool, but out in the center it's all open water. Uh-oh, here come some more customers.
It's Don Wilson and Phil Harris.
Well, they better be customers if they know what's good for them. Well, good morning, gentlemen. Welcome to Benny's Bathing Pool.
Hiya, Jackson. Mary.
Hello, Jack. How's your cold coming along?
Oh, I feel fine, Don. I'll be back on the program tomorrow as Master of Ceremonies.
Ain't we going to have Orson Welles on the show?
Definitely not. I'm going to handle the show myself.
Back to the corn, huh?
Phil, for a guy with a wife, a baby, and no talent, you're taking an awful chance. Now, give me 20 cents. You're going in for a swim.
Swim in that icy water? What are you trying to do, sober me up?
It isn't so cold, Phil. I dove in myself this morning, didn't I, Rochester?
Yeah, but that quarter on the bottom of the pool turned out to be a bottle cap.
Well, the way the light hit it, it really fooled me. How about you, Don? Are you going in for a swim?
Oh, I don't know, Jack. The water in the pool seems awfully low.
Believe me, Don, when you get in, Mary and I'll have to move to higher ground. Now, give me 40 cents for you and Phil.
Okay, here you are.
Thank you. Take those lockers, number 3 and 5 there on the end, fellas.
Okay, Jackson.
Well, 3 customers already. It isn't even noon yet. Oh, for Rochester. Rochester, what are you doing with that? Rochester, what are you doing with that chicken?
What's that, boss?
I said, what are you doing with that chicken?
I was just searching it to see if it had any cows.
Throw that bird over the fence.
Okay. So long, lunch.
Rochester, if I told you once, I told you 10 times, don't annoy Mr. Coleman's chickens. If any of those hens are missing, he'll blame us.
That's what you said about his grapefruit, and he has yet to mention it.
Well, it so happens, Rochester, that the grapefruit hit the ground on my side of the fence.
Yes, sir. That cold shoot worked out fine.
Now, Rochester, if you don't... Well, here comes Dennis. Hello, kid.
Sorry I'm late, Mr. Benny. Are there many customers here?
No, only 3 so far.
Good. Then I'll have time for a dip in the pool first.
Dennis, if you read your contract with Benny Bathing Pool Incorporated, you will find that Clause B stipulates that you are to supply entertainment whether our customers here or not. Now, let's have a song.
But, Mr. Benny, that contract also says that I'm supposed to be the lifeguard.
So what?
Well, gee, if I'm the lifeguard, I better learn to swim. I worry about things like that.
Look, kid, sing your song, bring in some customers. You can learn to swim later. Now, go ahead. Let's have your song.
Like the beat, beat, beat of the tom-tom when the jungle shadows fall, like the tick-tick-tock of the stately clock when it stands against the wall, like the drip, drip, drip of a raindrop when the summer shower is through. A voice within me keeps repeating, you, night and day, you are the one, only you beneath the moon and under the sun, whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are, I think of you. Night and day and night. Why is it so that this longing for you follows wherever I go? In the roaring traffic boom, or till you'll let me spend my life making love to you. Day and night, night and
That was swell, Dennis. In fact, I want you to do that song on the program tomorrow.
Okay. Can I go in the pool now, Mr. Benny?
Yes, but don't dive in the shallow end. I've got rice planted there. You know? By the way, kid, I've been meaning to talk to you about something. I heard you on the Eddie Cantor program last week.
How was it? I wasn't home that night.
Well, naturally. Now, Dennis, who gave you permission to go on Cantor's program?
Orson Welles, that's who. Orson Welles!
Well, watch it, kid. Or from now on, you'll be working for Orson Welles. Now, go for a swim before you think that over. You know, I got a great idea, Mary. What my pool needs is a little glamour. Do you think you could get some of your girlfriends to come over?
Well, I don't know, Jack.
Sure you could. Call up Barbara Stanwyck and Ann Southern and Claudette Colbert and invite them over for a swim. Of course, I don't think I ought to charge them, do you?
Look, Jack, if you get those gals in your pool, you can bottle the water and sell it for $10 a quart.
Where can you get corks nowadays? There's a shortage, sister. Well, what do you know? The sun is finally coming out.
Yeah, why don't you take off your galoshes and tan your tussies?
Mary, stop making fun of my ensemble, will you?
Uh-oh. Say, boss, here comes that crazy board of yours.
Rochester, how many times do I have to tell you that Mr. Billingsley is not crazy?
He ain't, hey? Did you see him at breakfast this morning?
No, what happened at breakfast?
He swallowed a raw egg and then drank boiling water for 3 minutes.
He was in a hurry, that's all. Well, hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Hello, Mr. Benny. One of the bloomer girls, I see.
No, Mr. Billingsley. This is a bathing suit. I'm out here drinking in the sunshine.
Drinking in the sunshine. I'll get a bottle and join you.
Oh, you misunderstand. I mean, I'm out here getting a tan. Old Sal just came out.
Oh, yes, old Sal Wurzel. Been east, hasn't he?
Good old Sal. He'll love that one. I'll never get out of this. I better change the subject. By the way, Mr. Billingsley, I see you have your bathing suit on. Are you going for a plunge?
Oh, I'd love to, but I left my plunger at the Mocambo. Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Oh, she's living in Anaheim.
Good old Mr. Billingsley. By the way, Rochester, he's supposed to pay his board today. Did you collect it?
No, he said the money won't be dry till tomorrow.
That's my fault. I should never have given him that printing press for Christmas.
Hey, kids, get loaded down on me in these bathing suits. Yeah, don't we look like a couple of Adonises?
Don, you alone look like a couple of Adonises. Say, Phil, that's an unusual bathing suit for a man to be wearing. Where'd you get it?
Ain't it a beaut? Alice wore it in their last picture.
Alice Faye wore that suit? Somehow on you, Phil, it doesn't inspire me.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, I'll never be elected Miss Brooklyn Navy Yard, would I?
No, but you might get runner-up on Miss Boyle Heights. Well, what are you waiting for, Don? Aren't you going to jump in the pool?
Oh, I don't think so, Jack. The water looks pretty cold.
Oh, come on, jump in, Don. Take a chance.
Come on, Dante. What are you waiting for? In you go.
Look out, Don. He's going to push it.
Oh, Phil, stop that. What are you... Oh, Phil, stop this. Well, come on, jump in, jump in.
Okay, here I go.
Oh, watch it, Mary, watch it.
Watch what?
Get up on the chair. Here comes a wave.
Ooh, that water's cold.
Well, Well, here's 20 cents, Jack. I'm soaked to the skin.
Thank you. That water's got chlorine in it. I hope it didn't ruin my victory garden.
Your garden's all right. But say, Jack, what's Rochester putting up in the middle of it?
Where? Well, I'll be darned. Rochester, take that off.
But, boss.
Take that off the scarecrow.
But, boss, the crows here in Beverly Hills are very ritzy.
I don't care. Take my tuxedo off that scarecrow. Now take it off.
Your diamond stick pin, too?
Everything. I want that tuxedo. Suppose I win the Academy Award next year. What'll I wear to the banquet?
If you win the Academy Award, you can go in your underwear. Who else will be there?
Say, I'm liable to win the award for tomatoes alone. My garden keeps on the way it's going.
Oh, you're some farmer. You and your silly experiments.
Oh, they're not so silly.
Remember last year? You sprinkled cheese all over the ground and tried to face on rotten potatoes.
Sure, I sprinkled cheese. I had an idea. What are you giggling about?
Every other gardener around here had trouble with potato bugs, but you had mice.
All right, I still say it doesn't hurt to experiment.
Say, Mr. Benny, pardon me for interrupting, but would you
Just
mind
a minute, Dennis. You know, Mary, I wouldn't laugh about my garden if I were you. I might turn out to be another Luther Burbank.
Another who?
Burbank. Luther Burbank.
Oh, yeah, they named Glendale after him.
They named Burbank after him.
Oh, I guess I didn't analyze it.
You certainly didn't.
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of horticulture experiments, are you going to try out that idea I gave you?
No, Rochester, no. I told you it would never work.
What was his idea, Jack?
Oh, Rochester wanted to irrigate the lemon trees with gin and grow Tom Collins. It would never have worked. Now, Dennis, what was it you started to ask me?
Well, can I phone my girlfriend and have her come over here for a swim? It's very important that I see her in a bathing suit.
Why do you have to see your girl in a bathing suit?
Well, there's a rumor going around that she's got knock knees, and I can't tell by listening.
What's your girl's name, Dennis?
Mary Bell Buzzer.
Mary Bell Buzzer. Oh, yes, she has got... bring her around, Dennis. Bring her around anytime.
Say, Jackson, here comes your medico.
My what?
Your medico. That's doctor for Latin.
That's Latin for doctor. Well, hello, Doc.
Well, and how's my little patient? Shall we take that nasty cast off your leg today?
Look, Doctor, I had a cold, you cured me, and I feel fine. Now, how much do I owe you?
How much?
Yes. What's my bill?
Just a minute. Now, where did I put that hypodermic needle?
I don't need a hypodermic. I can take it like a man. Now, how much do I owe you?
Well, there was a prescription for cough medicine, which cost $2.
Uh-huh.
Then there were 3 sulfur tablets, which sold for 10 cents apiece.
Sulfur, that's $2.30 so far. What else?
You bit my thermometer in two while listening to the Fred Allen program. That's $1.25.
It was worth it. Now, what's the total, Doc?
Well, including 6 visits to your house, the whole thing comes to $45,000.
$45,000? Now, wait a minute, Doc. Aren't you starting a little high?
That's the only way I'll get $10, and you know it.
$10? Well, that's more like it. Now, I'll tell you what, Doc. This is the grand opening of my swimming pool today. Now, how'd you like to take a free swim and call the whole thing even?
Good. I'll dive right in now.
Hey, wait a minute, Doctor. Not there. That's the shallow end.
Whoop, bump my head.
Doctor, come out of there. Doctor, you're ruining my rice bed. Doctor, come out of... Rochester, put down that chicken. Doctor, come out of that pool. Rochester, put down that... Rochester! Doctor, Rochester!
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what happened yesterday at the grand opening of Jack's swimming pool.
That's right, Dom. My rice bed was ruined, but we had fried chicken for dinner. Play, Phil. That was I Love Coffee, I Love Tea, played by Phil Harris and his boys, who have yet to drink coffee or tea out of anything but a saucer. I might even have said who have yet to drink either coffee or tea. But I've been sick and I'm sweet now. Yeah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have something of great interest to all of you. In a few moments...
You better be sweet.
What?
Look, Jackson, I don't care whether you've been sick or not. Lay off them wisecracks.
In a few moments, ladies and gentlemen...
From now on, be a gentleman. If you can't say something derogatory about my boys, don't say nothing.
Okay, I'll be derogatory. And now, ladies and
You
gentlemen...
don't even know what derogatory means.
Derogatory?
Derogatory means tending to or the nature of derogation, disparagement, or detraction.
Dennis, that's Don Wilson's line.
I thought there was something wrong here.
Folks, what other program has such bottlenecks? What a dodo.
Wait a minute, Jack. You don't appreciate Dennis. I think he's a very nice boy.
Sure, he's a nice boy, Mary, but he doesn't have to... Why, Loretta. Oh, for heaven's sake, Loretta Young, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we've been expecting you, Loretta, and folks, the few words that Miss Young has to say to us are of vital importance.
Thank you, Jack. Here's something I would like to ask everyone to think of. To think of when you go to bed tonight. Think of this as you lift the window and smell the night air and look out at the stars. Think of this. There are thousands of little shacks in the Philippines that are empty tonight. There are thousands of little cottages like yours in Yugoslavia, Greece, China, Russia, empty tonight. Where have all the people gone? Why didn't you know? They are dead. You are still alive. Your blood is warm. The face you love is there on the pillow in the dusk of the room. And everything is so quiet and still and beautiful. That's worth saving, isn't it? Others are dying in order to save it for you. Then is our country asking too much when it asks you to become a part of the second war loan? $13 billion for attack, for the invasion of Europe. How much can you spare? How much can you invest? How many war bonds can you buy today? Well, ask yourself those questions as you stand at your window tonight and smell the fresh, keen night air and look out at the stars.
Ordered in Drexel 7211.
What you've said has brought home to us the importance of buying war bonds. Thank you.
The Basic Seven. You're reading about them in the papers. You're hearing about them on the radio. The Basic Seven groups of foods which our new National Nutrition Program tells us we should all have every day. And featured in this Basic Seven are whole grain cereals. Cereals such as Grape Nuts Flakes. Yes, delicious toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, the kind of food your government urges you to eat at least once a day. Every serving of Grape Nuts Flakes and milk provides whole grain nourishment, including minerals, proteins, vitamins, and carbohydrates. Besides, Grape Nuts Flakes are plentiful, thrifty, unrationed. So do as Uncle Sam urges you to do. Get the Basic Seven into your daily diet, including more whole grain cereals. And for tops and delicious flavor, make it Grape Nuts Flakes. Remember, you don't give up a single precious ration stamp when you buy Grape Nuts Flakes.
Good night, everybody.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Beloy.
The makers of Chase and Sanborn Coffee and Tender Leaf Tea present Edgar Bergen, Ray Noble and his orchestra, Dale Evans, The Sportsman, our guests, Broadway's Victor Moore and Billy Gaxton, Hollywood's Ronald Coleman, and Charlie McCarthy.
May I do it, Bergen?
May you do what?
Introduce Ronald Coleman? You know, it should be done with dignity and savoir-faire. So I'll do it.
All right, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, it behooves me, as I've never been beholden before.
That's not right.
I'll start over. Ladies and gentlemen, a feeling of pride swells up within my happy chest. That's not right. Well, anyway, here he is, my pal, Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. Tell me, do you know the important requisites for winning a war?
Well, I heard of a general who said the idea is to get there fastest with the mostest.
Well, that's about right. But the three things needed to get us there fastest with the mostest are manpower, munitions, and food.
Food?
Yes, Charlie. Food for millions of men and women who are fighting and working on the battlefront and on the home front. You see, Charlie, many experienced farm workers are now in the armed forces or war plants, and those who are left on the farms need help and lots of it. This year we must and will have the biggest food crop in the history of the nation. Our government will ask all of us, wherever and whenever we can, to help bring in and process this food crop. We'll be asked to do part-time work on farms or in food processing plants, on weekends or 1 or 2 days a week, or for definite 2 or 3 week periods if we can. And in return for whatever we do, we'll be paid prevailing wages. It may be a healthful and profitable way to spend our summer vacations. Soon, in every community in the United States, there will be a recruiting drive for volunteers for the United States Crop Corps. When the call comes in your community, do your part.
How true, Mr. Coleman, how true. In other words, folks ought to raise vegetables instead of raising objections.
That's quite right, Charlie.
Remember, this year, as you sow, so shall you eat.
That's very good, Charlie, but we need more than slogans. And while you're on the subject, I'd like to see a little more of you out on my ranch during your vacation this summer.
Yeah?
There's plenty of work there to do.
Yes. Well, I was there last weekend.
Yes, you were, but what did you do?
Have you seen your tractor?
Well, what about it?
Well, he'll be ready next Thursday. I didn't know those darn things would climb trees, or...
And what were you doing with the tractor, Charlie?
Well, you know that acre behind the corn crib?
Yes.
Well, I decided to cultivate it.
Oh, then you really are a farmer.
Oh, sure. That's me. I'm the man with your hoe. Hi-ho, McCarthy, that's me.
Are you taking care of the whole acre yourself?
No, Mortimer's helping me.
Oh, Mortimer.
Yes. We're gentlemen farmers.
Oh, I see. Gentlemen farmers.
Yes. I'm the gentleman, Mortimer's the farmer.
That's just what I thought. Well, at least Mortimer isn't afraid of work.
Yeah. I suppose you hoped some of that would splash on me.
Yes, I hope you're not letting Mortimer do all the work.
No, I'm not. I wish you could have seen him the other day. We were plowing the field.
I see.
And Mortimer was pulling the plow.
That's fine.
Yes. And I was pushing it, though. I did my bit.
I see.
I was pushing and sweating and pushing.
Yeah. Well, did you get much work done?
Yes, we did. Mm-hmm. But funny thing happened, you know. Every time Mortimer stopped to rest,
Yes?
I plowed him under.
Oh, now,
Oh, it's so embarrassing.
Yes. Well, now, what are you growing, Charlie?
Well, right now, our principal crop is potatoes.
Oh, I see, potatoes.
Mm-hmm. We plant them now and dig them later.
How are your potatoes coming along?
Well, so far, they've been going direct to the consumer.
I see.
The bugs.
Oh, I see. So, you're troubled with bugs?
Well, not personally.
No,
But the potatoes are.
The potatoes are.
Yes. I sure wish there was a market for potato bugs.
A market for potato bugs.
Yeah, I'd make a mess of money then.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
Yeah.
Charlie, if you're a farmer,
Yeah.
I am a monkey's uncle.
Well, I won't argue that with you.
Oh, Charlie.
Well, Mortimer Snurd, my old sharecropper.
Come on in, Mortimer. Come on.
Come on.
Old Nick Snurdy out of farm. Hello, Mr. Bergen.
Hello there, Mortimer. Charlie tells me that you're helping him out on the ranch.
Yeah. I'm a big butter and eggplant man.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm showing him how to rotate his crops.
I see. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, that's right. That's for you.
Mm-hmm. And what are you going to... What are you going to plant first?
Well, there's
I say, what are you going to plant first?
Well, we're going to plant seeds.
Seeds?
Yeah.
But what kind? What kind?
Well, tiny little ones, you know.
Yeah. I know, but what crops are you going to raise?
Oh, what kind of crops? Well, of course, well, it all depends on, you know.
Depends on what?
Well, on what kind of seeds are planted.
Well, I asked you a very simple question, and all I want is a simple answer.
Well, I'm the guy that can give it to you.
Yeah. Tell me, what are you going to grow?
Well, I think I'm going to grow some dog plants.
Dog plants?
Yeah, dog plants. Yeah, they're very nice, dog plants.
Dog plants?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Cauliflowers. Oh! I got you on that one.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right.
Yes.
Cauliflowers, pretty good.
All right.
You know, Mr. Bergen, that apple tree you got?
Yes, I know the apple tree.
Well, I made some cider.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
You made cider?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Hard?
No, just squeeze the apples and there it is.
Yeah, You, Mortimer, you are undoubtedly as stupid a person as I've ever talked to.
Yeah, that's, you got
yeah. I say you're as stupid a person as I've ever talked to.
Oh, you're just saying that to make me feel good.
Down through the years in such shows as Of Thee I Sing, Anything Goes, and Louisiana Purchase, Victor Moore and Billy Gaxton have been the brightest lights of the Broadway musical comedy stage. It's a strange Broadway season that doesn't include them. Victor Moore and Billy Gaxton. Hello? Local draft board number 1804, swing and sway in class 1A. Chairman Gaxton speaking. What's that, madam? Oh, we're very sorry. It must be an error. No, we can't induct a woman when she's going to have a baby. No, it would be unthinkable. Take a 3-day furlough and report to Fort MacArthur on Monday. Come in.
How do you do?
How do you do? Not in.
Is this the draft board?
Well, we like to refer to it as the GI Travel Bureau. do you want?
Well, you got to help me. One of my key men is going to be drafted right out of my defense plant.
Oh, you run a defense plant? What is it?
It's the Victor Moore Collapsible Girdle Corporation.
Since when are collapsible girdles an essential industry?
Well, right now we're working on a big government contract. We're making the Victory Girdle.
Ah, the Victory Girdle.
Yes, it takes the waves out of the wax. Now, this fellow who's going to be drafted, Homer Potts.
Yes?
We couldn't do without him. He's been in the girdle business for 25 years.
It's quite a stretch. I'm not interested in Homer Potts. I'm interested in you.
Me?
Yes. I knew you were a suspicious character the minute you walked in here. I'll bet you never even registered. I'm going to look up your record in our file.
But I just came here because
now,
I
you
want
may
to
be an Axis spy.
I only want to keep on making girdles.
Yes, there's something you wouldn't stoop to.
Yeah, I make the kind with the garters in them.
Yes, you'll probably blow up the whole city.
Oh, I'm a very tough customer, aren't I?
Wait a minute now. I'll find your draft specification card here. Let me see. Montrose, Moody, Moon.
That's not far enough.
All right, Mooney, Morse, Monkey.
That's going too far.
Here it is. Moore, Victor Moore. 1A.
Oh, that can't be me.
Oh, yes, it is. Aren't you Victor?
Looks like I'm loser. There must be some mistake. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?
Now, this draft board never makes a mistake. And when we do, it's too late to complain. Victor Moore and Billy Gaxton together again to show us their conception of what a draft board isn't, but might be.
But aren't grandchildren an exemption?
Children are an exemption. The law doesn't say anything about grandchildren.
No, wait a minute. I thought you didn't want men over 38.
Well, how old are you?
Well...
Now, come on, now, don't lie now. Come on, now. Hurry up, now. Come to the truth.
I'm over 38.
Over 38, huh? Where's your birth certificate?
Well, to tell the truth, I had it so long it just turned to dust.
Turned to dust. Destroying the evidence, huh? I can bet you 20 years for that.
Well, it's all very confusing. I don't see how the Army can take me now. You know, I tried to enlist last year.
You did, huh? Well, what happened?
I guess I got in the wrong line. I was classified 99F in the Campfire Girls.
Yes. Well, when did you go down to take your physical?
I was too weak to go down and take it. The physical came up and took me. At that, I was almost taken into the Army on account of bad eyes.
Oh, you had bad eyes and they almost took you?
No, the doctor had bad eyes and almost took me.
All right, Mr. Moore. Now I'm going to be fair and square about the whole thing. I'll give you another examination.
That's very nice of you.
And then we'll send you right down to the induction center. First, I'll give you a blood test.
Oh, I had one of those the last time. The doctor took some blood out of me.
Oh, he did, huh? And then what did he do with it?
How should I know? I didn't remember a thing until he put it back.
All right. Now, then we'll just overlook your blood. Now, let me see. Hey, you'll have to take off, some of that weight. You're a little, corpulent.
Is that higher than a lieutenant?
Higher than a lieutenant. Oh, a wise guy, huh?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm just not myself today. I'm very jumpy.
Oh, jumpy, huh? Fine. Then we'll put you in the parrot troop.
Well, I hope you realize what you're doing.
Why, what do you mean?
By taking me into the Army, you're closing down my girdle business. If you take away girdles, you'll shake the very foundation of American womanhood.
Home, to whom did you say? You did say home? Oh, so that's home. How utterly humorous, Charlie, what are you doing? Well, with Ronald Coleman here today, I have to watch my diction. Oh, I see. Yes, that's whom. Yes.
Well, that's very fine. I'm glad to hear you pattern your speech after Mr. Coleman.
Well, now you just watch me. I'm going to out-Coleman Coleman.
Oh, you are?
Yes. Pewter. Laughter. Ha, 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 ha.
Why, Charlie, here comes Mr. Coleman. Hello, Ronnie.
Hello, Edgar. It's good to see you boys having fun.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not intruding.
Oh, no, Mr. Coleman. No. You know, we've got secrets.
Uh-huh.
You know how it is.
Of course. You know, Edgar, I admire the fine friendship that exists between you and Charlie. There's such deep loyalty and understanding.
Yes, I feel very fortunate in having Charlie as a friend.
Yes, it's something to be treasured, isn't it? Remember, friendships must be kept in constant repair. They're so fragile.
Yes, all right, Charlie.
How true. How gloriously true, Mr. Coleman. There's nothing more fragile than friendships.
Ronnie, I think I should tell you that Charlie is a great admirer of yours.
Well, thank you, Charlie.
I've seen all your pictures, except that one about farming.
About farming?
Yes, the rundown harvest.
Random harvest.
Yes, that's the one.
You know, Ronnie, those scenes between you and Greer Garson were unforgettable.
That's very nice of you, Edgar.
Is Greer Garson in it, too?
Uh-huh.
Oh, boy, wow. What I mean is she really?
Do you like Greer Garson, Charlie?
Oh, yeah, I'll say. I think she's
I see what you mean, yes.
Of course, you know Miss Garson better than I do. What do you think of her?
Well, confidentially, Charlie, I think she's...
You do? You know, Mr. Coleman, I would have seen that picture before now, but Bergen wants me to wait until it comes to our neighborhood.
Oh, what neighborhood is that?
The neighborhood of 15 cents.
You know, that neighborhood is kind to a boy's allowance.
Yes. And mine doesn't take much kicking around. Do you know what I get a week?
No.
It's a measly 70...
Charlie, please. We're not interested in what you get.
No. Well, in case you do, it's 75 cents a week.
Well, Charlie, you know, I sympathize with your budget problem. And I've got an idea.
You have? What?
How would you like to have me tell you the story of Random Harvest?
Oh, boy, that would be super.
And I, for one, would enjoy hearing you tell it.
And it would save me 15 cents.
Oh, no. If you don't go to the theater, I don't give you the 15 cents.
Well, now, wait a minute. If he tells me the story, that's another thing, isn't it? But I'll let you listen to it, too, for 15 cents.
Now, wait a minute. No, I'll settle. If you don't... Well, one moment, please. I'll settle the argument, fellow.
Yes.
Now, listen. I tell the story.
That's right.
And you give me the 15 cents.
No, that isn't right. That didn't work out so good, did it? No, you're driving a hard bargain, Mr. Cole. No. How about 10 cents, huh?
Well, I could do it, but you wouldn't like it.
I wouldn't. All right, then, make it 15 cents. All right. Well, give us the full treatment now.
I'll give it everything I've got for 15 cents.
You hurting.
Well, you see, the story opens.
It does, huh?
Well, naturally. It's a necessity.
Well, I can see your point, yes.
Will you let Mr. Coleman tell the story?
Oh,
all right, now. As the picture opens, I'm suffering from amnesia.
Oh, am you?
He means he doesn't remember anything.
That's right. I'm, shall we say, not quite normal.
Oh, I see. In other words, you are, shall we say, nuts.
Yes, that's right, Charlie. My mind is in escrow.
Yeah.
Well, now, there are three things I can't remember. I can't remember my name, and I can't remember my address.
What's the third?
I can't remember.
Well, where does Greer Garson come in?
Well, Miss Garson befriends me. We fall in love and marry and go to live in a little cottage with a squeaky gate. Now, doesn't that sound romantic?
Well, I don't know. I never lived with a squeaky gate. Unless you count Bergen. Now, wait. I'll hear more about that later.
Yeah. Continue with your story, Ron.
Well, we're gloriously happy in that little vine-covered cottage. Hours go into days, days go into weeks, weeks go into months, months go into years, years of glorious happiness.
All right.
Ah, how well I remember that little vine-covered cottage.
Please, Mr. Coleman, just tell it. Don't hand it up.
Well, I'm sorry. I must have been giving my 35-cent performance.
Well, anyway, what happened?
Well, I go to Liverpool.
Oh.
Only to be hit by a taxi.
Hardly seems worth the trip, does it?
That's right. I didn't even get his license.
Oh.
Now, where was I?
Well, you were getting hit by a liver pill in the
Well, you see, it was quite a serious shock.
Yes.
You come to think, when I regained consciousness, I'm a different man.
Anyone we know? No.
What Mr. Coleman means is that the accident restores his memory of the past, but he forgets he has a wife.
Well, what happens to Miss Carson? Did you just forget about her?
Oh, no. Miss Garson becomes my secretary.
Now, wait a minute now. Here's where I trip you up. First, you say you forget her, don't you?
Uh-huh.
And then all of a sudden, she is your secretary. How does that happen?
Well, now, that's a very good question, Charlie. I'm glad you brought it up. Now, to go on with the story.
Yeah, what? Wait a minute.
Well, you see, Charlie, after Miss Garson becomes his secretary, he doesn't remember her, so they get married again.
Isn't that bigamy?
No.
Or is it trigonometry?
No.
No, you see, I merely married the same girl twice.
Oh, I see. I guess you call that monotony.
Well, how do you like the story, Charlie?
Well, I think it has a very fine moral. I like that.
Well, and what moral is that?
Well, the moral is don't marry your secretary. She might turn out to be your wife.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Sat tensely on their horses, concealed by the sagebrush which fringed the mountain trail. Between their low-pulled hat brims and the handkerchief which disguised their faces, their eyes glittered with anticipation as they watched a stagecoach racing toward them along the winding path. Then they slid their 6 guns from their holsters and primed them for sudden death.
Won't be long now, Blackie.
Not the way Pop Collier's driving them horses.
You'd think the old coot'd have more sense than to run a 6-in-hand through the mountains at that speed. He's liable to break his neck.
Yeah, I wish he would. Then it'd be a cinch to take the gold. But that hombre's traveled this trail too long. He knows every bend, rock, and hump in it.
Not this trip, Blackie.
You're right, Colt. This time he's due for a surprise. If them boulders we blasted on the trail don't stop him, why, nothing will.
They'll stop him. That ornery old maverick's given us the slip once too often. But with the road blocked, he can't get away.
I don't know. There's still some space between the edge of the trail and that tree.
Don't be a fool. That gap's too small for the stage. If he tries to squeeze through that, he'll crash for sure.
Well, we'll soon know. Here he comes.
Come on. We'll cut in on him from behind.
Get up,
Dave.
Get up, boy. Get up. Hey, Colt, the stage ain't stopping. It's heading for that gap.
The old fool, he'll never make it.
Rein up. He's going to crash. Oh, there.
I've seen some sights in my time, Blackie, but never one to beat that.
Yeah. Ooh, the old man sure had plenty of nerve. Suppose he's still alive?
If he is, he must be made of iron. Come on, let's get the gold.
Get up, boy.
Come on.
Get on him.
Ooh, my hand, he drilled me.
The old cuss, he's got more lives than a cat.
He's barricaded behind the stage, Blackie. We haven't got a chance.
Doggone him. He ain't keeping the gold from us this time.
Don't wing me. Come on, let's clear out of here.
Get up, boy.
Come on.
Get up.
Ben Mallory, district superintendent of the Overland Express stage line, sat behind his office desk and shrewdly surveyed the two youths who stood before him. They were Paul and Tad Collier, the veteran driver's sons.
So you think you can handle a six-in-hand, huh?
Yes, sir. We know he can.
Kind of young, ain't you? Takes plenty of muscle and a cool head to handle an overland stage. Them horses have a mind of their own, you know. There's no telling who'll be waiting on the trail to waylay you.
I can handle the horses, Mr. Mallory. Pa taught me how to drive.
No highwayman better step in front of the stage I'm guarding, because Pa taught me how to shoot.
Your pa was one of the best stage drivers the Overland ever had.
He was the best dad a man ever had, too.
Pop Collier could be alive today if he wanted to. All he had to do when he saw the road was blocked was to stop and surrender the gold.
Pa always said he'd die sooner than surrender to outlaws any freight he was toting.
Your pa was a man of his word, son. It was a crash that killed him when he tried to escape them by risking a run between the boulders and a tree. When we got to him, he was still alive, sitting guard over a case of gold with a six-gun in his hand.
He went down fighting, didn't he, Mr. Mallory?
He sure did, son. Told me he nicked one of the crooks in the hand and heard the other one called Blackie. Well, someday we'll catch up with them coyotes. And when we do...
That's one reason why Paul and me want to share the driver's seat of one of your stagecoaches, Mr. Mallory. Maybe we'll meet up with Pa's killers.
Mm-hmm. I see.
You can depend on us, and Pa always hoped we carry on where he left off.
How does your ma feel about it?
Well, she's all for it. She was mighty proud of Pa.
I don't wonder. Handling an overland stage is a big responsibility, kids. You carry a lot of valuable cargo. Sometimes gold, sometimes silver. And along the worst stretch of wilderness that ever invited highwaymen.
We'll be ready for him.
In wet weather, the trail is slippery in most places and downright dangerous in some. And the streams you have to ford are flooded.
We know the risks.
And whatever happens, you can't stop. You keep going. Day and night, rain or heat, outlaws or Indians. The stage must get through.
Our stage will get through.
You bet it will. Just give us the chance.
It's heartbreaking, back-breaking work, lads. But there's one feeling you'll never forget. That's when you make your first run and know the lonesomeness and the troubles of the trail. And then watch them sick, struggling, straining horses pull into Sutter's Mill while you'll turn over your reins to the next man. You'll feel you've done something. And by heaven, you will have.
Well, then, you will give Ted and me a chance?
You'll get the chance, lads. Report to me Monday.
We'll be here, won't we, Paul?
You won't be sorry, Mr. Mallory. We're going to be the best driver and guard the Overland ever had in these parts.
If you're half as good as your pa, you'll be plenty good enough for me.
That's the way to handle them, Paul. Can you control them horses clear into town?
I'm sure I can. I'm almost ready to drive a stage by myself, Pete.
Most ready. Well, I should smile. You handle them critters most as good as your pa.
How about me, Pete? Am I good enough now to be a guard?
Well, you show me, Tad.
All right. Wait a minute now. There, see that rattler over there?
Yeah? Well, doggone if you didn't drill him clean as a whistle.
A few days after Paul and Tad Collier began a regular run with the Overland stage as full-fledged driver and guard, a boy astride an all-white colt sought shelter from a hard-driving rain. He was Dan Reed, nephew of the Lone Ranger.
Yeah, there's the light in those woods up ahead, Victor. Must be coming from a cabin. Yeah, maybe we'll find shelter there till the storm blows over, huh? Kind of a funny place for anybody to live, though. Getting away in the trees like that. Unless outlaws are hiding out there. Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. Come on, Victor, boy. Come on, get up there. Oh, Victor, ain't up there, boy. Oh. We're pretty close to the cabin. Reckon I'd better investigate on foot before we... That's funny. We're standing in front of the cabin completely saddled. Get quiet, boy. We don't want to be seen just yet. Oh, there's a window open. Let's see what sort they are.
I tell you, Blackie, this time we can't miss.
Yeah, that's what you said the last time we waylaid the stage. We didn't get the gold.
This is different. Pop Collier ain't handling the run now, just his kids. They ought to make it a cinch for us to grab the freight.
Well, guess again. I heard one of them kids is a dead shot.
You ain't heard my plan.
I'm listening.
Paul and Tad Collier will be making the run from Sutter's Mill to Rocky Point this afternoon with a cargo consisting wholly of gold.
Gold? We can't tackle that stage.
Why not?
Because a full cargo of gold is too heavy for us. We need more men to carry it off. And I'm not trusting more than just the two of us.
That's where my plan comes in, Blackie.
What do you mean?
I figure to make the kids freight that gold where we want it to go.
Just for the asking, huh? Or do you figure to outgun them?
Neither. I figured to outsmart them.
How?
Kid's ma lives in Rocky Point. They're mighty fond of the old lady. I reckon they'd do most anything to prevent anything from happening to her.
You mean kidnap the old lady?
Why not? And we can make the kids drive us and the gold wherever we want to go.
Yeah. Maybe you got something after all.
It's as tight as a drum, I tell you. We'll make a fortune out of that haul.
Hey, wait a minute. What happens after? When the kids and them all return to town. They'll set the law on us.
Who said anything about their returning to town?
Yeah. That's the ticket. We've already got a noose waiting for us for Pop Collier's death. So why not take care of the whole family? They can't hang us more than once.
They'll have to catch us first, Blackie. Now bend an ear. Oh, I better move out of here fast. Steady, boy. Come on, Victor, we've got to get to the Lone Ranger. Come on, boy, get up here. Come on.
Sometime later, the Lone Ranger and Tonto, camped in an arroyo a few miles from Sutter's Mill, listened to the staccato beat of approaching hoofs.
Someone's in a mighty big hurry, Tonto.
Maybe him have trouble. Need help?
Perhaps. Whatever it is, it must be important, or he wouldn't race his horse in the slippery mud.
Oh, rain leave it plenty dangerous. Make mist, too. Can't see.
No, I wonder.
What you think?
Dan's been gone a long time, Kimosabe. Might be.
Come on, Victor!
It is Dan.
Maybe him find trouble. In plenty big hurry.
Oh, Victor, oh, boy, oh.
What is it, Dan? What's happened?
Nothing yet. But something will unless we get to Rocky Point before the outlaws do.
What outlaws?
The men who laid the boulder trap for the stage driver who was killed.
Pop Collier?
Yeah, that's the one. I heard them talking about it in the cabin in the woods. They're going to kidnap Miss Collier.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. Then they'll be able to hold up the stagecoach driven by her sons and make them surrender the gold in order to save her life.
Crook's got plenty smart schemes.
Saddle the horses, Tonto. We'll have to ride fast to overtake the outlaws before they reach Rocky Point.
We ride like wind. Crook's between us and town. Them got plenty big start.
Help me break camp, Dan.
You bet. Golly, I hope we can save Mrs. Collier. The outlaws plan to kill her later, and her sons, too.
Blackie. Let's hope the old lady's home. Come on.
Lucky she lives on the edge of town. We can sneak her back to the cabin without being seen.
Yeah. Nobody'd think you're looking for her under the hay in that wagon we stole.
Button up. Here's the door. I'll knock.
Hey, wait a minute. Where's the glove you wear on that hand?
Huh? Oh, guess I must have forgotten to put it in my pocket.
Someday you'll forget once too often, Colt, and find a noose around your neck.
It ain't that dangerous.
No. Everybody knows Pop Collier nicked the hand of one of the men who trapped him. And if they ever get a gander at that hand of yours with 2 fingers missing...
Nobody can tell when I wear this glove. Missing fingers are stuffed with cotton.
Then why don't you wear it?
I'm wearing it now, ain't I? Cut the gab. We got a job to do.
Here she comes.
Yes? What can I do for you?
We'd like to speak with you a minute, ma'am.
Well, glory be, go ahead. Who in tarnation's stopping you?
Oh, you don't savvy. What we got to say is best said inside.
Yeah. You see, we got a message for you from your sons.
Paul and Tad? Why, they're in Sutter's Mill getting ready for the run to Rocky Point.
Well, we know it. We left Sutter's Mill ourselves this morning so as we could deliver the message before the stage arrives.
Well, what is it? Land's sake, speak up. Cat got your tongues?
Well, if we could just step inside.
Oh, all right. Come on in. Glory be. Never saw so much fuss made over a message in all my born days.
Close the door, Blackie.
Blackie? That's the name of one of the men who murdered my husband.
You don't say.
There were 2 of them, just like there are 2 of you.
Maybe we're the same, too, Ma.
Then you are the killers. I can see it in your eyes. Here, let me go.
You don't.
Oh.
Hey, a little quieter till we're ready to silence her for keeps.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. It was some time later when the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dan reined in their mounts and raced up the path to Mrs. Collier's house.
Oh, golly. I hope we got here before the outlaws.
No one answer.
Yeah, we'll try the door. It's unlocked. Come on. Mrs. Collier. Mrs. Collier, are you home?
Gosh, she doesn't answer. Do you suppose maybe we're...
You look here.
Signs of a struggle.
Golly, will you look at this?
What is it, Dan?
A man's glove, but... Hey, 2 of the fingers are stuffed with cotton.
That plenty strange.
Hop Collier told the sheriff he shot one of the outlaws in the hand. It looks as if you were right about the 2 you overheard being the killers, Dan.
That explains missing fingers.
Can you find your way back to that cabin?
I'm sure I can.
Good. Come on.
What me do?
You're going with Dan, Kimosabe. Unless I'm greatly mistaken, you'll find Mrs. Collier in the outlaw's hideout.
Aren't you coming with us?
Steady, big fella. No, Dan. I'll ride ahead and intercept the stage. That way we're bound to meet up with the killers.
That's right.
We'll join forces later. Adios. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Victor.
Oh, Silver!
Two men crouched on the bough of a tree which overhung the mountain pass. Through the leafy branches which concealed them, they watched the approach of the overland stage.
Ready, Blackie?
Yeah, we'll jump when it passes directly underneath us.
You take care of Tad. I'll handle Paul.
Here it comes.
Outlaws, I'll get him. Whoa there, pull up, boy. Whoa.
Reach her out, drill you.
You low-down crooks.
He knocked the gun out of my hand, Colt. Grab it.
I got it, Blackie. No, you haven't. I've got him covered, Paul.
Hey. Did you hear what this one is called? Blackie. It's the name of one of the outlaws who killed Paul.
That's not all. Take a look at the other one's hand. Remember, Paul said he nicked one of them there.
We've met up with them already. The men who killed him.
The yellow-livered skunks. I've a mind to drill him right now.
Not so fast, kid. First, you better listen to what we've got to say.
Anything you have to say, you can say to the sheriff. We're taking you to a hang noose.
Yeah, do that, and you'll never see your ma again.
What do you mean?
Tell him, Colt.
Your ma's a prisoner, kid. Tied and gagged where you'll never find her.
Why, you dirty...
She ain't been harmed. She won't be, providing you do what we say. Don't, and she'll die of starvation and thirst.
What do you want us to do?
Drive the stage where we tell you to. And no tricks.
They mean to take the gold from us, Tad.
Oh, that's right smart of you. Now pick up them reins and start moving. Branch off the trail at the slope. We're heading south.
Yeah. Me and Blackie are signing on as passengers. Play along with us, kid, and you'll be able to take your ma home with you, live and well. Might even give you some of the gold to boot.
You snakes. You won't get away with
We'll
this.
be the judge of that. You two just follow orders. The order is, shut up and drive.
Get up there. Get up there.
Come on, Silver. Steady, boys, steady. Ho, ho. Wagon tracks going off the road. Looks like the outlaws got to the stage before we did, big fella. Come on, Silver. We're heading south. Miles more in this direction, kid, then we'll turn.
Is that where you're holding, Ma?
You'll find out about your ma after you've taken us where we want to go. Just keep driving.
It's risky business driving the stage through this country. It's nothing but wilderness, tangles, sagebrush, and poisonous water.
Another county heard from.
Tad's right. It's dangerous for the horses. If one of them falls and breaks a leg, we'll be marooned without food or anything.
Keep driving and shut up.
Use that whip a little. Get these horses moving.
I reckon you two don't know this country very well. If you did, you wouldn't risk overtaxing the horses.
We'll overtax them.
Give me that whip.
I'll get some speed out of these cayuses if it kills them.
Say, if you don't stop whipping those horses...
Kid, maybe you're forgetting what might happen to your ma.
You fool! If anything happens to those horses, we'll be trapped in this wilderness.
Won't that be too bad? Lay on the whip, Blackie.
Hey, who's that coming?
All right. He's beating you two at your own game.
Don't be so flip, kid. If we don't get this gold back to camp, you and your brother will be the ones who suffer.
Give him the reins, Blackie. We'll drill the masked man while the stage keeps going.
All right. That's what you want.
Oh, wing me!
Blasted me. Shot my gun away.
Pull up those horses.
Whoa, horses. Whoa, pull up there. Whoa.
Keep your hands up, all of you.
Now, see here, stranger. This is a stick-up.
Why have you left the trail?
Well,
He's a hold-up man. Get him.
Not so fast.
I'll shoot you. Oh, my arm!
Want some more gunplay?
Hold on.
Drop your gun.
I will. Don't shoot again.
Oh, my arm's busted.
Now put that stage back on the trail.
For a masked man?
You'd go a long way to save the life of your mother, wouldn't you, Collier?
What?
You know?
Yes.
Is Ma all right? Where is she?
If you want to see her again, you better turn on this mask, hombre, and listen to us. Maybe you don't savvy the situation, stranger.
How much do you know?
I know these men kidnapped your mother in the hope you'd take the gold on this stage where they wanted you to.
Well, yeah.
It happened that their hideout is known.
Then Ma's safe?
My friends have gone to get her.
Yeah? Being as you're so smart, maybe you can guess where the old woman's been hid. Your friends will tell you that she ain't where you think she is.
We'll see about that when you two are landed in jail. Now drive ahead. I'll ride alongside.
Mister, if something happens to Ma because
Get going.
This, me and Tad will get you. Get along there. Come on, get up. Get up there.
stage, with the masked man riding alongside, drew near the town, Dan Reed approached, riding hard.
Rein up, Collier!
Tonto sent me to meet you.
What is it, Dan?
We went to the cabin.
Yes?
There was no one there.
Wait, not so loud.
Yeah, you hear that? They didn't find your ma.
Get your hands up. Cover him, Tad.
I got him. Now, you with the mask, you've done enough. We're going back where we came from. Ma's worth more than all the gold a dozen stages could tote. We're doing what these two told us to do.
Oh, Ted, you won't find your mother that way. Can't you understand that when these crooks have what they want, they'll kill her? They won't let her live to swear out a warrant for them.
Oh, sure we will, Collier. We'll clear out of these parts.
They won't risk their necks. Make them prove your mother's alive right now. Perhaps they've already killed her.
Well, if that's the case...
We know she won't live if we don't play along, Paul.
That's right. You start riding, mister, and take that kid along with you. We're playing this our own way. Get up there.
They're leaving.
Keeping you covered, mister. Make a move to follow us, and it'll be your last.
Let them go, Dan.
Oh, golly, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said what I did.
Where's Tonto?
He said he'd try to find a trail. Try to find where they took the lady.
He started from the outlaw's place?
No. He headed for the Collier house. He said he'd start from there.
I see. All right. Come on. Follow me, Dan. Come on, Silver. Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Whoa. Easy. Tonto, are you having any success?
It's slow work. Rain, wash out tracks. Maybe take long time to follow trail. Where Dan?
He's coming. I rode ahead. We can't risk the life of that woman. We've got to find her as soon as possible. The longer it takes, the harder it'll be to get those crooks.
Fella take woman in wagon. Wagon got 4 horses. Plenty heavy.
4 horses?
Hideout all cleaned out. Everything gone.
They mean to leave this part of the country. They loaded all their supplies in a wagon. They'll have that wagon waiting to carry the gold they plan to steal. That means that... Tonto, never mind following that trail.
We not go after woman?
I think I know of a shortcut. Come on, we'll meet Dan. Come on, Silver. Get him up to town.
How much farther do you want us to go?
Just keep going. We'll tell you when you're there.
Blackie, if you and Colt are figuring on a double...
Oh, dry up. I ain't in the mood to listen.
Yeah, you needn't complain, Colt. I'm the critter with a bullet in my arm.
What's that shack ahead of us?
That's where we're heading.
That where Ma is?
Yeah.
There's one more job for you. You'll switch your cargo to our wagon, then we'll leave you.
Drive around to the rear. Our wagon's waiting there.
Oh, boys. Hold. Steady. Steady there.
Where is she?
Move the gold over first.
We don't do a thing till you show us that Ma's all right.
Yeah, hold on there. Let me get out of stage. Your Ma's tied up. She's under the straw in that wagon of ours.
You left her there? Why, you did... Let me get there. She's been hurt. We'll have a showdown right now.
Not so fast, kid. Remember, we still got guns on you.
I'll help you, Paul.
Yeah. Ma.
Here, get that gag out of her mouth. I'll cut the ropes.
Ma, are you all right?
Oh, son, thank goodness you came. I'm all right.
Now then, move that gold and hurry it up.
Son, don't do it. Don't touch it. The crooks, they won't let us live anyway. We can tell too much about them.
They said they'd let us go.
We said we'd return your ma. All right, we've done so. That squares it.
Why, you...
Oh.
Coyote.
Oh, you're hurt bad.
No.
That's just a start. Now hop fast and we'll do some practice shooting.
Oh! Blackie!
Who fired that shot?
Over there. Look.
Come on, Silver.
Why, it's a masked man, the white horse.
And an Indian.
Where'd he come from?
How'd he find out?
Gun coat. Governor, you get the same as Blackie.
Don't shoot.
I'll take him.
Good work, Paul. I'll get Blackie.
Oh, wait. I'm helping.
And stand still, you snake.
Oh, Silver. Whoa. Easy. Is she all right?
Yes, but she wouldn't have been if you hadn't shown up.
Can you take charge of them?
You bet we can. And I guess with the evidence we have now, the both of them will hang.
And Paul will be avenged after all.
You bet he will, Tad.
Stay with them, Tonto. I'll go back and meet Dan.
Pa will be avenged, and so will the Overland Express.
All right, big fella. Come on, Silver. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Paul Lucas as Pastor Martin Niemöller of Berlin in an original radio play, Listen for the Sound of Wings. Church bells ring in America. The holiest days of two of the world's great religions are with us again. But this year, across Europe, the bells are silent, and people fear even to pray. Tonight, with Paul Lucas as our star, Cavalcade reaches across the sea for its hero, bringing you a story of a fighter for the religious freedom that our American bells proclaim. In a concentration camp in central Germany, Pastor Martin Niemöller of Berlin suffers for his faith behind bars. His very torment, the measure of our religious liberty. Starring Paul Lucas as Pastor Martin Niemöller of Berlin in Listen for the Sound of Wings, written by Arthur Miller, on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. Sunday morning in America, and the people come from their houses walking with holiday ease toward churches they've chosen, so sure that no man will ever dare to block their way, so sure and safe.
Helen, I think Larry's grown since the Navy's shown him how to stand so straight.
Oh, it's just this uniform, Mrs. Nelson. Makes my neck look longer, that's all.
But you are straighter, I think, Larry. And your face is so brown.
Say, here come the Murphys from Mass.
We must be early for a change.
Well, it's no harm being early.
No, just that the minister will be surprised to see us get in before the collection.
Morning, Mrs. Murphy.
Morning.
I'll get that cup of sugar back to you tomorrow.
Oh, no hurry. My family ain't much for sweets.
Oh, I needed it for some wonderful rhubarb I got at Goldberg's. I'll send some over with the sugar.
Oh, that'll be so kind of you. Is this Larry Jameson?
Say, I guess I must look bigger in this uniform. Nobody seems to be sure it's me.
And the windows smashed. I am sure it never crossed your minds that a day might come when you would arrive here to find the door of this church padlocked or its walls blackened by fire. I am sure you do not realize that your sons are fighting the battles of this war to prevent men from locking you out of this church. And yet that is one of the reasons we fight this war. I will not deliver a sermon today. Instead, I will tell you a strange and terrible story. It is the story of Martin Niemöller, a pastor of the Lutheran Church in Berlin. It is the year 1933, the day before Germany's last election. Adolf Hitler and his lieutenants are sitting in their Berlin office. They are quiet. They are waiting for a visitor.
Yes, he's always prompt. Ah, there he is, coming into the building. Himmler, stay in the next room. I want you here, Rudloff, Rosenberg, you, Goering, Goebbels, and Hess. Now, understand this. If we can get Martin Niemöller on our side, we have the Christian vote in Germany. When he enters, we will all rise and salute him, according to his rank as former U-boat commander. Remember, Rosenberg, this is no parson. Niemöller is made of iron. He insults very quickly, they say. So we will all be Christians this afternoon. Pay him every respect, even above me. He must endorse the party for tomorrow's elections. His voice carries into every church in Germany.
Pastor Martin Niemöller to see Herr Hitler.
Show him in. On your feet now. Herr Commander Niemöller, welcome.
At your ease, meine Herren. I have been out of the Navy for 20 years. You mustn't salute me.
It was automatic, Herr Pastor. A man looks at you and wants to salute.
I am flattered, Herr Hitler. But I've come for other business.
Good. Have a chair, please. Between soldiers, there is no need for small talk, Herr Pastor. You understand, of course, that Germany is at the 11th hour.
That I understand, Herr Hitler. But something else I do not understand.
I am at your service, Herr Pastor.
When your Nazi party began its propaganda, we of the church understood that you were trying to change Germany back to what she was before 1918.
Exactly, Herr Niemöller.
Now, let me go on. A German Kaiser again, order again, and the church once more a powerful force in Germany. The church, you understand, is on its last legs here. Our funds are going fast. We have no support from the state.
Herr Pastor, in Germany, once we are in power, the priest and the minister will stand beside the government again. Not like an orphan left to pick crumbs in the streets. First and foremost, a Nazi is a Christian, Herr Pastor.
Good. That is good. But tell me then, why do you make propaganda against the church?
Simple, Herr Pastor. Facts are facts. Millions of Germans are atheists. We cannot come to them preaching religion. So we preach atheism to the atheists. They support us, and once we take power, we hand them over to the churches, and they are yours to convert. We are realists. A Nazi does not live in the clouds.
Then you are lying to the atheists.
To the atheists? Yes, we are lying.
But to me?
To you, I am telling the truth. We are all religiously inclined. The atheism we preach sometimes is purely a tactic.
Well, I'm trying very hard to believe that, Herr Hitler.
Realism, Herr Pastor. Realism. We will bring the heathen back to the church, and if we must lie to do it, then lie we must. Otherwise, it's chaos.
Yes, it is chaos. But a lie is a lie, and the man who tells it is a liar. And I cannot go with liars.
But if a man lies in order to bring a great good, is there not some honor in it? And could he not be a good man, after all?
But your stormtroops, they have beaten people. I've heard they murdered them.
This is propaganda from the Bolsheviks. This is not true.
It is true, Herr Hitler. And I will guarantee the support of the evangelical church only if you swear to me that no violence will be used to influence the elections tomorrow. And no violence once you are in power.
Herr Niemöller, I give you my oath as a soldier. So far as I am able to prevent it, there will be no violence on the part of my Nazis.
Soldier's oath I will trust.
Then we may announce your support of our party at once?
On that condition, you may do so.
From this moment, Herr Niemöller, Germany moves toward Christ.
For that I pray God, Herr Hitler.
Niemöller, Herr Pastor.
Frau Hessler, come in. What are you doing up this time of night?
My son. They're after my son.
Your son?
He just called on the phone. He's coming here to the church. You must let him hide in the church.
Hide? Who is he hiding from?
The stormtroopers. He was making a speech against Hitler and they broke into the meeting.
What?
He escaped. He's coming here.
No, it must be something more than that, Frau Hessler. He must have done something, broken the law.
Martin, my husband has been sexton of this church for 15 years. We did not raise a lawbreaker. The Nazis are beating up people all over Berlin tonight. The people are frightened to vote against them.
No, you are hysterical. They gave me their word there would be no violence.
Look, man is coming across the street. It's Frank. It's Frank who let me open the church for him,
But
Martin.
this is ridiculous. A man is not hunted for making a speech.
That car parked across the street.
Where?
Martin, there's men sitting in the car. The door is opening.
Oh.
Somebody's getting out. He's got a gun. Frank, look out! Martin, there!
They shot him. Here. I'll carry him into the house.
Look at him. He's dead. Is he dead?
Yes, he's dead, Frau Hessler. I have seen too many not to know. Now we lie him on the couch here. So.
My son. My son. What is happening? They shot my son.
Promised. I give you my oath as a soldier, he said. It must be. Yes, your son must have been mixed up in some shady business.
No. There were Nazis in that car. They murdered 100 tonight. They're making sure of the election. That's why they're killing.
And he gave me his oath. A soldier's oath.
My son. My son. Why? are you going, Pastor Niemöller?
To break a covenant I made with the murderer. To break it in his face.
I cannot understand you, Adolf. He preaches against you every Sunday. It is known, it is common knowledge. Do you want the country to think that the Nazi party is afraid of Niemöller?
I am not afraid of Niemöller, Himmler.
Then why is he free? The other priests who fought you, they are where they belong. We are not in power 2 days. This is 3 years now we have Germany. Give him to me, Adolf. He only needs to have his head twisted around. This parson.
Himmler is right. Now listen to me, Himmler. All of you, listen. Jesus Christ has lived in the German mind for 15 centuries. They cannot wipe him out in 1 year. Christianity must be drawn out of Germany, like slow heat draws infection from a wound. Niemöller is that heat. The Christians will follow him. He must lead them to us. Slowly, he must bend the cross over his pulpit until it is a swastika. Then, only then, can we make away with Niemöller. For then they are praying to me. To kill him is to kill our last chance to capture Christianity in Germany. In short, you will place dictaphones in Niemöller's church. Record his sermons and bring them to me. I must understand this man. He's very strange. I must win his soul.
Herr Pastor, there is a gentleman to see you.
Well, I must start services, Fräulein. I have no time for visitors on Sunday mornings.
Herr Pastor, it is Herr von Ribbentrop.
Von Ribbentrop? I thought he was in England. Show him in.
I will only keep you a minute.
Well, I never expected to see you so close to a church, Joachim.
Neither did I. But as a matter of fact, I have come, Niemöller, to become again a member of your parish.
This is a surprise. A Nazi, a confirmed pagan like yourself, suddenly turning to Christ. Tell me what happened to change your mind.
Couldn't we dispense with the explanations? I have come to join the church.
This is not a drinking club, Joachim. A certain degree of sincerity is required. Explanations are in perfect order.
Very well, then. I am, as you know, ambassador to England. And on Sundays, the other ambassadors all go to their respective churches. It is a disadvantage not to be affiliated with some religious order. In short, it is a matter of state.
And you, I should say Hitler, expects me to accept you on this basis. Raving atheists, like yourself.
It will be to your advantage. I might say it is required.
I should say it is required, Herr von Ribbentrop. Last night, all the churches in Lübeck were closed down. It is forbidden to preach the Christian gospel in Lübeck. Your thugs are hunting down the clergy there like dogs. And today I am to admit you, a member of the government, into my church.
I didn't come to talk.
Indeed not. You came to get the stamp of my approval upon the Nazi regime. Very well. Go back to Hitler and tell him that so long as I have a tongue in my head, I will damn him and all his works. Every cell in my body works day and night for his destruction.
You don't seem to understand, Herr Niemöller. This is your last chance to escape arrest and prison. And perhaps worse.
For what crime?
For treason. Recordings of your last 8 sermons are now being played back in Herr Hitler's office. There have been hidden microphones in your church.
I know that. I knew it the first day they put them there. Give my sentiments to Hitler and tell him that if he has a Christian in his ranks, he may send him to join my church. But since he has none, I will admit no Nazis to membership. Good day, my Herr. I have a sermon to deliver.
Do not deliver it, Herr Pastor.
I beg your pardon.
It will be your last. 5 Gestapo men are seated in your church. They have orders to make the arrest if you criticize the state again.
Then it truly is the end, huh?
Not if you come to your senses.
Herr von Ribbentrop, I came to my senses too late. Stand aside.
Don't deliver that sermon, Herr Niemöller.
You did not really believe I would surrender my God without a fight, did you? You are preparing for a battle with me, are you not?
Yes.
Well, then let it begin. There is no battle I would rather fight than for the right to preach God's word as I see it. Mark me, Nazi. My soul breathes fire today. Before Adolf Hitler or Lucifer himself, I will not bend. Stand aside. Good people, there is only one question now. If you want to become a beast without a soul, without a mind, you will obey him. But if you obey him, you cannot be a Christian man.
They're coming up the aisles. 5 of them. Say no more, they'll put you away.
Take your seat. Good people, I repeat my words. If you obey Adolf Hitler,
Come down off that platform, Niemöller.
if you obey him, you cannot be a Christian man.
Hans, take him.
Yeah.
Here, Pastor. Pastor, walk quickly out that door.
Yeah, come.
You are listening to Paul Lucas as Pastor Martin Niemöller of Berlin on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. Ripped from his pulpit in the midst of his sermon, Niemöller is brought before Hitler. With the 2 men in the room is Rudloff, a special Gestapo agent. For almost 5 minutes, Hitler stands staring at a German man who will not bow to him. At last, he speaks.
Why? Money? You do not want money. Power? I offer you the position as bishop of the new German church. I will build you a new cathedral, the glory of the world. I will make you great with honors.
Christ, Herr Hitler. Where is Christ in all this
In
glory?
Germany, there can only be one God.
There is one God in Germany, and I serve him now.
Why can't you understand this? You are a military man. Don't you see what we are trying to do? This time, Niemöller, we will conquer the world. We cannot do it with an army of Christians. A soldier cannot turn his other cheek. A soldier cannot feel that the meek will conquer, that he's a brother to his enemy. Germany must have her own religion.
And you are her God?
A man cannot serve 2 masters, Niemöller. It is myself or Jesus Christ. Come to me, Niemöller. Stand beside me. The world lies open like a treasure house before us. Shake my hand. Come, shake my hand.
The hand is the hand of the Antichrist.
I do not deny it. For Germany, Niemöller, for the mastery of the world. Take my hand.
Herr Hitler, if I did not believe that you will die soon, I would strangle you this very minute.
Niemöller!
A new cathedral, is it? Bishop of Germany, is it? You stinking whelp of Lucifer. You beetle of the underworld. You Antichrist. You will build big cathedrals. You will make me glorious.
You are hanging yourself, Niemöller.
1,000 priests lie dying in your jail. The blood of innocence is dripping from your teeth. But you will not hang me, and you know you will not. Or the sleeping wrath of the German Christians will wake and crush you like a bug. May I leave this building, or am I under arrest?
Go. You may go.
Let him go. The whole city knows he was arrested. They'll say he beat you down.
He was sure he would be arrested. Give him a moment to think he's free. Arrest him on the doorstep of his house, Rudloff. Take him yourself to Sachshausen and begin at once. You will draw out his spirit like a tooth. Remember, Rudloff, no physical violence. In 6 months, I want the living body of Martin Niemöller, and in such good condition that it will stand erect under the robes of the Bishop of Germany. In 6 months, Rudloff, or it is your life.
Is he fast asleep?
Yeah, he's sleeping all right. Had him carrying water all day.
Open the door. Quietly.
What have you got in that bag?
Yeah. Open it over his chest.
What's that moving in it?
A rat. Drop it on him.
Get off, get off.
Would you sign this document, Herr Niemöller? Just sign your name.
No. I told you no.
But it only says that you agree with the government.
No. No, he will not have me. He will never, never have me.
Good night.
Faster! Faster, you mongrels! Around in a circle! Around in a circle, march, march! Halt!
Niemöller. Come here. Here. Put on this cap.
Well, it's a dunce cap. I can hardly...
Put it on! There. Now look at him, you swine! Niemöller, stand on one foot. Don't he look pretty? Now hop to me. Come on, hop. You dunce. 10. Hop to the wall. Lively now. Hey, stupid. Hop back to me. Now don't let the cap fall off. Now back to the wall. Come on, holy, back to me now. Faster.
I can't. I haven't the strength. Let me go.
Oh, Herr Niemöller, I have here a paper for you to sign. Your name. Just your name, and you will be free, rich, and powerful. Here is my pen.
Go away.
Just your name. It will only take a moment. A few strokes of the pen, and this horror ends like a dream. Take the pen. Here.
Rudolph, please go and tell Hitler.
Yes, what?
If he has left in him one spark of humanity, he must stop this. These men are turning into idiots. Last night, they made a priest break his crucifix and spit on it. And then they shot him. And I had to watch. They make me watch all the executions.
Yes, I know. It is a horrible thing for you, Herr Pastor. It's ridiculous for you to stay here. Take my advice. I am with you. Just sign this agreement to support the government, and I will have you out in 10 minutes.
I cannot sign that. Once and for all, the German people must know that it is possible for a human being to have faith enough to stand against him. If I sign, they will know resistance is not possible. I cannot sign. Go away.
I will be back. Good day. You see? He don't sleep anymore. Sits there all night talking to that rat. Seems to have it trained. Yeah. Just sits there at his feet. It's like a friend to him. Quiet. Let me hear what he says.
We thought being Christian was building churches and throwing pennies to the poor when it was justice they cried to us for. We turned our backs on the pain of the people and they spat upon us. And they were right. Oh, rat. Oh, ugly animal, fitting congregation God has sent to hear my latter-day wisdom. What do you see in your glistening eyes? A madman? Oh, have I lost the hour? Is the thread broken? Judge me, brother of our new German king. Come, bite my finger if I have slipped the edge of sanity. Come. How far has it gone? God, give me a sign. Oh, Lord, my God, lift up my heart. I am not iron. End it. Deliver me. He must not have me. He must not have me. Oh!
Oh. So sorry. The gun went off. You're not hurt?
No. Huh? What do you want? Go away, please. Don't ask me again. Don't ask me.
Very well. I'll not ask you. Heinrich, bring in the box. And that man. Hey, you. Come in here.
Coffin? He's carrying a coffin.
Set the coffin on end. Upright. That's it. Now you. Step inside.
Oh, I'm an old man. Shoot him. Don't make me.
Get in there. That's it.
Let him out, for God's sake.
All right, Heinrich. That's tight enough. Turn it upside down now.
He's strangled. You're sending him on his head. Now stop it.
Don't touch that hair, Pastor. That's it. Sit down. The guard will watch you from the door. He has orders to shoot if you touch the coffin. Come, Heinrich.
Wait. You can't leave him in here with me.
I can't help it, Niemöller. You will sign this paper or it is my life. You're carrying this too far. You're acting like a fanatic. Come, sign. Take the pen.
No. No.
All right. I will wait outside. He will shoot if you touch that coffin.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth. Old man, can you hear me?
I would break the box. But God help me, I cannot die now. They will say it was suicide. The people will lose all hope. They must have hope that a man can stand against him. Christ is stronger than it. Christ is stronger. Oh, the men in the box, die quickly, please. My soul yearns for that. But I dare not die now. For you I live. To fight him I live. In name of Christ I live. I cannot break the box. For Christ's sake I cannot. Again his black bloods fly out to devour the world. Oh, Lord, call out to the nations. Raise them up against this Antichrist. Strike down his squadrons and shatter him crosswise into the sea.
Himmler. Pastor.
Eh?
I am Kirsten in the next cell. Those planes, you hear them?
A curse on them.
No. They are from England and America. I just got the word.
Listen.
They're going toward Berlin.
Toward Berlin? Yes. They are. They are coming over.
Himmler, sign it. I command you to sign this agreement. This very minute. I command you.
Listen, Nazi. They are bombing Berlin. Oh, Lord. How long have I waited, and how beautiful the sound of those angels.
Himmler, you will sign. I order you. Sign.
Order? Come. Shout commands to the sky. Look through the bars, Nazi. They are coming. They are coming. Christ is not dead. The Boeing, the Stormoviks, the wild Spitfire. Come, you roaring eagles. Strike them from their cities. Look, you tremble, Nazi. You fear. Your skin grows cold. Don't turn away. Listen. Listen to the sound of those angels. Listen, Nazi. The world is born again.
Thank you, Paul Lucas. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, Mr. Lucas will return to our microphone. Before we hear from him, we have a story of chemistry in today's world. In 1917, soldiers called their emergency rations, usually hardtack and bacon, iron rations. Maybe they weren't as hard on the teeth as iron, but it took real iron men to carry them because they were packed in an iron box, a big tin can about a foot long, and one can held one meal. It took a husky soldier to carry meals for a full day. In this war, a soldier can easily carry a full day's rations in his pocket. And thanks to general advances in food technology and to development work by technicians of the United States Army Quartermaster Corps, there has been a tremendous improvement in the quality and nutrition value of his emergency field rations. Emergency rations must be light. They can't be bulky, yet they must guarantee a man his daily quota of calories and vitamins. So packaging is important. Packaging that is light, strong, and protective. Packaging that can be counted on to safeguard emergency foods under the most trying conditions. The steamy jungle of Guadalcanal, the insects and torrential rains of New Guinea, the dry, quivering heat of the African desert. The United States Army Quartermaster Corps, working with the DuPont Company and other manufacturers, has developed improved packages for these emergency rations. Sometimes cellophane is used in the transparent sheet you're accustomed to seeing on many of the products you buy. Sometimes, for even greater strength and moisture protection, cellophane is combined with other products like craft paper, glassine, and foil. Most of these laminations, that is, cellophane combined with these other materials, were virtually unknown before the war, although you will see plenty of them when the war is won because they're doing such a good job. It's easy to understand why strength and resistance to all kinds of weather conditions are so important in packaging materials used on rations. Sometimes the rations must be thrown overboard from supply ships and floated to the troops on shore. In other instances, they're dropped by...
It's the Frontline Theater. Today, starring Katharine Hepburn and Spencer Tracy, and as our special guest of honor, Noble Sissel and his orchestra. This is Ken Niles welcoming you once again to the Frontline Theater, brought to you men in the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department. This is your theater, and every performance in it is presented especially for you, the men fighting with the United Nations on freedom's front line. We present one of the pictures of the year, Woman of the Year. It's a movie which broke all records when it played at Radio City Music Hall in New York, and the stars of the picture are here to send the story across the airwaves to you. Here's Woman of the Year with Hollywood stars Katharine Hepburn as Tess Harding and Spencer Tracy as Sam Craig. This is the story of a career woman who placed her career ahead of everything else until she lost her husband but Sam Craig will tell you just what happened.
I don't imagine I have to tell you who Tess Harding is. A girl that's a famous radio commentator with a syndicated newspaper column is almost public property. Number 2 outstanding woman in the country, next to Mrs. Roosevelt, when all this started. And I guess it wouldn't have started if she hadn't done a guest appearance on one of those radio quiz shows. She certainly knew all the answers that night. History, politics, international law, until a question on sports popped up.
What is the most frequently run distance in American athletics? Miss Harding?
That stumped her all right. One of the other experts answered it.
90 feet. Correct. 90 feet, Miss Harding, is the distance between home plate and first base. Thousands of men and boys run it every day.
Really? Seems like a frightful waste of energy, doesn't it?
What would you suggest? Should we abolish baseball for the duration?
Yes, I think that's an excellent idea.
Oh, now look here. I'm afraid that's all we have time for tonight. While I'm computing this evening's score.
Now, that made me sort of mad, I guess. You see, I write a column, too. Man About Sports by Sam Craig. Same paper as Tess Harding, as a matter of fact, though we'd never met. The sports department is way up on the 5th floor. Anyway, next morning, I let her have it. I wrote, Miss Harding, when it comes to baseball, is the Calamity Jane of the Fast International set. And my column must have touched her nerve, too, because she up and answered in hers.
Mr. Sam Craig, in this global emergency, must best be described as an ostrich with amnesia.
Miss Harding might remember what the Duke of Wellington said about sports. He gave out that Waterloo was won on the playing fields of Eton.
Mr. Craig cites Wellington's observation to demonstrate, no doubt, that he was once exposed to grammar school history course.
Tess Harding is so busy telling people what to do, she probably never takes time to get out and meet some of them. If she just... Yeah? Oh, hello, Mr. Clayton. Okay, yes, sir, I'll be right down. The boss, no less.
I thought the best thing to do was to get you both in here. This paper can't afford any intramural scraps. Besides, it's getting to the point where... Sam, you'd better look at me while I'm talking, not Miss Harding.
Yes, sir.
Well, how about it? You ready to kiss and make up?
I'll kiss. I don't know about making up.
You, Tess? You willing to quit?
Well, sure. I'm always willing to quit when I'm losing.
Now, you know you can't stay mad at a girl like that. Especially when she's in her 20s and sort of pretty. All right, she's very pretty. I followed her out of Clayton's office, and the first thing I knew, I was trying to make a date. I had to go to the ballpark anyway. It was the last game of the series, and I asked her if maybe she'd like to come along. And can you imagine? She did. You get the best view, you see, from these press boxes. Are you comfortable?
Yeah, thanks, very.
Hi, Sam. Hi, Phil. That's Phil. He's on the Chronicle, too.
Oh, you mean our paper sends 2 men to cover just this one baseball game?
Why not? It's a World Series. Well, here they go. Now, you see the Cards are up first, and when they make 3 outs, that's the inning. See, and then the Yankees come to bat.
I see, and then they've got to make 3 outs.
That's right. And each team has 9 innings.
Uh-huh. But wouldn't it always come out even if each team makes the same number of outs?
No. You see, an out is, it's an out. The final score depends on the runs made in between the outs. Now, here comes the first St. Louis batter. Now, he's got to hit the ball and get as far around the bases as possible. If he gets all around the bases, that's a run for his team.
Mm-hmm. He's got to hit the ball.
Yeah. Unless the pitcher makes him miss, of course.
Yeah, which one is the pitcher?
He's the fellow in the middle. Now, watch the batter. Watch the batter. He missed.
1 out.
No. That's a strike. He gets 2 more.
Why?
Well, because... I don't know. Just because he does. Are you kidding me?
Well, how could that be a strike? He didn't even swing at it.
No, well, he doesn't have to, you see. As long as it's over the plate between his knees and his shoulders.
Oh, why doesn't the batter stoop down and fool the pitcher?
Because he does. Look now. Maybe you better not get too much in one dose. I'll sort of ration it out as we go along.
Come on, Joe! Come on! 2 on and 2 out of the ninth, and the Cards 2 runs ahead. Boy, a homer would win the game, wouldn't it?
Nothing less.
What's funny?
Nothing. You're wonderful.
Of course, didn't you know?
I wasn't sure till now. I guess I had you mixed up with some other girl. Your name is...
Harding, Tessie Harding.
Yeah, I'm glad to know you, Tessie. Call me Sam.
A hit! It's a hit!
Yeah, it might be that homer. Now it hit the top of the fence.
2 men coming in. Come on, Joe!
Slide, Joe. Hit the dust.
We win.
No. Wait a minute.
What is it?
He's out at home. It's the end of the inning.
Then the score's tied.
Like a wet shoelace.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, we almost won. Come on, I have to hurry.
Wait a minute. The game's not over yet.
Isn't over. You said 9 innings.
Yeah, but you see, in case of a tie, they play on until somebody wins.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Really, I am, but I've got a broadcast. I'm late already. You don't have to come. You stay here if you want to.
No.
Oh, I should think you'd want to go.
I don't want to go. Well, I couldn't let you tackle the subway alone. Come on. Well, that was our first date. And for a while, I was afraid it might be our last. Every time I tried to drag Tess out, she was up to her ears in teletypes or long-distance phones or foreigners. She spoke 8 languages, I think. All of them were pretty much Greek to me, but... So I was mighty surprised when she called me up one day. She had to go to Washington, she said, and would I like to drive her to the plane? Oh, boy, would I. Only she forgot to mention that her secretary, a chap named Gerald, would be along. And her Aunt Ellen, too. Miss Ellen Whitcomb, the famous suffrage leader. A wonderful woman, as a matter of fact. But she wasn't exactly the one I wanted to talk to.
You know, Tess has always been that way, even when she was a little baby.
Was Tess once a baby?
Oh, to begin with, they were in China when her mother died. I went out to take care of her, and I've done it ever since. It's quite a job.
Yeah. Everybody ought to have a job.
No, I mean looking after Tess. Think you could handle an assignment like that? Do you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was watching Tess over there on the telephone, you see, and I...
Yes, of course. There was something she had to tell the governor.
You're telling me?
Not yet, but I might sometime.
Sam? Oh, Sam.
Oh, which reminds me, there's something I've got to say to Gerald. Excuse me, please.
Sure.
Gosh darn it, all the governor was out. I have to call him from Washington. Sam, I hope we're not taking too much of your time.
No. It keeps me off the streets and out of the pool rooms.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Sure?
No, not a thing. Except I don't know why I'm here. I can't figure you, Tessa. What are you trying to prove?
But, Sam,
Gerald, could have chauffeured you down here. Why did you have to ask me?
I thought you might want to kiss me goodbye.
Hey.
Now, are you sorry you drove me down?
Now, are you sorry you asked me?
Well...
Miss Harding.
What, Gerald?
You'll have to hurry. They're holding the plane.
And the trouble is, a fellow like me, I'm not used to being off base. Not that I should be bending your ear, Miss Whitcomb, just because you let me drive you home.
Oh, it's been a lovely ride.
By the way, where can I drop you, Miss Whitcomb?
You can drop the Miss Whitcomb. It always sounds like a reproach.
I'll bet it is, too, to a lot of men who should have known better.
Sam, we're talking about you. Felt this way long?
No, not very. For a dissatisfied guy, I'm pretty satisfied.
You like your work, don't you?
Yeah, sure. I get a kick out of people, seeing them, writing about them. Pretty unimportant people, though. Maybe that's what makes me an unimportant guy.
It makes you a very important guy. You're a normal human being, Sam. Just tried to lead a normal life.
Sounds fine to me. Trouble is, how do you go about arranging it?
You mean, how do you go about arranging it?
Yeah.
Well, I'd say marry the girl.
All right, I will. I'll give it a try when she gets back from Washington.
Sam, I think that's what I like about you best. Even on a rainy night, you can always get a cab.
You're maudlin. You've had too much to drink.
Not me. Nobody's ever drunk me under. Pop used to win bets on me when we lived in Cairo.
You certainly used to get around.
All over the world. Pop was troubleshooting for the State Department. When the war broke out, they called him home, and I came with him.
No. That wasn't when you came home. I was there when you did. That day at the ball game.
Was fun.
Fun being with the crowd, huh? Not just telling them.
Kind of thought it had something to do with being with you.
Yeah? Why me?
Look, Sam.
I'm looking.
What do you see?
Right now?
Right now.
The funny kid who's wearing my hat.
It's a frowsy old hat, and it's raining.
A kid I ran into at the ball game. Name of Tessie. I knew you by the freckles on your nose.
So the first person that's mentioned them since I was 12. I like it.
Trouble is, they don't show most of the time.
Maybe you bring 'em out, Sam.
Look, Tess.
I'm looking. Well, what?
Well, I mean, look, Tess,
Hey, you! Ain't you got no eyes?
Traffic certainly is getting awful.
Seems we're in something of a snarl. You were saying?
Yeah. Tess, there's something I've got to get off my chest.
I'm too heavy?
No. No, keep your head where it is. You see, it's like, like that picture of you up over your fireplace.
You like it?
It's beautiful, but it's too high to reach.
I'm not. You haven't kissed me in ever so long. At least 30 cents on the meter.
Tess, look,
There you are, folks.
Well, what do you know? We're home. Go on, now you dash inside.
You're coming in too, aren't you? Remember, you've got something to tell me.
Yeah.
Ain't you going in there with her?
Not me. Look, Cabby, get me back to Pinky's, will you? Right away. I think I need another drink.
Mr. Craig.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Gerald.
Miss Harding asked me to give you this.
My chapeau. Did she say anything?
Well, just to tell you, here's your hat. What's your hurry?
She did? Anything else?
Well, I'm afraid she's rather busy right now. Dr. Lubeck's escaped from a concentration camp. Nobody seems to know where he is.
That's too bad. Who is he?
Ladin Lubeck, the Yugoslavian statesman. Miss Harding knew him very well, and she's worried about whether he got away.
Where is she doing her worrying, do you know?
Well, she's in the wire room right... Mr. Craig, you're not going to disturb her.
I am not sure that that's the word for it, Gerald. Try me again in about 5 minutes. Well, have they found him yet?
UP has him in Moscow and AP has him in Lisbon, both at the same time. That's all for a while. Oh. Hello.
Hello.
Did anyone ever tell you your manners left much to be desired?
Tess, listen.
There goes the teletype.
The devil with it. Tess, don't you know why I...
No, I don't know why you...
Will you marry me, Tess?
Yes. Anything happening?
Plenty.
Great.
Can't a man have some privacy when he's proposing?
Sam, you're sure it's what you want?
Don't you?
I've always sworn I wouldn't. It was the frightening idea of getting tied down, but I guess there's one thing I didn't figure on.
What?
You, Sam.
The curtain falls on the first act of Woman of the Year, starring Katharine Hepburn and Spencer Tracy. Before we go on with our play, here on the stage of Frontline Theater is Noble Sissel and his orchestra playing a number this band made famous. It's Ride, Ride, Ride. Thank you, Noble Sissel. And now, Act Two of Woman of the Year, starring Katharine Hepburn as Tess Harding and Spencer Tracy as Sam Craig. Sam continues to tell the story.
And so we were married. Sam Craig, the mug who wrote a column on sports, and Tess Harding, the international brain trust girl. Of course, the wedding was a little rushed by a justice of the peace in between calls to Lisbon and London, trying to locate that Dr. Lubeck. But anyway, we were married and headed for home. Yeah, to her home, naturally. Yes, I objected all right, but I might have known what Tess would say.
Darling, I have a lease and my place is so established. Everyone knows the address and phone number. Don't you see what a mess I'd be in if we moved suddenly?
There it was. Take it or leave it. And I took it. Only I didn't exactly know what I was up against. I found that out one night, our wedding night. I was taking a shower. I didn't even hear the doorbell ring. Then I put on my robe and walked into the bedroom and,
This is something I didn't dream to see. Tess, it's so good to be here.
Hey.
Come in, Sam. It's quite all right.
It's all right. Who is this guy?
Alma let him in. It's Dr. Lubeck. Sam, it's wonderful. He made it.
He has a great sense of timing.
Dr. Lubeck, this is my husband.
Oh, Tess, I'm so happy for you. Please come, Mr. Harding. Join with us here by the bed.
I don't like to intrude.
Oh, no, not at all.
Sit here, Sam, and hold my hand. Dr. Lubeck came straight here from the Clipper. It's a wonderful break. The first real inside dope on the Balkan smash-up.
Smash-up? Oh, you don't know, Tess.
Wait, I want to take notes. Sam, I can hold your hand later.
Tess, you understand the Czechs. Must know that žadna sila sveta z njih ne udjela otroce.
He says they'll never have made subdued. Šišteli sme o několika lidé, sympatický k Nazim.
Oh, ovšem mi višme, že to bile zraci. Německé krysy ve vysoki mištej.
He's telling about the Nazi infiltration.
Oh, the bell. That must be Franja.
Franja? Is he coming too?
He's the Czechoslovakian consul, Sam. We had to call him.
Oh, yes, and General Huzar can partake in crash, of course.
Really? They're all coming tonight?
Sam, isn't this the most thrilling night of your life?
It certainly is. I've got goose pimples. That should have been the tip-off, I guess. I never had a chance. I was lost in the shuffle of world events. There were whole days when Tess didn't know I was in the house. Had a couple of spats, too, but I wrote those off to readjustment. And I think I'd have taken a whole lot more. Only two things happened, and both on the same day. I was sleeping late that morning, Tess had insisted, though I couldn't quite savvy all that sudden solicitude. And then, when I woke up...
Good morning.
Well, I must have overslept.
You stay right where you are. I brought you a tray.
Hey, what is this?
Breakfast, bacon, just the way you like it. Eggs, just right. Cold orange juice.
Okay. Let's have it, Tess.
Well, as a matter of fact, there is something I'd like to talk to you about.
Yes, I gathered that. Let's have it.
Darling.
What?
Are you perfectly satisfied about us?
What do you mean by satisfied?
Well, I mean, do you think that maybe we've had so much friction lately because there's only two of us?
Could be. What?
What would you think about a child?
What would I think about... Did you think I'd have to be sold on it?
Well, I wasn't sure.
The sooner the better.
It's already been done.
It's already been... I don't... Well, gosh, Tess, I hope it's a boy.
It is a boy.
How do you... Who... I don't quite see
It's a Greek boy. A Greek boy, a refugee. He's ours.
A Greek boy. Now, wait a minute, Tess.
I had to, Sam. I'm chairman of the refugee committee, and someone suggested I ought to take the first one, so I did. I took Chris.
Sorry, Tess. It's no dice.
But, Sam, you said you wanted a child.
I thought you meant a child of our own. Now, this little Greek kid would be a swell addition, but as a substitution, he won't do.
Sam, we can't send him back. I'd look absolutely ridiculous. And it isn't just a question of pride. I want to help.
Of course. Your heart is in this. Your heart is in everything you do. But if you could spare maybe 10% of that heart from the world at large and apply it right here at home. Yes? Who? Oh. It's Gerald. He wants to read you something off the teletype.
Oh, yeah, Gerald. What? No. Really? Well, I don't know what to say. Yeah, thanks, of course. Yes, later.
What's up, another Czechoslovakian?
Sam, they've just named me America's Outstanding Woman of the Year. It was on the teletype. And they're going to give me a plaque at the banquet next week. Isn't it perfectly wonderful, Sam?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess congratulations from me, too. Well, there it was. The woman of the year. Only I figured she wasn't a woman at all. Just a human receiving set for hot foreign flashes. Perhaps I might have felt different if I'd heard the speech she made at the banquet.
Receiving this plaque is the second most exciting moment of my life. Most exciting will be when I take it home and show it to my husband, Sam Craig.
But I didn't hear it, you see. I wasn't there. I couldn't see myself as the outstanding husband of the outstanding woman of the year. By that time, I was pretty well fed up with the whole business anyway, so I ducked the banquet. And while they were applauding Tess, I was cleaning my things out of the apartment, making the break clean and sharp. Anyway, that's what I thought. Those next few days were mighty tough for both of us, I guess.
Miss Harding, that international forum's only 10 days off. We'd better get started on your speech.
Not now, Gerald. I don't feel much like work today.
Say, Sam, the champ finishes training tomorrow. You going to do a story on it?
No. Maybe you better cover it, Phil. I'm a little on the rough edge.
Gerald, are you sure? No other calls?
No, just Dr. Lubeck and the British consul, Miss Harding. Are you expecting any others?
No, not expecting. Not really.
A newspaper switchboard is pretty busy, Helen. I thought maybe she called me and you forgot.
I didn't know you were in, Sam. She did call this morning.
For me?
No, but I was going to tell you anyway. She left a forwarding address. She's gone up to visit her aunt in Vermont.
Tess, you've scarcely touched your food.
Doesn't matter, Aunt Ellen. I'm not hungry.
You weren't hungry last night either, or this morning, or this noon.
I think I'm tired, all that tramping in the snow. You know, I've almost forgotten how to walk.
You've been too busy flying. It's time you came down to earth.
Darling, you're not going to start that again.
I most definitely am. I keep wondering, will that plaque satisfy you for a while, or will you go on to become the outstanding woman of the generation?
You did.
I wasn't married to Sam Craig.
What difference does my being married make?
A lot. The difference between you and me.
Silly. You could have had any man you wanted.
Yes, any man but one. He thought I was too important. He was afraid to ask.
Well, you never told me that. Darling, I'm sorry.
Yes, so am I, Tess. I've been sorry for 20 years.
But if you felt that way, why didn't you let him know?
I did. I was on a speaking tour. I wired him from Chicago. He wired back that he had just announced his engagement to someone else.
Darling.
I think you want something more than that out of life. Newspaper clippings, speeches, a few fine letters. They aren't enough, Tess. A dozen plaques won't be enough if you're lonely.
I'd never thought of that.
Well, you'd better think of it now. And that's positively the last word I'll say on the subject. And now, for the time you're here, what can I do to make you happy?
I don't know. Maybe you've done it already.
Done what? What do you mean?
I mean, well, you wired. I'm going to use the phone. Yes, I know, Sam, but I've been trying to reach you ever since dinner. But they told me I could get you at... What? No, I can't hear a word. No, it doesn't matter. I just wanted to tell you I'm coming home. Grand Central, 8:30 tomorrow morning. What? Goodbye, Sam.
What did he say, Tess?
Not very much. He's covering that big fight at the garden. It's terribly important, you know.
Well, of course. But didn't he even say he loved you?
How could he? One of the fighters just fell in his lap. Sam, we should have walked and saved the money. It's just a short way from the station.
You're forgetting, aren't you? I'm Sam Craig. Rain or snow, I deliver the cab.
That calls for a kiss, Sam.
Hey, you shortchanged me. That was only 15 cents by the meter.
Well, I have to be careful with your money if I give up my job.
Give up your job?
I've done a lot of thinking, Sam. Aunt Ellen showed me I haven't been a woman or a wife or anything, but I will.
By giving up your job?
We'll move out of my place.
Of course, we'll get a little house out of town. I'll make it a real home for you. Honestly, I will.
And cook and sew and order the groceries.
Yeah.
Drive me to the station every morning.
Yes, Sam?
You're not talking sense.
But, darling...
You're off your beat. It wouldn't work. You couldn't make it work, Tess.
Sam, I'm so glad you said that. I would have tried. Really, I would, but I'd have been miserable.
Yeah, me too. You know, the trouble with you is that you always go to extremes. First, you want to be just Tess Harding. Then you want to be just Mrs. Sam Craig. Now, what's the matter with being Tess Harding Craig?
Nothing's the matter with it. It's a wonderful name. Tess Harding Craig. Sam, you better kiss me so I won't forget.
That's not such a tough assignment.
You don't know. I want you to hold it, Sam, till the meter says $64.
The curtain falls on Woman of the Year, today's Frontline Theater presentation starring Katharine Hepburn and Spencer Tracy. We'll be back soon with more complete plays and your favorite Hollywood stars. So keep on listening, won't you? Frontline Theater is presented for you men of the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
The North African land front is quiet, but Allied planes are hurling death and destruction on the Axis over a wide area of the Mediterranean. American Lieutenant General Spots reports that his Allied Air Force commands the skies in that battle zone. The Russians are increasing their air attacks on the eastern end of the Axis European fortress, and our own flyers have again bombed Jap targets in the North and South Pacific. Now, for our first overseas report, Admiral Radio takes you direct to CBS Algiers. Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood at Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa. There's a lot of air activity going on over what's left of the Tunisian front, but not much else. This is not yet the time for large ground fighting. While the land forces were patrolling the 130 miles of African front yesterday, flying fortresses were going to Palermo and Berryville, and the medium and light bombers were ceaselessly attacking enemy communications. They hit tankers and transports and dry docks and roads and trucks, and all of the targets that an air force at the peak of its performance goes after and hits. The story of yesterday's air war sounds very much like the story of any day in the last couple of weeks. Ships and roads and dry docks, and a day's score in our favor, 29-8. It's almost so much like yesterday or the day before that it's almost boring. But that's the stuff that air superiority is made of, and that's what you get air superiority for, so that every day you can go out and sink the enemy ships and bomb his roads and strap his troops. That's what a good Air Force does, and what this Air Force in North Africa is doing now. While there is this period of quiet at the front, it might be well to say a word or two about what's going on behind the front. A man I know has just come over from America. He said he was surprised at what he found here. He says he thought all the political difficulties were over. It surprised him to find that they weren't. Well, of course they aren't, although it sometimes seems that they are. The politics of North Africa now are so much less deadly. No one goes around murdering other people or plotting revolutions or trying to seize power. But there still are a lot of people here who want power. Not power here in North Africa, but in France. And that makes the politics that are going on now considerably more scrupulous politics. People talk about the Constitution now and the law of 1870 this and 1870 that. But it is still politics, and it is still true that what is happening here today is going to decide what will happen in France tomorrow. For instance, General Cavalcade is due back from London almost any day now, and he may have something to add on the matter of the Giraud-de Gaulle agreement. But this is all just conversation now, the sort of thing people say over a dinner table. Because if anything is sure, it is that all this sort of thing is waiting on the settlement of the military problem. The big thing in North Africa right now is to get the Germans out of here. Everything is waiting on that. Other operations, politics, civilian relief, all the rest of it. But right now, it's the final push that everyone is waiting for. It's going to be a rough, dirty business with lots of casualties. But that's the way it's got to be. This is Charles Collingwood, returning you to New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Heat generated by the tubes of a radio makes ventilation imperative. Here's a problem which Admiral engineers faced when Admiral began building radio and electronic equipment for the Army. Radios built for use in the home can be ventilated without considering the question of dust. But radios installed in tanks, jeeps, and scout cars are exposed to clouds of dirt, sandstorms on the desert, all sorts of abrasive particles that could ruin the set's efficiency within a very few minutes. A new means of ventilation had to be found for these radios, one which would keep dust out but allow air to circulate freely. It had to be found at once, not sometime in the future, and it was. Bricks of spun glass now seal the Admiral-built radio and electronic devices which may be subjected to dust, sand, or dirt. There are many problems Admiral is solving. Most of them, along with their solutions, are military secrets. But this one will serve to demonstrate how Admiral, in meeting the almost impossible requirements of war, is condensing years of research into the space of months and weeks. Many of these truly remarkable developments, now being made in producing vital communications equipment for our armed forces, will be found in the post-war radio for all of us to enjoy. More than ever, the Admiral radio of the future will be America's smart set. Now, here once again for Admiral Radio is Doug Edwards.
For developments in the Pacific War Zone, Admiral Radio takes you after a brief pause to CBS Australia. George Murad reporting.
After nearly 4 years of war, Australia came this week to creation of a food control board, or executive. It will handle all domestic and overseas aspects of production, control, and distribution in this great food-producing country. It may be one of his outstanding ministers to the post of controllers. Prime Minister Curtin said that meat, for example, will be under government authority from the hook to the family dinner table. It was also hinted that butter and other staple foodstuffs might be rationed soon. It is well known, of course, that during the dark days of 1939 and 40, Australian meat, butter, and eggs literally kept England and some of the colonies alive. Australia did this quite easily, with no noticeable effect on the domestic supply. But now this nation and New Zealand are charged with feeding all Allied troops in the South and Southwest Pacific. Some idea of the amount of food this involves may be gained by the recent Washington announcement that Lend-Lease to America from Australia is larger than our contribution to this country. And it takes a lot of butter and eggs. That's not the cost of a bomb, sir. It is one of the ironies of war. The greatest food-producing countries, America and Australia, have found themselves much less able to figure out food control than other countries such as England, which previously were largely dependent on imports. Here, as in America, much productive time has been lost, and it is hoped now to correct this by a careful system of surveys, production quotas, and inevitably more rationing. The Australian Board will work closely with similar organizations already functioning in New Zealand, Washington, and London. All of this control, this new pinch on the civilian, means that the American billboy will continue to enjoy what is probably the best diet provided in any theater of war. They eat so well, in fact, that their worries are only of the folks back home. Well, now, so friends, relentless to the woods and quickly 1 pound of crap and sends it back to his wife in California. This is George Almorad in Australia. I return you to CBS.
This is San Francisco. You have just heard a report direct from Australia. And now for analysis of recent events and possible developments in the Pacific Theater, here is William Winter of CBS World News.
Several weeks ago, Secretary Knox said the Pacific was in a state of suspended animation. Today it appears there is less suspension and more animation. The animation is of two kinds, verbal and military. Militarily, there is evidence of increased Japanese air activity in the Southwest Pacific, countered by increased Allied air activity. General Kenney said the other day that the Allies were outnumbered in the air. In point of performance, however, it appears that Allied air power has maintained consistent superiority. This may be due primarily to the superior ability of American pilots and gunners. The Japanese have been concentrating air and ground forces in various islands west of New Guinea and northwest of Australia. From this area, the enemy is in a position to move against Darwin and Cape Talbot in northwest Australia. However, there would be little of immediate strategic value for Japan to gain in northwest Australia since it's largely desert country. It's possible then the Japanese concentrations there may be intended as diversionary to distract Allied attention. The Allies, meanwhile, have been building up positions northeast of Australia, that is on this side, or the east side of New Guinea, in the New Guinea peninsula of Papua and in the Solomons. An Allied offensive would clearly threaten the Japanese naval and air base of Rabaul, which is about 700 miles northwest of Guadalcanal and about 450 miles or so northeast of Buna. Due north of Rabaul is the major Japanese naval base of Truk, from which the Japanese Navy has apparently been operating in the Southwest Pacific lately. If the Allies neutralize Rabaul and eventually Truk, Japan would lose her main naval base in the Southwest Pacific. Without adequate bases, of course, the fleet cannot operate successfully. On the other hand, the Japanese are in a position possibly to move to the east. Japanese leaders have often expressed their intention to cut the lifeline between the United States and Australia. They made one effort in that direction last June when they tried an invasion of Hawaii, but were defeated in the Battle off Midway. Recently, there was a Japanese air attack on the island of Canton. Not much damage was done, but the attack may be indicative of how the Japanese mind is working these days. Canton is one of the islands in the U.S.-Australian communications route, about 1,000 miles south of Hawaii and only about 800 miles east of Japanese bases in the Gilbert Islands. There's been much verbal animation concerning the Southwest Pacific. Officials' statements have been encouraging. President Roosevelt, after of the Casablanca Conference revealed strategic plans for offensive action in the Pacific. Secretary Simpson announced more planes are being sent to the South Pacific. Dr. Herbert Evatt, Australia's envoy to Washington, after a conference at the White House the other day, predicted good news for our side and bad news for Japan before his mission to Washington is ended. What is not known is how long Dr. Evatt plans to remain in Washington. This is William Winter in San Francisco, returning you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
In Russia, the Red Army has again thrown back Nazi counterattacks in the Caucasus. For this news and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Moscow. Bill Downs reporting.
One of the best-known women in Moscow today is a lady called Hamilton. She's a favorite topic of conversation in the subways, on the street corners, or anywhere you find a group of Russians gathered. It took me several days to discover that when Moscow speaks of Lady Hamilton, they were talking about the lady friend of Britain's famous Lord Nelson, Lady Hamilton. Last week, the motion picture Lady Hamilton opened in Moscow theaters and immediately took the town by storm. It's a mystery to the correspondents here why the ordinary Soviet citizens should take such an avid interest in the last century doings of a woman they never heard of before. But no one here has ever figured out why a none-too-good Hollywood musical and comedy film called The Three Musketeers has been running steadily at some theater in Moscow for over 6 months. Moscow theater goers like American films of any kind. There's an old Lawrence Tibbett film whose Hollywood title I've forgotten, but in Russia it's called Thrilled by You. It's been running over a year and is still doing a big business in the neighborhood theaters. And in the suburban theaters for the past 2 years have been showing the Deanna Durbin film 100 Men and a Girl. These American films are the closest links that the people of the United States have with the Russian people. Sometimes it's a little horrifying.
We regret that atmospheric conditions prevent our bringing you further that report from Moscow. Across the Atlantic, British fighter planes and light bombers continued the offensive against the European continent last night. For the latest developments in this war zone, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London. Paul Manning reporting.
Stafford Cripps spoke in Bristol this afternoon. It was the usual Sunday speech of a government leader who travels from London to a smaller city and then addresses a university audience. They were interested in post-war planning, in the feeding of Europe, and the men they would elect to Parliament after the war. But Sir Stafford Cripps pointed out, the war must first be won. The hardest fighting lies ahead in Tunisia, and after that comes the invasion of Europe, which will be a hard, difficult job, but not an impossible assignment. Cripps reiterated Churchill's statement that in the Atlantic we are doing only slightly better than holding our own. This touch of realism you find in every speech made these days by British statesmen. They want no one in Britain to forget that only hard work will win this war. But that's not easy to forget in these islands. Everyone is so close to the war here. If you live along the coast, you see British and German airplanes fighting overhead. Today, fighter planes of the Royal Air Force made sweeps across the channel into France. During one thrust, a British formation was met by German squadrons. In the ensuing dogfight, both sides lost a plane each. And if you live inland, next to, say, a military target, sometimes you get bombed. There have been few bombs lately, of course, but the impact of the war is always there. It seems that so many families in England have lost some member either by a bullet or by capture. I know well an elderly housekeeper who writes daily to her son, a prisoner of war in Germany. When British prisoners were being manacled last October, she inquired of me if I thought this was true. What could I say? I replied that it might be, but it probably sounded much worse than it was. Maybe the Germans were only using light string and as sort of a political gesture. She felt better after that. And the Americans who are close to the U.S. Air Force here, they never forget the war either. Many of the finest boys in America are here doing battle nearly every day for their country. They go out over Bremen and Vegasack, San Nazaire and Brest. Most of the time they all come back, but sometimes they don't. It's hardest of all to forget that. I return you now to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
In this country, Democratic and Republican congressmen are nearing agreement on a new tax bill. And as we said before, the Navy has reported new action against the enemy in the North and South Pacific. For details, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington, Bill Costello reporting.
Administration leaders have dropped the deliberate and indeed almost casual manner in which they were handling the tax collection problem. There was a hasty and informal Sunday meeting this morning of key members of the House Ways and Means Committee, and it is generally believed that a new bill will be reported and passed this week, embodying both a withholding tax and at least partial cancellation of 1942 income levies. This sudden disposition to compromise, almost to the point of surrender, is being viewed here against a background of developments in the 78th Congress. The record shows Congress is not satisfied that the executive branch has done everything possible to regulate prices, rationing wages, and manpower. There are now pending at least 6 major pieces of legislation dealing with these subjects. The Pace and Bankhead bills to raise farm prices, the Kildare bill, and the Austin-Wadsworth National Service Act to revise the draft on both the civil and military fronts, and proposals for a civilian supply agency, and the Truman Committee recommendations for extensive changes in the war administrative agencies. Congress has shown by the recent passage of the salary ceiling repealer and the abandonment of the Currency Devaluation Act that it will not hesitate to wipe out the President's discretionary powers, and that it has both the strength and the determination to replace them with definite statutory provisions if necessary. Besides this legislative pressure, the minority party is making skillful use of political pressure, and the Democratic side of the House, in rejecting new tax proposals, has suddenly waked up to find itself for the first time in many years on the unpopular side of an issue. The combination of all these pressures has brought forth in recent days a series of administrative orders designed to appease congressional critics. There was the President's Hold the Line order, the appointment of Chester Davis as food director, a new draft policy, and then last night's order virtually freezing all war workers in their present jobs. Now it appears that the political high command has decided it must yield some ground on the tax issue or face the threat of a major revolt. Committee members after this morning's meeting merely said they had reached no decision, but were hopeful and would confer again tomorrow with the Speaker and other leaders of both parties. A Navy communique this afternoon tells of a new series of damaging raids against the Japanese. 10 attacks were carried out Thursday against the enemy base at Kiska, and other heavy bombers raided Autry Island as part of the plan to blunt the Japanese spearhead aimed at Alaska. In the Solomons, 3 enemy bombers and 3 fighter planes were shot out of the sky, with a loss of 1 American fighter, and 2 enemy ships were possibly damaged in a raid on the Shortland Island area. Some damage and casualties are reported on Guadalcanal, which was attacked by 2 Japanese planes Thursday night. The Agriculture Department reports today that farmers will probably increase their production of food only 3% instead of the 7% which had been called for. As a result, it is estimated that civilians will get slightly less than expected unless the weather is better than usual. For example, there will probably be only 124 pounds of meat per person this year instead of 138, about 10% less. More food will be produced, but more will be needed for all purposes, and the average consumer may plan for a reducing diet. Now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
Here in our New York studio is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
This is what the Tunisian situation looks like at the moment. Though suffering heavy losses in prisoners and material, Marshal Rommel has succeeded in temporarily stabilizing a front which now forms the left flank of a semicircle of German defenses covering the approaches to Tunis and Brazil. The right flank of this semicircle rests on the Mediterranean. The left flank, where Rommel holds it, rests on the Gulf of Chavez. This part of the German front is the weakest from the point of view of terrain, that is, this left flank. And it is here that the Germans are confronted by the strongest Allied force, the British 8th Army. Hence, we may expect the next Allied advance to come in this sector. The American troops will probably move up on the left of the 8th Army, and with some of the French, will take care of the center of the Allied line. On the British 1st Army, more French will be still farther on the left, next to the Mediterranean. The Allied armies are superior in numbers, material, and in freedom of action. They have the initiative, they have great depth for their air power, they have room to maneuver, they can effect surprise within reasonable limits at any point. But their greatest advantage is undoubtedly their complete air superiority. The Axis now has only some 12 or 15 airfields in Africa. These must not only take care of all air transport operations, they must take care also of the fighter squadrons, protecting the transport planes, and of such dive bombers as the enemy may wish to use. Neither fighters nor dive bombers can be operated efficiently over Africa from Sicilian or Sardinian bases. The distances are too great. These Axis airfields are now the targets for almost continuous attack by the planes of Major General Doolittle's Strategic Air Force. Meanwhile, offshore, Allied planes vie with Allied surface warships and submarines in the destruction of Axis shipping. So it is interesting to note that the Axis keeps up determined, if almost hopeless, efforts to get at least a few ships across to their beleaguered troops in Africa.
Today's war news from Moscow centers on increasing activity by the Russian Air Force. Red Army planes are stepping up their attacks upon East Prussia and on German airfields, communications, and troop concentrations. Meyer has bogged down most land fighting, except in the Kuban Delta on the approaches to Novorossiysk. In Hamilton, Bermuda, the British-American Refugee Conference gets underway tomorrow, and it's expected that shipping and immigration handicaps and the rescue of thousands of additional refugees from Nazi oppression in Europe will be among the foremost problems facing the delegates. Now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from our sponsor.
An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. That proverb might have been written especially for radio set owners, since most radio troubles can be prevented if proper precautions are taken. The ounce of prevention many Americans use is the regular twice-a-year checkup given by Admiral dealers. These checkups are made according to a procedure suggested by Admiral engineers and research technicians. A step-by-step examination which enables your Admiral dealer to locate all possible weaknesses in your radio. For instance, does your set have an annoying hum? Well, this may be the result of a circuit made defective by a faulty tube or condenser. If an Admiral dealer finds such trouble spots as he makes his regular checkup, he can correct them quickly before real harm is done. If he sees some vital part which will need a replacement in the near future, he'll order a new one immediately, and in spite of shortages, probably have it in time to keep your set in continuous operation. Only a nominal charge is made for this service. So be sure your radio lasts for the duration. Call your Admiral dealer, ask him to check your set twice a year regularly. Your Admiral dealer is backed by the entire Admiral organization. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. If you want action against our enemies, buy war bonds. Buy at least one extra war bond every week for the next 3 weeks. Uncle Sam has got to raise $13 billion in 21 days. It must come from the pocketbooks of America. So let's go, America. An extra war bond every week for 3 weeks. We want action, and money does it. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
Well, now it's morning at the Burns home, and we find Gracie in the kitchen getting breakfast, while her little duck Herman looks on hungrily.
Oh, no, Herman. I know the bacon smells good, but you can't have any. No, I'm sorry, darling. The bacon is rationed, and ducks don't get ration books. Oh, Herman! That's not a nice thing to call the OPA. Now, don't get under my feet. I want to empty this hot grease in that tin can so I can take it down to the butcher. What for? Well, because the government needs it to make bombs and bullets. Just think. This bacon grease might make the bullet that gets Hitler. Yes, really. I hope so, too. And if everyone saves every bit of waste kitchen fat and turns it over to their butcher, we'll have enough ammunition to make the Axis surrender. Oh, Herman, please, not so loud. We mustn't disturb Daddy George. I want him to be in the best of humor when he comes down to breakfast. You see, next Sunday is Easter, and Mama needs a new outfit. So when George comes down, we must be real nice to him. First, we'll greet him with a big hug and kiss. Herman, now you stop that. George happens to be very kissable. I'm sure he's even more kissable than Charles Boyer. Now, you stop laughing. I mean it. Really, he is. Now, stop. Here comes your daddy. Now, I'll flatter him into buying me a new Easter outfit. You know what I always say? I can catch more vinegar with flies than you can, sugar. Now, Herman, you run along. Run along. In my Easter bonnet. With all...
Breakfast ready?
Oh, yes, sweetheart, darling. All ready for my precious husband.
Gee, how come all the endearing terms this morning?
Well, because I love you, and you're so handsome.
Oh, sure. Sit down and let's eat.
Oh, no, dear. You eat and I'll wait on you. After all, you're the master and I'm your slave.
Gracie.
Yes, boss?
Look, let's just eat breakfast.
Oh, all right. Do you notice something special about the toast this morning?
What?
I didn't burn it.
How come?
I didn't toast it.
Well, congratulations.
Oh, I want this to be a jolly breakfast. Would you like me to tell you a joke?
No, I don't.
Now, stop me if you've heard it. Two men met on a street corner, and one of the men was carrying a watermelon. Have you heard it?
No.
Oh. Well, that's too bad, because I've forgotten the rest of it.
Yeah, well, now let's...
In my Easter bonnet, with all the frills upon it, I'll be the grandest lady in the Easter parade. You know what that was I just sang? Easter parade.
Say, that reminds me. Easter will soon be here.
It will? Oh, my goodness, I hadn't even given it a thought.
Really?
Yes, and after what happened to Mrs. Pomtag, too.
What happened to her?
Well, yesterday morning, Mrs. Pomtag picked up her breakfast plate, and guess what she found under it?
What?
$50 her husband had put there for her Easter outfit.
Well, that's nice,
Well,
but...
I'm off to the kitchen, dear. That's right over there.
Gracie, come back here. Look, was all this build-up to get money for an Easter outfit?
Why, George, whatever gave you that idea?
Now, look, sweetheart, you don't have to go to all this trouble. Why don't you just come right out and ask me? It'd be a lot simpler.
Oh, all right. George, can I have a new Easter outfit?
No.
No?
No, you have plenty of clothes, and we've got to cut down our spending.
But, George...
Forget it, darling. No new Easter outfit this year. I'm going into the den to finish my breakfast.
Well, I like that. And believe me, George Burns, the next time you ask me to marry you, I'll listen to my mother. Come in.
Hi, Gracie.
Hello, Bill.
Well, gee, why all the gloom? Who you mad at?
Men.
Oh, for a minute I thought it might concern George. Well, what do you got against men?
They're beasts. Mean, hateful, contemptible beasts. That's what men are.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's why I go out with women.
George is the biggest beast of them all. He won't give me the money for a new Easter outfit. Bill, why don't you go in and see if you can get George to give me the $50?
Well, Gracie, I make it a rule never to interfere between husband and wife.
Oh, all right, Bill. You don't want to help me. I won't hold it against you. I'll still use Swan soap because I think it's the best soap made, and it gives so much suds.
Oh, gee, yes, Gracie. Swan is actually 4 soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face, the soap for bathing the baby, for your dishes, and for your light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one.
Yeah, I know. It's just too bad that some people can't be as nice as the soap they sell, that's all.
Well, Gracie, I'd like to help
Oh,
you.
no,
but...
no. I don't want you to help me. There's no hard feelings. I'll still use Swan to wash out my nice things and for washing the dishes. Because Swan is so mild, it helps keep my hands soft and lovely. And it gives so much suds.
Gee, Gracie, what you just said was beautiful. Maybe I can go in and talk to George.
Oh, no, Bill. It's all right.
Gracie, you've got to let me talk to George. He doesn't appreciate a wife who knows that Swan is her best wartime buy because it's 4 swell soaps in one. A toilet soap, a baby soap, and a soap for dishes and light laundry. Where is he?
Oh, no, Bill. I wouldn't have you talk to George for anything in the world. You'll find him in the library.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Well, shame on you for not letting Gracie have an Easter outfit when it gives so much suds. Huh? You heard me. Why don't you give her the money?
Now, wait a minute. Hold your horses. I've been thinking it over, and I wanted to have the outfit. But I already put my foot down, and if I give in now, I'll only lose face.
Some loss.
Very funny. Wait a minute. I've got an idea how Gracie can get the 50, and I still won't have to back down.
Yeah, how?
You write her a letter.
Me?
Yeah, so she won't recognize the handwriting, and you enclose this $50 bill. And sign it her Uncle Hubert.
Well, has she got an Uncle Hubert?
No, but she won't remember. Her family is so big, her mother only knew most of the kids to not do.
Oh, well, okay, George, I'll write the letter. And I'm glad you're letting Gracie have the money. A fellow with your talent should be generous.
Well, thanks.
After all, you have one of the greatest talents in radio.
I have?
Yeah, and she deserves an Easter outfit.
Hey, look, Bill, here comes the postman. Are you sure you mailed that letter to Gracie?
Yeah, and I put the $50 in it. Now, don't worry.
Well, tell me, what did you say in the letter?
Oh, you'll find out. But I still don't know why you didn't just hand Gracie the money, George, instead of having me write a letter from a phony Uncle Hubert.
Bill, I had my reasons. Someday you might marry a girl like Gracie. So just take it easy.
Well, if I marry a girl like Gracie, I can afford to take it easy.
You're a very hilarious fellow, Bill. Oh, Gracie!
Oh, yes, dear. Did you change your mind about the money?
No, I just want you to answer the door.
Oh, all right. I'll be your servant. I'll do all the work and get no money.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns.
Hello, Mr. Postman.
Oh, I'm so thrilled and excited I can hardly talk. Guess what?
What?
I got a new muscle.
No.
Yes, ma'am. I found it on my arm this morning, poking its little head out from between two of my old ones.
Well, that's nice.
You know, I've got so many muscles that I feel guilty every time I get a new one. Seems like I'm the only man in the world who has a C card for muscles.
Yes, I guess so.
Mrs. Burns, you don't seem to be your usual cheerful self today. Is something wrong?
Well, yes, Mr. Postman. I need some money and my husband won't give it to me.
Oh, we men are such stinkers. Well, here's a letter for you, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, thanks. Goodbye, Mr. Postman.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. And remember, keep smiling.
I wonder what this is. Oh, my goodness. Oh, George, Bill, look.
What? What is it?
Our letter with $50 in it.
Well, now who in the world could that be from?
Oh, what a ham.
Oh.
Gracie, what does it say?
Well, it says, Dear Gracie, I'll bet you're surprised to hear from your old Uncle Hubert.
Well, imagine that, Uncle Hubert. Well, read on.
I heard that you got married to a man named Burns some time ago. Your mother tells me that he isn't the brightest man in the world, but she does admit that he's one of the ugliest.
Bill, this Uncle Hubert is not a nice fellow.
Oh, I don't know. I kind of like him.
Go ahead, Gracie.
Your mother also told me that your husband's fingers are completely covered with eagle feathers from squeezing every quarter he gets his hands on.
Bill, this Uncle Hubert is going to get a punch in the nose.
Well, Why tell me, George? Tell Uncle Hubert. Well, what else does he say, Gracie?
Therefore, my dear niece, I'm enclosing this $50, which you may spend in any way you see fit. Signed, your loving Uncle Hubert. Well, isn't that wonderful?
Yeah. Now, Bill, I'd like to speak to you.
Oh, later, George. Goodbye.
Bill!
Well, how do you like that, George Burns? You can be a mean old miser. My Uncle Hubert will take care of me. He's always been my favorite uncle.
Oh, so you know Uncle Hubert?
Oh, certainly. He's married to my aunt. They live in a big house, and every summer he spends his vacation and his name is Hubert.
You must be quite a character.
Oh, yes, and he's worth oodles of money. Why, he could buy and sell you. Well, maybe he couldn't sell you, but he could try.
Oh, fine.
My Uncle Hubert's a millionaire. That's what he is. Probably a billionaire. He's got hundreds of dollars.
Look, Gracie.
Well, George, if you'll excuse me, I'll get dressed and go shopping. See, now I'll get a fur coat, maybe 2 fur coats, and
Wait a minute.
3 or 4.
Wait a minute. You're going to get that with $50?
Oh, this 50 is just the start. Uncle Hubert will undoubtedly send me $50 every week.
But, Gracie, maybe Uncle Hubert doesn't intend to send you any more money.
George, who knows Uncle Hubert better, you or me?
Me? I mean, you. Look, Gracie, don't spend more than $50, please.
Oh, relax, dear. My goodness, a person would think it was your money.
Well, that phony Uncle Hubert that George dreamed up really backfired on him. However, he knows a certain broken-down actor who hangs around the corner pool room. So we find him at the pool room now, trying to make a deal with the fellow.
Now, look, my good friend, I have a proposition for you. You were an actor, weren't you?
We're an actor. My good man, I am an actor. I merely happen to be between engagements at the moment.
When was your last engagement?
Not quite 14 years ago.
Well, here's my proposition.
I am not interested. Begone, oaf. Time flies by on wings of light, and I wouldst a little snooker play.
Well, I thought that
What care I for the thoughts of fools?
Well, okay. I thought you might like to make a little money.
Money? Sit down, my charming friend. Sit down. Sit down. Hang up the cue, Joe.
Now, here's what I want you to do. Go to my wife and pretend that you're her Uncle Hubert.
Oh, you haven't anything in the juvenile league, huh?
No, not at the moment. Just tell her that you're Uncle Hubert and you've lost all your money.
Oh, I see. I'm supposed to be destitute. Yes, an excellent character part. I shall pretend that I'm a bum.
Yes. Try to make it believable. Now, have you got it straight?
Oh, naturally. I enter left, a brave, pitiful figure in tatters, but chin up. I take her hands in mine. My dear, I say, I am your Uncle Hubert, and I've lost all my money.
Fine, fine.
And what will she say?
Oh, she'll probably say, oh, really?
She hasn't much of a part, has she?
Look, she isn't acting, you are.
Oh, you may depend upon me, sir. Now then, shall we discuss the financial terms of this little deal? Naturally, you realize my services do not come cheaply.
Naturally. I'll give you $2.
$2? Do you think that I would give my great histrionic talents for such a miserable pittance? Do you think that I, who trod the boards with Sir Henry Irving, would lower myself to such depth for a paltry $2?
Okay, 2.5.
It's a deal.
Well, fine. Here's the address. Now get going. The house is right down the street.
There you are, George. Well, who's your friend?
I, sir, am a famous Shakespearean actor.
Oh, why, sure. You're Mr. Oh, gee, I'll never forget the night you opened in Hamlet. What a thrill.
Thank you.
Get going, fella. Get going.
Why, you know, that theater was so jammed I had to stand in line for 2 hours.
But it was worth it, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Worth it? Well, I'll say it was. When I finally got into that washroom, there was Swan, the new white clothing store.
Bill, let the man go. Gracie will spend the money.
Just a moment, Mr. Burns, my dear character. Do you mean to infer that the brand of soap in the washroom is a greater attraction than I?
Well, how many roles did you play?
3. I was a messenger, a spear carrier, and an offstage mumble.
Oh, well, there you are. Swan Soap plays 4 roles. It's 4 soaps in one. It's the soap for dishes, for light laundry, for bathing the baby, and it's the soap for your hands and face. You see, 4 great soaps in one.
Bill, for heaven's sake, let the man
Oh,
go.
comparing me to a soap. Why, it was sensational. I received a tremendous hand.
Well, tremendous hands are important, but let's not forget that little hands deserve attention, too. What is more precious than a little baby?
Oh.
Yes, sir. That's why you should bathe that baby with Swan. Swan's extra mildness is just what the doctor ordered. And say that same extra mildness makes Swan great for anybody's complexion, anybody's tub or shower. Remember, Swan is purer than finest Castile.
Look, Shakespeare. Do you want to earn the $250 or don't you?
Oh, I do.
Well, then get going. Do your stuff.
Never fear. I'll give a performance that will break her heart in two.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Swan breaks in two, too. So you can use 1/2 for dishes and laundry.
Out, both of you, out.
Come in.
Greetings, me child.
Oh, hello. Who are you?
What? Don't you recognize me?
No, I never saw you before.
I am your Uncle Hubert.
Why, Uncle Hubert, of course I know you anywhere.
I am here on a sad mission, me child. Since I wrote to you, my dear niece, I've been buffeted most cruelly by the gods of calamity and mischance. It grieves me to reveal that I am now utterly bereft of pecuniary maintenance.
No.
Yes. Dreadful, isn't it?
Oh, terrible. What does it mean?
I am broke.
Oh, my goodness. Imagine going through all that just to lose money.
Naturally, I will be unable to send you any more.
Oh, naturally. Well, you shouldn't even have sent me this $50.
Oh, is that the 50 I sent you?
Why, yes.
Ah, beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful. So green, so crisp, so folding. And I so destitute.
Well, here, Uncle Hubert, you take it back.
Oh, no, I couldn't think of
Oh,
it.
please take it.
Oh, no, really, I shouldn't.
Well, if you don't think you should.
Give it to me. Well, I must be on my way now.
Oh, no,
Well.
wait a minute, Uncle Hubert. You know I'm an expert on our family history, but I just can't seem to place you.
Oh, it really doesn't matter.
Oh, no, wait, I'm sure I can trace you down.
But really, my
Oh,
dear...
no, don't tell me. I'd rather figure this out for myself. Now, let's see. The first Allen came to America in 1683. His name was Jonathan, and he married Charity Barebones, the well-digger.
You're starting in 1683.
Yes, I want to be accurate. Now, Jonathan and Charity found that they had absolutely nothing in common, so after 5 years they separated, and she kept the 5 children.
Now, look, my dear...
See, there were 2 sons, James and Jeremiah, 2 daughters, Faith and Hope, and 1 moron, Makepeace.
Do you realize that this may take hours, even days?
Oh, I don't mind. Now, first we'll take James. At the age of 15, he was thrown out of Massachusetts for stealing a windmill and went to New York where he married Katrinka Van Winkle, a Dutch girl who made cheese out of buffalo milk.
Please, I said to... Oh, no, wait. Isn't that your husband coming up the walk?
Where? Oh, yes.
Egad, I'm undone.
You are. I hope it's only your shoelaces.
I'll just slip out the back way. Goodbye.
Well, poor Uncle Hubert. I guess he was ashamed to let George see him in his shabby clothes.
Hello, dear. Anybody been here while I was gone?
Yes, my Uncle Hubert, and guess what? He's lost all his money.
Well, isn't that a shame?
Yes. So naturally, I gave him back his $50.
You gave him the $50?
Well, it was his money, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, but what about your Easter outfit?
Well, I'll do without a new outfit, George. I'll just wear the one I bought yesterday.
Well, George and Gracie will be right back. Meanwhile, I'd like to explain something. Because Swan is 4 soaps in one, well, when you buy Swan, you don't have to buy easily wasted packaged soaps for your dishes, or a special soap for your light laundry. Nor do you have to buy high-priced toilet soaps for your bath or shower, your hands and face. Swan does all those jobs. And don't forget, Swan is purer than finest Castiles. So you see, Swan is your best wartime buy because you get 4 great soaps in one. And now here they are, George and Gracie.
Let me see now. In 1817, my great-great-great-aunt Mabel Dara on my mother's side married Hubble Robinson, a bustle salesman. And then...
Gracie, there's no use trying to trace that fellow. He was nothing but a pool...
A pool room bum?
Yes.
Oh, well, no wonder I couldn't locate him. I was tracing my mother's side of the family. I should have been tracing my father's. Now, in 1863,
Good night, all.
Jonathan
Good.
Allen...
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Car New, and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Quite a few letters have come in recently giving us new items to be mentioned in our department of new and unusual uses for Johnson's Wax. One woman writes, I've just finished waxing the brickwork around my living room fireplace. Now it looks so beautiful, and I know it'll be much easier to keep clean. Tell this one to many of your listeners. I will indeed. And I know that any of you who have brick or tile around your fireplace will find this suggestion very helpful. You can use either the paste or liquid Johnson's Wax. The job takes only a few minutes, and the benefits last a long time. Here's another item I like. A woman in Illinois says that she always uses a little of the regular Johnson's Wax on her electric light switch plates. When these are painted in light colors, you know, they're apt to show dirty fingerprints quickly. The wax protects them and makes cleaning easy and adds just one more touch of beauty to your home. I hope you'll all try these new protective uses for genuine Johnson's Wax. They'll help you take better care of your things and save you work. Both very worthwhile today. Well, it's a raw, windy spring day in Wistful Vista. Just the kind of day a man likes to stay indoors with a pipe and a good book. Or, in this case, a nickel cigar and a copy of Flash Gordon comics. The lady of the house is occupied with a dress pattern. As we meet, Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
So Flash ups to him and he says...
McGee, I'm so exasperated.
What about?
Oh, this dress pattern.
Oh.
I can't seem to figure it out. It's been so long since I made a dress for myself, I'm all out of practice.
I thought you could buy dresses about as cheap as you could make them.
Well, not quite. Anyway, we said we'd buy war bonds instead of Easter clothes, didn't we? So I had this material, and I bought a pattern for 35 cents.
Let me see it.
See?
This don't look so tough. All you got to do is lay the pattern out on the cloth and cut around it.
Oh, is that all?
Why, certainly. That's a cinch.
Look who's talking.
Huh?
I saw a sock you darned once. You bunched it up around the hole, and you tied the string around it and pounded it down with a hammer.
That was an emergency. This is simply a matter of intelligence. Just a little...
Oh, dear. I suppose you could work out this dress pattern in nothing flat.
Why, certainly. Less than that. And with one eye tied behind me.
All right, go ahead.
Huh?
I said, go ahead. You've got the job.
Oh, hey, now, wait a minute. I merely said I could. After all, a man...
You mean you refuse to do it when you know how and I don't?
No, I'm not refusing. I just said a man...
Oh, then you will. Oh, you darling. I could just kiss you for that because...
Now, wait a minute. I'm no dressmaker. I was just trying to point out...
Oh, I'm so glad I married a man who could do things.
Huh?
Oh, you're so sweet to promise to do this, McGee. Now, you get started while I run up and get the scissors and the pins and everything. I'll be right back and...
Hey, wait! Well, I'll be... This is going to be one of my bad days. Why can't I keep my big, busy, fat, loud mouth shut? I got about as much business cutting out dresses as Doolittle has riding the subway. I can get myself into more... Come in. Oh, hi there, Johnny. Cut a
easy out, ain't it?
Yeah.
Haven't been pushed around by the wind so hard since I marched in the parade last 4th of July.
There wasn't any wind that day.
There was where I marched, Johnny. Right in front of the tuba player. What you doing?
Well, if you must know, my nosy friend, at this moment I am old Joe Butterick. I am Mr. Modiste in person. I'm an unstrung harper from Harper's Bazaar, and when I do this, that ain't V for victory. That's for Vogue.
What you talking about, Johnny? What you sore about?
I'm sore at myself. I stuck my neck out, and when I hauled it back in, I was wearing a horse collar. I get myself into more jams than Cross and Blackwell. You want to buy about 10 shares of stupidity? I just cornered the market.
No. Take it easy, Johnny.
Well, gee whiz.
You better tear up your red stamps. You're eating too much meat.
Look, you see this dress pattern?
Huh?
I just elected myself to make something out of it. And me that don't know a reef pleat from a stuffed cuff on a freak frock.
You're in a bad spot, Johnny.
I'll say so.
Sorry I can't help you out. Just bull your way through, kid. Maybe you can figure out where the bodice is buried. If Bessie was here...
McGee, how are you getting along with it? Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi there, daughter. Understand Johnny here is going to help you with your new dress.
Yes.
Well, he's just a kid that can do it.
Oh, pipe down, will you?
Oh, you'll make out all right, Johnny. I knew a kid once, much dumber than you, that used to make all his own neckties. I was one of his pallbearers.
Oh, heavenly days. What happened to him?
Made a novelty necktie out of rawhide, daughter.
Yeah.
Went out in the rain with it. Sun come out later, dried the rawhide and strangled him. We seen him getting red in the face and keep pointing to the necktie, but we thought he was blushing and asking our opinion of it. We just stood there smiling and nodding at him till the poor fellow was gone. Well, good luck, Johnny. So long, daughter.
McGee, or rather let you get at it. Now, here's a paper, pins, and some scissors, and a blue pencil.
Well.
Will you need anything else?
Yes, a good swift kick in the...
No.
No, I guess not. Now, let's see. First, I better read the instructions. It says to put the wreath on the farm.
Oh, I'm so proud of you, dearie. Imagine a man being able to do this.
Hey, we got a bias?
A what?
A bias. Part of this has got to be cut on the bias. Oh, never mind. I'll cut it on the floor. More room anyway. Now, let me see. First, I lay out the material.
Yes, and you better pin it to the rug, McGee, so it won't slip.
Yeah, I was just going to. Hand me a thumbtack.
Why don't you use pins?
I always use thumbtacks for this stuff. Holds it flatter.
My goodness, I never would have thought of that.
Oh,
but we
sure.
haven't got any thumbtacks, dearie. Use them all in your war matches.
Well, for the love of Mike. Come in. Doggone it, sis, look what you did. I had this pattern all laid out, and you had to open the door and blow it all over the place.
Oh.
Why don't you go where you're... why don't you be more... What do you want?
Oh, don't be so grouchy, McGee. She can't help it if it's so windy outside. Or inside either, for that matter.
Well, gee whiz. How can a guy concentrate with a 40-mile gale blowing through the joint?
What you doing, mister? What you,
I'm cutting out a dress. And don't go blabbing it all over the neighborhood.
What difference would it make? It's no disgrace to know how to do things.
It's a disgrace to have people think you know how to do certain things better than you do.
Well, maybe I can help you, mister. Now, look, if you put some plackets under the arms, the problem will for understand the tag time and give you enough camadan to put a kick plate in the skirt.
I know that much, sis. I'm no dumbbell. What was it you wanted?
Well, I wanted you to help me build a model airplane. I got all the stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry, sis. I haven't got time today. Come back tomorrow.
Okay. But have you got time for a poodle?
I don't know.
Well, what is it?
Yes, and make it snappy.
Well, why is an elephant afraid of a mouse, huh?
Well, why is he?
Because the elephant has a trunk, and a trunk has 3 trays, and 3 trays beats 2 pears, and pears grow on trees, and trees have bark, and so does a dog, and a dog is man's best friend, and your best friends won't tell you, and neither will I.
Now, don't forget, McGee, allow for a zipper on the skirt.
Don't worry, I got it figured in. I also got a place for another one.
Where?
Right across my big, noisy mouth. Next time I talk myself into a woman's job like this, I'll... Hey, are you sure we haven't got any thumbtacks?
No, we haven't yet.
Well, I'll have to call the drugstore and have Kramer send a couple over. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Kramer's drugstore on the corner of Mert. How are you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? Says, eh? What's a Mert? Your grandfather got clipped on the puss.
Oh, good heavens. What happened, McGee?
He got stuck $40 for a Persian cat that was only worth 10. What's a Mert? Yeah, that's what I thought. Never mind. It wasn't important. Thanks, Mert. Kramer's is busy.
Well, listen, you can use pins. Now, here's the pattern for the front.
Let me see. Hand me a couple of them safety pins there.
Okay. Come in.
Hey, now, watch out for the stuff. Don't let it fall. Hey, grab that piece of paper now. Watch the pattern. Shut the door. Shut the door.
Well, my goodness. Abigail Uppington. Hello, darling.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy. Excuse me, but would you be so good as to hand me the back of my skirt?
The what?
He's lost the back of his skirt, Abigail.
Yeah.
Good heavens, the back of his skirt?
Wind.
And what am I to do with it?
It's in your hat.
In my hat?
Yes, in your hat.
I beg your pardon, Miss McGee. I did not come here to...
Now, Abigail, you don't understand. McGee's laying out a dress pattern for me. And when you opened the door, the pattern for the back of the skirt blew up and landed on your hat.
Oh, I see. Oh, here, Miss McGee.
Thanks. Pretty embarrassing the way a fellow's skirts blow around, isn't it? Now, let me see. A panel under the arm here.
Well, what on earth? Now, I had no idea you were so versatile, Mr. McGee. Where did you ever learn dressmaking?
He never did, Abigail. He said that anybody with brains could make a dress, and since he admits he has brains, I'm letting him do it.
Yeah. And it's a cinch, girls. It's a cinch. In fact, I'm thinking of opening up a tailor shop after the war. Get Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois, to go in with me.
Say, where did you know this Fred Nittany, McGee? I've heard you speak of him so often.
I was in vaudeville with Fred. We done a blackface act together, me and Fred.
McGee's always loved vaudeville, Abigail. Even when he was 3 and 4 years old, he was putting on blackface and playing minstrel shows.
Really?
Yes, sir. I was actor at heart from my second year. I got so obnoxious to my father, he took me out in the woodshed and beat it out of me with a hickory stick. And for years afterward, I was known as the hickory-cured ham. Hey, Uppy.
Yes?
I almost forgot to tell you. You know, I think you got the right spirit.
Why, McGee?
You know, I told you. She worked all day long in her victory garden yesterday. I saw you out there 6 times yesterday. In her old clothes she was. And that derby hat. And I never saw you looking so healthy and happy, Uppy.
Mr. McGee, I was not in my garden yesterday.
No?
That was my scarecrow. Oh, goodbye.
Look at all those patterns.
Yeah.
Blown all over the place. Help me get them together, Molly.
All right, dearie.
That's the dead red.
Now, listen, when you get the dress all cut out, you can slip it on while I see how it looks.
Oh, no, you don't. Not me, baby. I may not be bright, but I'm no dummy. Anyway, you can't fit your dress on me. Wouldn't prove anything. You and I don't throw the same shadow.
Well, my goodness, it would be just
Hello, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, folks, says he in that jolly good fellow way. Why don't you knock before you bust into people's houses, Junior? Look what you did to all these dress patterns. Blew them all over the room.
Oh, I'm sorry. I really am, Molly. I didn't know you were working on a dress.
I'm not. McGee is.
What? He is?
Yes, I am, and I don't want to hear any wisecracks, too, either.
Oh, I wasn't going to crack wise, pal.
Well?
If a fella likes to make dresses, it's none of my business. Everybody's entitled to a hobby. Why, I know a guy who spends practically all day long polishing his car. Doesn't need it, but he loves to do it because he says he gets such a kick out of using Johnson's Car New. These with which it's applied and wiped off. The double job it does in both cleaning and polishing. Well, he's never gotten over it.
Well, don't look at me. We haven't got a car.
Well, I know that, pal. I was just saying how Johnson's Car New does impress people.
Yeah.
They can't get over how it cleans and polishes in one simple, easy application. How it protects and preserves the finish. These days when you can't just run out and trade in your car for a new one.
We haven't got a car.
No. But they know you can trade in that dust and road grime for a nice, dazzling, shiny polish by using Car New.
Say, how did we get on this subject?
Oh, leave it to Junior to throw in that businesslike touch. I'm getting so I can't look at his map without trying to find Racine, Wisconsin on it.
Well, I won't bother you any longer, pal. Look, if you get to where you want to get out with the men folks, come on over to my house and bring your crocheting. We can sit on the porch and rock.
Why, is that big? One of these days, he's going to irritate me one too many, and I'll clack his clavicle. Crack his clavicle.
Listen, I wouldn't if I were you. You know, Mr. Wilcox is an old polo player.
Yeah.
He's in pretty good condition.
So what's polo? Hockey on a hay burner. Badminton on a burro. Golf at a gallop. Anybody who has the least...
McGee, what's the matter? I yell. Why, you're white as a sheet, to coin a clever phrase. McGee, say something.
Is there a safety pin on the floor near my feet?
No, I don't see any. Not anywhere near around.
Then I swallowed it.
What?
Get a doctor, quick. I swallowed a safety pin.
What makes you think you did?
I had it in my mouth, pinning patterns, when Wilcox... Oh, get the doctor, quick.
Heavenly days, maybe I better lie down on the couch.
No, I don't dare move. It might spring open in me.
Oh, this is terrible. Hello, operator, quick. Give me Dr. J. Ramsey Gamble in the... No, Myrtle, not now. Get me the doctor.
Tell him to bring a small cork. Maybe I can swallow the cork and turn a few somersaults. And get the cork stuck on the end of the pin so I can...
Hello, doctor. Mrs. McGee. My husband swallowed a safety pin. What? No, he wasn't. We haven't got a baby. No. Well, hurry right over, doctor. Thank you. He said lie quietly, McGee, till he got here.
What do you think I was going to do? Organize a softball team? Oh, why did I ever say I was smart? Why did I ever get myself into such a debility?
Oh, my goodness, the doctor got here quick. Come in.
What's the door?
Oh, hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, hi, Wimp.
My goodness, what's the matter with Mr. McGee?
Well, he swallowed a safety pin, Mr. Wimple.
He did? Does he like safety pins?
No, I don't like safety pins. I swallowed it inadvertently. Oh.
If there's anything I can do for him, I'm on the way to the drugstore anyway, Mrs. McGee.
No, thank you, Mr. Wimple. The doctor's on his way over. He says he just has one stop and he'll be here.
If it's Dr. Gamble, he's stopping at our house first.
Is your wife sick, Wimp?
Who, Sweetie Face? Oh, no, Mr. McGee. She's as strong as a horse. Stronger, even.
Stronger?
Yes. She was riding horseback yesterday, and the horse threw Sweetie Face over a fence.
Ooh.
So Sweetie Face came back, picked up the horse, and threw him over the fence.
Well, then why is Dr. Gamble coming to your house, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, one of Sweetie Face's wrestling and boxing students needs medical attention, Mrs. McGee.
What kind of medical attention, Wimp?
Oh, Sweetie Face gave him a rabbit punch, and for 2 hours he's been sitting on the floor, wiggling his ears and twitching his nose. And his eyes are pink, too.
Oh, how sweet. You know, she ought to keep him like that over Easter.
The trouble with Sweetie Face is she knows her own strength. Mm-hmm. Are you sure I can't get you anything at the drugstore, folks?
No, thanks, Wimp, old man.
Won't be any trouble. All I'm going for is to get some gunpowder.
Gunpowder?
Yes. I use it to brush my teeth with.
What's the idea?
It's the only way I can shoot my mouth off around our house. Well, I hope to find a pin to buy.
The King's Men and the Song of the Merchant Marine.
Heave-ho, my lads, heave-ho. It's a long, long way to go. It's a long, long pull with our hatches full, braving the wind, braving the sea, fighting a dangerous foe. Heave-ho, my lads, heave-ho. Let the sea roll high or low. We can cross any ocean, sail any river. Give us the goods and we'll deliver down the submarine. We're the men of the merchant marine. I I've carried guns to the Solomons and bombs to Tripoli. I've carried wheat for the boys to eat from Nome to the Coral Sea. I've sailed with planes to Liverpool and Leningrad with tanks. I made it through to Ireland too, with a regiment of Yanks. I burned my feet with the deck plates heat and froze them with the cold, while dodging subs in rusty tops with nitro in the hold. Heave-ho, my lads, heave-ho, let the sea roll high or low. We can cross any ocean, sail any river, give us the goods and we'll deliver anywhere. You will find the Merchant Marine will be there.
Well, now, the doctor ought to be here any minute, McGee. How do you feel?
I don't know. Kind of numb. Have I been unconscious?
Yes, for about 10 minutes.
Oh.
And it was the loudest case of unconsciousness I ever heard. Did you swallow a safety pin or a sawmill?
Fine thing. Here I go, make myself an object of ridicule by trying to help you make a dress and all.
Hey, incidentally, what'd you do to that pattern? There's some pieces of it I never saw before.
Well, maybe some of them got torn, too, when the wind blew them around.
No, I don't think so.
Huh?
There's one piece of pattern that's shaped like no part of me that anyone ever told me about. Several of them are... Come in.
Shut the door.
Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Well, where's the human scrap pile?
Oh, you think you're going to have to operate, Doc?
Now. Stop shaking, McGee. Swallowing a safety pin isn't necessarily fatal, you know.
Oh, do you think he really swallowed it, Doctor?
My goodness, I almost hope so.
Oh, you hope so?
Yes. I've just invented a new instrument for extracting swallowed objects.
Oh.
I call it the Gamble Grab. I'm awfully anxious to try it out on somebody. I've been buying the little boys in the neighborhood marbles all spring, but nothing has happened yet. Take off your pants, McGee.
You don't understand, Doc. I didn't sit on it. I swallowed it.
Stop arguing. Take off your pants.
Now, listen, don't look like that, McGee. Your purple shorts are an old story to me. Do what the doctor said.
Oh, okay.
What was he doing when he swallowed this safety pin, Mrs. McGee?
Cutting out a dress.
Cutting out a dress? What were you doing, playing pool at the Elks?
Well, he was doing it for me, Doctor. He said there was nothing to it if a person had brains, so I...
Okay, Doc, you want to examine me?
No, I want to examine the pants.
Huh?
Just as I thought. Here's your safety pin.
Heavenly days, where was it?
Where I usually find things men think they've swallowed. In the cuff of his pants.
Boy, is that a relief. Well, I'm sorry to brought you clear over here on a wild goose chase, Doc.
Oh, wasn't a wild goose chase at all, my boy. My bill will still be $7.
Why,
what do you mean, why, certainly? He didn't do anything, did he?
Oh, now, listen, don't pay any attention to him, Doctor. You know, he's so relieved at finding that safety pin, he doesn't know what he's saying.
Oh, no. Well, I ain't paying any $7 for having a pin took out of the cuff of my pants. That's robbery.
Now, look here, you ungrateful little nature faker.
Oh.
If you think I enjoy neglecting some really sick people to take care of a hypochondriac like you...
Who's a hypochondriac?
You are.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
It is, huh?
Yes, it is.
Hey, Molly. What's a hypochondriac?
It's somebody who always has imaginary ailments.
Is that right, Doc?
Certainly. You're as healthy as a goat. You've never called me yet when there was really something wrong.
You hear that, Molly?
Yes, why?
Because he's just admitted he's being charging me for treatments when there was nothing the matter with me. I'm going to report him to the American Medicinal Association for malnutrition.
You mean malpractice, McGee. You can never get me on a malnutrition charge.
Why couldn't he, Doctor?
Why couldn't he? Because I'm thoroughly fed up. Good day.
Well, I guess I gave him a good scare at that, didn't
Oh,
I?
sure. He's frightened out of his wits. Now, come on, McGee. Help me make sense out of this pattern. Look at this piece here.
Well, that's part of the insert that goes under the... No, it isn't either. Is there a number on it? All the pieces are numbered.
Yes. This is B17.
B17. Well, that can't go next to B18 because that's part of the shoulder. Hey, what's this one here?
P38. Doesn't fit any place. Look at the shape of it. McGee, I'm sorry I ever asked you to do this for me.
You're sorry? My gosh. Say, there's about 12 more pieces of this pattern than there was when I started. Did you add some?
No, I didn't, but it must make sense somehow. Let's piece them together and see how far we get.
Okay. This goes on. That won't go on top. You can't fit these...
Oh, I give up, McGee. It's hopeless.
I'm darned if I know what happened. If you ever got that thing together and wore it, you'd look like you were going to a costume party at the wreck of the Hesperus.
Oh, dear. Come in.
Hi, mister. Hi, Miss McGee.
Sis, I told you once today I'm busy. Now beat it.
You won't help me build my model airplanes, mister?
No.
Well, then can I please have my patterns back? I left them on the floor when I was here the last time.
There are three places in your home where you might very likely be using linoleum. One, of course, is the kitchen. A second is the bathroom. A third is the front entrance hall. All three of these spots are apt to have extra heavy wear exposed to dirt and dampness. Two of them are your front line trenches against the weather and wet, muddy feet. Good linoleum is ideal floor covering for such places. And Johnson's self-polishing glow coat is the ideal way to keep such linoleum clean, sparkling, and long-wearing. Glow coat, as you may know, makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer than if it were unprotected. That's important today when replacements of all things are more difficult. Glow coat also saves you hours of cleaning time. It takes no rubbing or buffing. It's completely self-polishing. Dirt and spilled things wipe up in a jiffy. If you're not already using Johnson's self-polishing glow coat for all of your linoleum floor coverings, I suggest that you try it.
Thanks to you, I'll have to wear an old dress next Thursday.
What happens next Thursday?
70 days, had you forgotten?
Huh?
We're visiting the Kraft Music Hall.
Oh, my gosh, how could I have forgot that? Especially after that swell telegram they sent me.
Oh, what was that? You didn't tell me.
I didn't? Oh, it said something about how glad they'd be to see you, and in my case, how the biggest cheese of all goes to the Kraft Music Hall. I thought that was pretty nice.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah, don't you? Oh, I get it. Good night.
Good night, all.
The characters of Wallace Wimple and the Old-Timer heard on our program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, everyone. My wire is open for any late word Washington may have on the latest Nazi claim. Berlin radio claims a U-boat sank our aircraft carrier Ranger. Not a word has come out of Washington regarding it up to half a minute ago. It remains an absolutely unconfirmed enemy claim. Germany, you remember, once claimed it sank our aircraft carrier Wasp, and it proved to be a lie. Germany claimed she sank our battleship Maryland off Brazil. It proved to be a British freighter and another Nazi lie. She claimed her U-boat sank an American cruiser off Norway, and that proved to be a lie. The Ranger is a 14,000-ton ship. She's said to normally carry 1,800 men and 80 planes. Hitler may be trying to mar our Easter holiday with some psychological warfare. Here's some news from Tunisia, late news. Another part of Rommel's army may be outflanked tonight. That famous hill known as 648, where there was such bitter fighting earlier in the Tunisian campaign, has been captured by French troops. It's 10 miles southwest of Pont-du-Pont. That's Rommel's last defense line outside Tunis. Nazi propaganda will try hard now to call it von Arnhem's battle, in order to persuade us to forget it's Rommel's defeat. But I'll keep reminding you. The handwriting is on the rocky wall outside Tunis tonight. The final breakthrough by General Alexander's army may come at any time. He's cracking Rommel's most powerful line only a few miles outside Tunis. If Anderson's men make it, Tunis may be done for. Hitler would have nothing to show for his 2,000 miles in Africa except Bizet. One surprise report from Tunisia concerns Lieutenant General Leslie McNair, one of our most brilliant commanders, in charge of all ground operations and stationed in Washington. He was on inspection in Tunisia and wounded Friday. His injury is said to be serious, but his chance of recovery is said to be fair. He's 59 years old. Lieutenant General Ben Lear has been called to Washington for temporary command in McNair's post. Here's one headline Hitler never expected. Allied armies are advancing tonight on the entire Tunisian front, on a front 140 miles wide. Montgomery's initial advance at Alamein, you remember, was only 5 miles wide. By that much have Allied troops hammered Rommel's men deeper into Coffin Corner. And here's another surprise for Hitler. General Giraud was a Nazi prisoner last October. Tonight his army of 60,000 Frenchmen holds every mile of yesterday's 12-mile advance and drives to within 24 miles of Tunis itself. And a little over 200 days ago, General Montgomery fought to hold his last remaining 40 miles to Alexandria. Tonight Rommel has had to abandon his troops. He's said to be building a new defense line in Sicily. And Montgomery is almost close enough to open his heavy guns on Tunis itself. We've heard a good deal about casualties, ladies and gentlemen, and we shall hear more. We were warned many times to expect heavy casualties in Tunisia. We've had some official figures. Any casualty is heavy for the family to whose home it comes. But our total figure is not considered excessive by any means. Other men coming out of Africa say the full casualties have not been reported. Washington replies all available figures have been given. Any claim to the contrary is said to be based on a misunderstanding. We ought to make desperately sure casualty figures do not become a matter for speculation, rumor, whisper, or contradiction. Surely it's too solemn a matter for that. It was bad enough to have it on such items as rubber, food, or gasoline. Now the matter of shipping losses leaves us puzzled as one government bureau declares firmly, we built more ships than were lost last year. In another bureau, a Senate committee claims we lost more than we built. When I add all the raging charge and countercharge on rubber production between Mr. Jeffers and the War Department, you can't help but feel sorry for any man trying to figure it out. We ought to make certain we keep our casualty figures out of any such debate, speculation, rumor, or contradiction. I think we ought to make it a hard and fast rule to confine all discussion of casualties to official figures. I can recall 5 or 6 times when we were warned casualties would be heavy. It seemed to me many a man must have asked himself as he heard it, I wonder why it's being emphasized so much. Are we being conditioned for some bad news? Are the casualties so heavy that we're being prepared for a shock by this constant emphasis and reiteration? I'm sure that was not our purpose. It was simply that Tunisia was far away, Rommel was on the run. Many people were saying it's all over before it was over. Official Washington knew how much hard fighting waited ahead. It was necessary to remind us of it, and emphasis on casualties was our reminder. But when it's overemphasized, when it plays on our nerves night and day, when we get one report in Washington and other reports are brought out by men coming out of Tunisia, why then you get doubt, whisper, rumor, and confusion. I say it was bad enough on rubber and gasoline. Surely we'll keep anything as sacred as casualties out of any field of debate or contradiction or even misunderstanding. Our job is to make war on the enemy's nerves and not our own. Seems to me instead of emphasizing casualties which are yet to come, we ought to emphasize all the care and preparations we've made to keep our casualties as low as possible. We ought to make it plain casualty figures include a great many men who are missing or taken prisoner or wounded. We ought to hear more about all the brilliant work our medical men are doing and how much new scientific knowledge is doing to save life and limb even after a man has been wounded. Surely we owe that to millions who are holding a long vigil here at home. Yes, there will be casualties. And there will be miracle-like healing and reunion, too. Hitler and Tojo combined failed to cut down New York's Easter parade today. 750,000 persons turned out in what experts call the most colorful Easter parade in Manhattan's history. Tomorrow we'll see the photographs of coming fashions for the ladies. Well, for a man, a face sparkling fresh is all good fashion, isn't it? Man can't possibly ask for a better calling card than a face sparkling fresh. And Barbasol does leave your face sparkling fresh every time, for it's shaving at its best. Not just occasionally, but 10 times in 10, 100 times in every 100. Union leaders representing 50,000 men talk of walking out next week unless a new contract is agreed upon. John Lewis is said to be in New York and gives no indication of going before the World Labor Board. And here's a suggestion respectfully offered to congressmen who are home for Easter vacation. Drop in on Mr. X, who lives in your town, Mr. Congressman. You'll recognize his home by the flag in his window, a flag and a star, perhaps two. Ask to meet Mrs. X. Ask her what people are talking about. And she'll probably tell you they're talking about prices, the cost of food. Ask her how she manages, and she'll probably reply, heaven alone knows. For you see, Mr. Congressman, Mr. X is one of millions of Americans whose salaries are where they were 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10, and 20 years ago, whose cost of living has gone up shockingly high. Mr. and Mrs. X and their children, for whom the war has meant only pain and difficulty and a day and night struggle to keep afloat. Mr. and Mrs. X, who've had no wartime wages, no wartime profits. America's forgotten family, forced to give up more and more things every day and just hang grimly on. Mr. Congressman, when you get back to Washington, you'll be asked to vote for a withholding tax to check inflation. It's due May 3rd, according to reports tonight. A tax to hold back at least a part of billions of excess dollars people are pouring out in a mad rush to buy things. Can you vote an anti-inflation tax against Mr. X? Are there any excess dollars at his home? Is he helping to cause any inflation? Can he possibly stand a reduction of another penny in his present tight fix, let alone 20%? He'll give you his last dollar for liberty. He gave his boy. He's giving anything and everything his country calls for. His people have been in every front line whenever America calls. How are we going to tax a man against inflation when actually he's so badly deflated by higher living costs he can't possibly get by now? Gentlemen of Congress, are we going to pass a blanket withholding tax? Are we going to deduct 20% of all salaries, treating alike cases where income may have gone up 2 and 3 times as much as it was a year or 2 years ago, and others where it hasn't gone up $1 in years? Homes where a head of lettuce is becoming a rarity, where the common, lowly, everyday vegetables cost enough to be locked in a vault, where meat is only a memory. I heard of a school teacher recently in a small American town who went to a bank to cash her salary check. Can I have it in new money, please, she asked. The teller behind the window smiled. Afraid of germs? Mister, she replied, a germ could never live on what my salary will buy at present prices. Ladies and gentlemen, Marshall Dane.
Thank you, Gabriel Heater. Men, did your face sing or did it sing after your shave this morning? If you weren't completely satisfied, get yourself some famous Barbasol shaving cream.
Arch Oblers, lights out, everybody. It is later than you think. This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again, we caution you, these lights-out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now. The voice you are about to hear is that of the thoughts of one Darrell Hall, accused murderer. He sits in a courtroom awaiting the return of a jury which is to decide whether he is to live or die. And as he waits, the thoughts in his mind seethe and swirl, seethe and guilty, not guilty, guilty, not guilty. Oh, why don't I stop thinking those words? Words those jurymen are saying.
He's guilty. He's not guilty. He's guilty. Not guilty.
No,
guilty.
No, I've got to stop thinking of what's going on in that room. The jurymen, I've got to stop thinking of them. I've got to keep my head clear. I've got to figure things out. When did all this start? Yes, I remember. That night, Wayne and I were sitting in my room talking about dreams. I remember he said,
"Oh, come on, Darrell. Don't expect me to believe that one."
"I'm certainly telling you the truth."
A fellow with your imagination wasting his time teaching biology to a bunch of co-ed nitwits? No, sir. You should be writing fiction.
Well, I assure you, my dear Wayne, I've told you the truth.
Here. Are you really serious?
I am.
You actually mean that in all your life you've never had a dream?
Never.
Not even when you were a child?
To my knowledge, I've never had a dream in all my life.
Well, how do you like that?
I like it very well. I close my eyes, oblivion. And then I wake up. No nightmare hangovers, thank you.
Now, wait a minute, Darrell. Let me get this straight. You mean you've never even had a dream after, eating a Welsh rarebit at midnight or surrounding a dozen green apples or anything like that?
Believe me, Wayne, I've never had a dream of any shape, form, or description in all my life. A dream to me is just a word. Something that happens to other people, but never to me.
But everyone will dream.
Well, just so happens that my subconscious doesn't work that way. I tell you again, I've never dreamt.
Oh, what do you know about that? It's just unbelievable. I tell you, unbelievable.
Yes, that's what he said. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable that I'd never dreamt. And then after a while, he went away and left me there. It was early evening, but I remember that somehow, strangely, I was very tired. I sat down in the easy chair. I was so tired. I closed my eyes. I slept. And then it happened. A strange murmuring in my head. Yes, that's how it started. A murmuring as if in warning. And then in the darkness around me, strange faces lifting and falling. White faces, faces without hope. Their eyes full of horror. Their white bloodless lips pleading wordlessly in a way that made the heart in me cry out in pity. And suddenly I knew I was asleep and dreaming. Yes, dreaming for the first time in my life, and these faces I was seeing were things of a dream. And even as I knew that, the dream was gone. Blackness. And yet I knew that I was still asleep, and in me there was a terrible feeling of foreboding, of a horror to come in that dream. What? How? I didn't know, but I wanted to stop sleeping. I wanted to open my eyes quickly before. And then I saw her. In my dream, I tell you, I saw her moving slowly toward me out of the darkness that was my dream. At first, a white wraith-like thing, and then I saw it was a woman. Yes, the body of a woman, but the face... That face... Gross. Unclean. The thick, bestial brows. The wrinkles of... The lecherous writhings of thin, crimson lips that lifted from teeth bright and pointed and flecked with blood. Closer, closer to me, and then she spoke. One word. Yes, that's what she said, kill. And as she said it, she moved closer. Her hands went out and her eyes. And in my dream, I screamed. I awoke. I remember just at that second the clock on the mantel began striking. 5, 6, 7. I counted each time in happiness, since the hearing of it meant that I was awake out of the horror of that dream. When the clock had stopped chiming, I sat there. My one thought was, if that's dreaming, may I never dream again. I heard a sound. What was that? I sat still, afraid to move. And then I laughed. It was my own heart still pounding with fright at what I had seen in my first dream. Oh, why do I sit here thinking of what has been? The jury in there, they've got to hang me, got to hang me.
He's guilty, not guilty.
No, I mustn't think of them. Better to keep my thoughts on how it all started. Better to figure things out. Where was I? Yes. Sitting there listening to the beat of my heart, thinking of the horror of that dream. And then suddenly that wordless, pitiful murmur I heard in my dream was whispering in my head again. As quickly as it began, it was gone. How could this be? I was awake. This was no dream. Then why had I heard that same sound that had come from those pitiful white faces that had floated before me while I slept? Why? I heard it, the sound behind me. Who? Yes, my friend Wayne. It must be. He come into the room, standing behind my chair, thinking I was asleep. I turned around and I said, "Wayne, is that you?" Why? Yes. I screamed. I screamed so loudly there was blood in my throat. For it was she again, that woman out of my dream. But this wasn't a dream. She was standing there, I tell you, she was standing there close to me, looking at me, and those devil's lips said that one word. Kill. I jumped to my feet. No one in the room, no one. I tell you, I remember standing there, my head reeling. Who was she? Where had she come from? But there was no one in the room. Had there been anyone there? I didn't sleep that night. And by morning I had it all figured out. 2 dreams, that's what it had been. And the second had been more vivid than the first. Yes, of course, I had never dreamed before, and of course my first dream would seem reality. And yet, some measure of uncertainty remained with me. Mary saw it in my face when I had dinner with her that night. I remember she said...
Harold, do you mind if I ask you something?
What a question. Of course not.
Is there something wrong?
You mean with the dinner? Why, you know this is my favorite restaurant.
With you, dear. Has something gone wrong at the university?
Why do you ask that?
The worry in your eyes.
Oh?
What is it, dear?
Oh, nothing important.
Changed your mind about loving me?
Mary.
Oh, then tell me what it is, please.
All right. It's really nothing to concern yourself over, just a dream.
Dream? Darryl, you dreamt?
Yes, last night.
Oh, how marvelous. Now you're normal even when you sleep.
That's right, isn't it? I'm back to normalcy, am I not?
Oh, and here I thought from the expression on your face it was something really important.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it?
And I suppose in your first dream you dreamt of a glorious, seductive woman? Well, didn't you?
No, Mary.
Oh, so you had a nightmare.
If you don't mind, let's not talk about it anymore. Shall we have our dessert now? I suggest the hot green apple pie with cheese and...
Gerald, was it as bad as all that?
Horrible.
Oh, that's cruel. Your very first dream, an unhappy one. Oh, well, I'm sure that if you dream again, you've more interesting times ahead. Oh, Darryl, look at the time. 7:01. We promised the Armstrongs we'd pick them up at 7:15. Darryl, what is it? Your face.
You hear it?
Your what?
You do hear it, don't you? The voices.
Darryl, what are you talking about? Why, the people in this restaurant are most well behaved.
Gone. Just the way it was before.
Oh, Darryl, please. If it's a joke, please tell it to me. Darryl, what is it? What are you staring at? What's behind my chair? What's there? Darryl, tell me what? The table.
He was sitting there.
Why did you throw over the table? Darryl, what is it? What is it? Why did you scream? Why?
Yes, she wanted to know why I had done it. Screamed, thrown over the table. They all wanted to know. But how could I tell them? Tell them of her standing behind Mary's chair, that thing of degradation, and those lips saying, kill. I went home. Mary thought I was overworked.
It's your nerves, darling. You've been working so hard. Go home and rest, darling. That's all you need.
Rest. What good was rest? I had to reason things out. All my life I'd lived with reason, and now this horror. Hallucination. Yes, that was it. I had been working hard. They paid so little at the university and expected so much. And so I rested through the next day. It was quite dark when I awoke. The phone rang. It was Mary calling to find out how I felt.
Are you sure you're all right, Darryl?
Oh, yes, Mary. Yes, I'm fine, thank you.
You sound all right.
Your advice was good, dear. Rest apparently was just what I needed.
Then go along back to bed. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, dearest, and thanks for calling.
Goodbye, Darryl. Sleep well tonight.
I hung up the receiver. And then the clock on the mantel behind me began striking. Always at 7. Yes, that was true. Both times at 7 o'clock was when that horror had happened, and then, with the last chime of the clock, I realized it was 7 again. 7. Would I see her again? I stood there back against the wall, waiting. So quiet. I could hear the clock ticking away the seconds. Would it happen again, this hallucination of mine? I waited. I heard no pitiful murmur of voices. Just quiet. The tick, tick, tick of the clock. So dark in the room, I could see the shadowy emptiness of a chair near the other wall. And then the chair was no longer empty. There was someone in it, and I said, "Who's there?" There was no answer, and I said, "Answer me, who's there?" No answer. The strange darkness in the room. Deeper and deeper, I could see nothing, and then 2 swirling pools of flame-red light, closer and closer. I stood there, I couldn't move. A rumbling began in my head. Fear, I tell you, fear tearing at my brain. Louder and louder, while those red circles of light came closer and closer. What was it? What was it? What? And then I knew. It was her eyes. Her eyes burning close into mine, into the brain of me, pounding one thought into me. Kill. Why did she say that? Why? Kill whom? Why should I kill? Why should I kill? If I had known then. The jury coming back. The verdict, what? No, not yet. Still out. They've got to find me guilty. I've got to hang if I live. But I mustn't think of that. I must think of what happened. What happened? Well, where was I? Yes, that woman, her eyes pounding that word into me, and then gone again. But this time as real as the breath in me. I knew it. And with that realization, a coldness as of a wind blew around me and clutched at my heart. For if she was reality, somehow I knew I was lost. And so it began. Night after night at the stroke of 7, first that wailing dirge of those lost souls, and then her writhing lips. Kill. Those words began pounding in my head so that even when she wasn't there, I heard them. I hid in my rooms. I didn't go out. People would see this madness that had come over me. I went nowhere. And soon I knew they were talking of me, my friends.
I tell you, I don't know what's come over Darryl. Hides in his rooms, won't even talk to me. Something is wrong. Very wrong.
And Mary.
Please, Darryl. You've got to let me see you. Just talking over the phone. Oh, Darryl, what's wrong? What's wrong?
And night after night, the horror of... And the greater horror of... Kill. Mary pleaded with me.
Darryl, if you love me, please let me see you. Talk to you. Come over to my house tonight, please, Darryl. Perhaps I can help you. Please, darling. Please.
I didn't want to go, but I went. That night, perhaps she could help. Yes, help me understand the madness of those wailing voices and drifting white faces. Understand the horror of that woman and that maddening word. Mary, so understanding, so gentle, she could help me. Clear my head of the madness.
Oh, Daryl, you're here at last.
Mary, help me. You will help me.
Oh, Daryl, you're sick.
Mary, I...
Don't talk to us. Sit here.
I'm sane, Mary. Believe me, I'm sane.
Of course, dearest. Of course you are.
It's that madness outside of me, those white, drifting faces moaning at me, and that woman out of hell. Her eyes and her lips telling me to... The time? What time is it?
Why, Daryl, what is it?
I didn't know. I lost track. I've got to get out of here.
Daryl, wait. Don't go. Don't.
Too late.
Daryl, what is it?
You hear them, don't you, Mary?
I'll call a doctor.
Listen to them. Their voices are so loud tonight. Listen, Mary. Listen. You hear them. You must hear them. What are they saying? Louder and louder, trying to tell me something. What are you saying out there? What are you telling me?
Daryl, stop.
They're gone. Faith's voice is gone. Now she'll be here.
Oh, Daryl, please. You're frightening me.
Kill. You hear her, Mary? You hear her?
No.
Louder. I can't see her, but I hear where is the thing out of hell. Go back, I tell you, back. Louder. Make her stop, Mary. Make her stop. Call me in my head. Stop it. She never knew what you wanted me. Stop it. Stop it. I can't stand anymore. Yes, go away and I'll kill.
I never... I'm joking. Daryl. No.
Kill. Mary. Yes, I had killed her. My sweet, gentle little Mary killed her with my own hands. I opened my hands. She fell to the floor. I went out into the street. People all around me hurrying. I was in no hurry. What that woman had wanted, I had done. I had killed. I walked all night. It didn't matter where. And in the morning, I found myself on the campus of the school before the very building in which a class was waiting for my lecture. I went in. I walked up on the platform and looked down into their faces, and I said to them, "Ladies and gentlemen, my lecture for today will be on the subject of the indeterminate factor in the evolutionary..." I stopped to murmur in the air those voices again. But it was broad daylight. I'd never heard those voices in daylight before. What did they want? What were they saying? There was a strangeness in their pitiful voices. Yes, like a dirge. A dirge of tears and sorrow for someone. For me. Yes, for me. And then her voice. Laughing, triumphant. And then I understood. For the first time I understood everything. She had triumphed over me. That was why those lost souls were wailing a dirge over me. I was hers. Hers forever. I turned and ran out of there like a madman ran, and as I ran, those voices of the damned were talking to me. You are doomed as we are doomed.
All who murder are doomed. Listen to her murdered.
Now you are one of us. No peace for those who murder. No rest through all eternity.
No rest for those who murder.
Through all eternity.
I covered my ears with my hands as I ran. No use. I heard them.
Only one hope for you, man. One hope.
Expiate your crime.
On the gallows.
Pay for what you have done.
Die on the gallows, and you shall have rest. One hope, man. One hope.
So that was it. If I paid society for my crime, she would fail. I would be free of her, that thing, that essence of evil, that siren who called men to murder her so that their souls would be slaves to her for all eternity. Yes, I would pay for my crime. I ran on back to Mary's house. Yes, I would pay, and gladly with my life to have peace and the rest of oblivion. I went back into the house. Yes, Mary was still there. Cold. I lifted her. Those same hands that had crushed the life out of her lifted her and carried her out into the sun. My eyes were so filled with tears that I could hardly see where I walked. People began milling around me.
Hey, look at that guy. He's got a woman in his arms. Where's he carrying her? Hey, she must have fainted. No, look. She's dead. Hey, who killed her, mister? Who killed her?
I did. I killed her with my own hands. I did. please, I want to die for that.
And then the trial. My friends, they wanted to save me. Clever attorneys, insanity commissions, and twists of the laws. But I wanted to die. I tell you, I had to die. If they set me free, if I lived and died, as most men die, whose death they call a natural one, then she would have me. No, I want to hang by the neck until dead. I want that noose around my neck, the trap beneath my feet. The jailer pulls the switch. My feet dancing in air, the noose murdering me the way my hands committed murder. Oblivion. And I'd be free of that horror with the writhing lips and the blood-stained teeth. The jury, they're coming in guilty. They've got to find me guilty. Guilty, find me guilty.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree. Guilty! You hear that? You think the judge is guilty! And I'm happy about it. You'll get it. I'll be free of you. I'll have my peace. You failed. You dreamed. I'll pay for my crime. You'll never get me. You'll never get me.
Hey, Spider! What's the time with Spider? Get a doctor, someone. Ambulance, call an ambulance.
It's no use. This man is dead. Heart attack.
Holy. Would you take a look at his face? As if he was looking at the devil himself.
Later than you think.
Suspense. This is the man in black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. In our starring Hollywood cast this evening is Mr. Peter Lorre, who appears as a mysterious gentleman called George Ravel. Miss Wendy Berry plays our worried heroine, Marjorie. Mr. George Zuko is the lawyer, Alex Stevens. The story called The Moment of Darkness is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so, with The Moment of Darkness, and with the performances of Peter Lorre, Wendy Berry, George Zuko, and our other players, we again hope to keep you in suspense. The Train Bleu crack express train from Paris to the French Riviera, which in these carefree days before the war used to make the journey from Paris to Nice overnight. At the Gare du Sud, on this particular mild spring evening, the train with its glistening wagon-lits or sleeping cars waits in a station filled with smoke and the iron coughing of engines. You can hear the excited crowd and the slamming of compartment doors. You can see the guard standing by with his watch in hand, with his horn ready to blow as a signal.
En voiture, messieurs les voyageurs! En voiture!
You better get in, Emily. The train's just about ready to start.
Commotion there. The last moment just before the signal, a girl in a light summer dress, carrying a small suitcase, hurries along the platform towards car number 10. The girl is blonde and evidently English, and as she hurries towards the guard...
En voiture! Dépêchez-vous, mademoiselle. Hurry up, please.
Oh, yes, of course. Is this carriage number 10?
Oui, mademoiselle, numéro 10. Hurry up, please.
Thank you. I'll get in.
Et maintenant...
corridor must be at least a mile long. Car 10. Compartment number 6. Compartment number 6. Compartment... Oh, here it is.
Yes, come in.
Mr. Stevens, Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's quite all right. Won't you come in?
I thought this was Mr. Stevens' compartment.
It is his compartment. I'm sharing it with him.
He is on the train, isn't he?
Oh, yes. He's going to look for some luggage that failed to turn up. In the meantime, won't you come in and sit down?
Thank you.
As an old friend of Toby Stevens... Why do you smile?
Nothing. It's just odd to hear a dignified man like Mr. Stevens called Toby. That's all.
Well, it suits him. As an old friend of his anyway, may I introduce myself? I'm Ken Blake, on vacation from the American consulate in London.
How do you do? My name is Gray, Marjorie Gray. I most particularly wanted to have a word with Mr. Stevens.
Miss Gray, will you pardon my impertinence if I ask...
Ask what?
Whether it's about your Aunt Hester at Monte Carlo, and the man who seemed so determined to scare her to death.
You know about that?
Yes, a little. After all, that's why Toby's left his law practice and come all the way from London. He said...
Mr. Stevens.
Marjorie. Great Scott, what are you doing here?
I came up from Monte Carlo, especially to see you. I thought I'd find you in Paris, but when I got to your hotel, they told me you'd gone. Cook said they'd reserved a compartment on this train for you. So, well, here I am.
But why?
Before you see Aunt Hester, Mr. Stevens, I want to know what you meant by that letter you wrote me.
I meant exactly what I said, Marjorie. I'm going to expose this faker, George Revel.
Excuse me, if you two want to talk, I'll just clear out of here.
Oh, no, Ken, stay where you are.
Really, Mr. Stevens?
You've made an impression on her, Ken. When the girl suddenly becomes thoroughly British after spending half her life on the Riviera, well, you've made an impression.
Don't talk like that, Toby. She won't get annoyed with you for saying it. She'll just get annoyed with me.
Marjorie, this is Ken Blake.
We've met, thanks.
I asked him to come along with me, and for a very good reason.
Indeed?
Ken was for years at the American consulate in Paris. He knows all the heads of the Sûreté Générale, that's the Scotland Yard of France. And in particular, he knows the great detective Flamand, who's the chef de Sûreté. I thought Ken might be very useful when we nab Revel.
But I tell you, Revel is dangerous.
Dangerous, my eye.
Something's going to happen. I know something dreadful's going to happen.
Now, let's face the situation, Marjorie. Your Aunt Hester is middle-aged, wealthy, and...
Oh, if only Uncle Paul hadn't died. He was the decentest person I ever knew.
But he did die, my dear, and Hester can't be consoled. She can't eat, she can't sleep, she can't think of anything except getting in touch with his spirit. Along comes this faker Revel to give seances.
I wonder if he is a faker.
You're not falling for this Tommy rot, surely?
Really, Mr. Blake, if I'd asked for your advice in this matter...
I beg your pardon, Miss Gray. When we get to Nice, I'll take the first train back to Paris.
No, wait, please. I didn't mean to be rude. It's nice of you to help us, but it's the whole atmosphere of Monte Carlo.
Well, that's quite all right, my dear. We understand.
Of course.
There's Aunt Hester in that villa over the Mediterranean. There's Revel, all thin and quiet and swarthy, with those somber-looking eyes of his. He seems to dominate her, just as Mr. Stevens used to.
Dominate her, my dear? That's rather a strong word for an easygoing old buffer like me.
The things Revel does at those seances are terrifying. I don't know whether he's an imposter or not, but I am sure nobody else can do what he does.
Now there, Marjorie, is where you're wrong. I can.
You can?
Yes. I promise to duplicate in front of your aunt every single trick Revel ever performed.
Oh, but that's impossible.
Is it? Wait and see.
I'll put it up to Mr. Blake. It isn't merely that Revel is tied up, tied hand and foot in a chair, while these horrible things are going on. I know there are people who can get out of ropes and back into them again. But Revel lets you take one precaution that shows there can't be any trickery.
Oh? And what is that precaution?
Just before the lights go out, he takes a piece of white paper.
Well?
He puts one under each foot. You take a pencil and draw an outline around the shoe on the paper. If he moved the millionth fraction of an inch, it would show in the outline later. But it never does.
Well, look here, Toby, that's a bad one. Why does it strike you as being so funny?
Because I can do it, too. Just give me a moment of darkness, that's all.
You mean he gets out of his shoes or something like that?
No, he could hardly get out of his shoes and back into them without disturbing the outline.
Then he doesn't leave his chair after all.
On the contrary, he can be all over the room.
Well, how in Satan's name does he do it?
My dear fellow, there's nothing simple.
the Villa Bijou, Monte Carlo, the next evening. On the lighted terrace, that white villa, overlooking the olive groves and the sea, 3 people are seated at their ease, enjoying the night air. Below glitters the town, a white palm garden. But even its lamps are dimmed by the firework illuminations from the Promenade des Anglais. When the Principality of Monaco celebrates its ruler's birthday, great rockets go hissing upwards to burst and bloom in colored fires against a black sky.
I don't like those fireworks. The noise upsets me. I wish they'd stop.
Never mind the fireworks, Hester. You've heard my proposition. Give me an answer.
Oh, what's more, you spilled broth on your jacket at dinner. You're the clumsiest eater I ever saw. Here. Let me take a handkerchief to it.
Please, Aunt Hester, won't you answer Mr. Stevens?
Why don't you two let me alone, both of you?
We're only trying to help you. Don't you believe that?
Oh, yes, I believe it, but I'm happy. I talked with my husband twice last week.
Now, look here, Hester. This has got to stop.
Why?
Ravel's a fraud, and I can prove it.
If Monsieur Ravel is a fraud, what does he gain by this? Has he not asked for money?
I don't know, has he?
No, not a penny.
You haven't changed your will by any chance. People do queer things sometimes that even their solicitors don't know about.
Oh, no, dear, I haven't changed my will. When I die, Marjorie inherits everything. I am a lonely woman. I'm getting old. I haven't got much to look forward to. Now, why don't you go your way and let me go mine?
Suppose Ravel is a fraud. Just suppose it.
Well, all right. Have your way.
You wouldn't like to think you'd been deliberately tricked and imposed on now, would you?
Oh, no.
Now, listen, Hester. If I prove to you these so-called miracles were really tricks that I can do myself.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Alex Stevens.
I offer to prove that here and now. Would that shake your faith a little?
Yes, I suppose it would. But how did you become so clever all of a sudden?
How did you become so gullible all of a sudden? You used to scoff at this sort of thing. You used to be gay and lively and go to the casino.
Well, that was before Paul died. You're shivering, Marjorie. If you feel cold, put on a wrap.
I'm not cold. It's only...
Only what?
Oh, got a kind of presentiment that there's something dreadful hanging over us. I can't tell what direction it's taking or who's in danger. But I'm sure it's going to burst. Just as sure as
By George, look at that rocket.
Yes. Red and gold stars. And a deathly white blaze like the life we're living. You can see every leaf in the garden. Every blade of grass.
And we can also see, look there, Ravel and Ken Blake coming up the path.
This Ken Blake, Mr. Stevens. Are you sure he's quite honest?
My dear Marjorie, Ken's all right. I've known him for years.
I thought he came here to help expose Ravel. But he and Ravel are as thick as thieves. What sort of game is going on here?
Game, mademoiselle? You spoke of a game?
Yes, Monsieur Ravel, I did.
So did I, friend Ravel. Are you ready for my demonstration tonight?
Demonstration?
In the seance room upstairs. You claim you can bring back the dead.
Pardon me, monsieur, I claim nothing. When I'm in trance, I cannot tell what happens.
But I can. I'm going to make ghosts walk by perfectly natural means.
You know, Monsieur Stevens, I don't understand your logic.
Logic?
Yes, you wish to, how do you put it? Expose me? But how will you expose me by these childish tricks? If I show you a counterfeit 10-pound note, does that prove there's no Bank of England?
I'm not going to argue subtleties with you. You can always beat me there. I'm a plain, ordinary man with a little common sense to back me up.
No. Come on, my friend. Not an ordinary man, surely.
Just exactly what are you hinting at?
Yes, I'd like to know that, too.
Oh, Madame Hester, believe me, I didn't mean to upset you. I wouldn't upset you for anything.
No, I'll bet you wouldn't.
Well, I kiss your hand, Madame. I'm all apologies. Well, let this gentleman do what he likes. But I warn him, it is dangerous.
Dangerous? How is it dangerous?
That's the first time you've spoken, Mr. Blake. Why have you been so quiet?
Please, Marjorie, please now, be a good girl and stop interrupting.
Oh, I'm sorry, Aunt Hester, but he's been muttering to himself and moving from one foot to the other and looking guilty.
Confound it, I'm not looking guilty.
Aren't you?
No, it's a hot night. I don't like this business at all. Why will a seance be dangerous?
Why? Because we shall be tampering with evil forces.
Evil forces, my foot.
Oh, you doubt it?
Yes.
This brave Monsieur Stevens is challenging the unseen world. He's mocking at forces he does not understand. Believe me, monsieur, they are not mocked without danger.
I'll risk that, thanks.
Well, up in a seance room, with a door bolted on the inside, we shall be at their mercy. The evil forces, the elementals, will wax and grow strong. They can take us in their grip, as I take this walking stick and...
You've got strong hands, Monsieur Ravel.
The hands of evil spirits are stronger, much stronger.
I'm afraid. I wonder if we ought to do this.
I've been wondering the same thing. What does your aunt say?
Well, I don't know what to say. I'm so confused. And I want to break down and cry. I suppose we'd better do it, or Alex Stevens will never let me hear the end of it.
For the last time, monsieur, will you be warned of danger?
No.
Very well. Oh, Madame Hester.
Yes, Monsieur Ravel.
Do you believe that I'm an impostor?
No, dear, of course not.
But in your heart, you're not yet convinced.
Well, I don't know. I'm not such a fool as some people seem to think.
But if something did happen, something to show there are living forces beyond this world, it would convince you utterly?
Oh, yes, I suppose it would.
Then, shall we allow Monsieur Stevens to go on with his demonstration?
I have a feeling we shouldn't do this. Oh, I'm afraid.
Upstairs at the Villa Bijou, there is a small, bare, deeply carpeted room. Its only furniture consists of a round table, 5 chairs, and a large cabinet phonograph. There is only one door, and there are no windows. In one chair, a little way back from the table, sits Mr. Alexander Stevens. He is tied hand and foot, the outline of his shoes drawn with pencil on pieces of paper, so that he cannot move.
Now then, friend Raphael. Have you quite finished tying me up?
Oh, yes. Yes, and I bet you won't get out of these knots, sir.
Well, we'll see about that. Are the rest of you ready?
Yes, all right.
Oh, dear, I wish I'd put some smelling salts in my handbag.
Well, what do you want us to do now?
We'll have conditions exactly as they are for Mr. Ravel. I'll sit in this chair back from the table. You 4 sit round the table, clasping hands to form a circle.
All right, let's get on with it.
Ken, will you start the gramophone? I believe it's customary, Mr. Ravel, to have hymns played at the beginning of a seance to establish the proper frame of mind.
Yes, monsieur, that's true. You fool.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing, monsieur. Please continue.
Start the gramophone, Ken. When you've done that, turn out the lights on that switch by the door. Then join the circle. Clasp each other's hands tightly and don't let go unless...
Unless what?
Well, unless something gets me.
Be careful, monsieur.
Go on, please. Start the gramophone.
All right, here goes.
Now the lights, Ken. Switch off the lights.
Lights? Yes. There you are. It's pitch dark. I can't see my way back to the table.
Here, Ken. Here's my hand.
Thank you.
Mine on the other side, Mr. Blake.
Thank you. I've got my bearings now.
Are all of you clasping the hands of the next person? Then quiet and wait for what's going to happen.
Ken, look.
Look where?
Over there, where Mr. Stevens is sitting.
What about it?
There's a luminous spot in the dark, about the size of a shilling.
Shh. Quiet, please.
Did anything touch the back of your neck?
No.
What was that? It's Alex Stevens. I know it.
This was not on a program, madame. Break the circle and get those lights on.
The luminous spot is still there. Oh, hurry, Ken.
I can't see my way in the dark. I don't know which direction the lights are. Wait a minute. Here's the wall. If I grope along here, I ought to find the switch. Yes, here it is. Lights.
Quiet. Silence, mademoiselle, if you please.
What's wrong with Mr. Stevens? What's that sticking out of his chest?
It's the handle of a dagger. And a good deal of blood has soaked through his coat, too. Oh, Monsieur Blake, will you turn off this gramophone?
Yes, certainly. But you're not saying that Toby Stevens is dead?
I'm afraid he is, my friend. That's a direct heart wound. Perhaps 10 seconds of intense agony, and then the end. Or is the door still bolted from the inside?
Yes.
Then we are all alone, here. The four of us. This rash gentleman, one imagines, did not kill himself. He's too well tied up.
I know who killed him. Mr. George Ravel. You did, with luminous paint.
I killed him, mademoiselle? With luminous paint?
I mean, that was part of the trick. You tied him up. You were the only one who touched him.
And? What of that, mademoiselle?
Luminous paint doesn't show up in the light. You smeared a little of it on his coat. That showed you exactly where to strike in the dark.
I commend your good sense, madame. But there are two excellent reasons why I had nothing to do with this. The first reason I must keep to myself, but the second reason can easily be proved.
Well, what is it?
Well, up to the time that man screamed, you yourself were holding my right hand, and Madame Hester was holding my left hand. Did either of you let go at any time?
No. No, that is, I didn't. What about you, Aunt Hester?
No, Marjorie, dear, I didn't let go either. He never moved.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Well, monsieur, speak up.
I was holding Marjorie's hand on one side and her aunt's on the other. And they didn't move either. Nobody let go or left the circle.
That's true.
Consequently, none of us could have killed Toby Stevens.
Yes, it is true.
Somebody must have sneaked in here.
Oh, no. As you said yourself, the door is bolted on the inside.
Then who the devil did kill him?
Well, that's the question. Has anybody ever seen that dagger before?
No. It looks like one of those curio things you buy in the shops.
Yes, and with the design of wooden scroll work on the handle. No fingerprints will show. Nothing else, except some musical instruments. A tambourine, an accordion, and a speaking trumpet. You know, I blame myself for this.
You ought to.
Why?
Because you killed him. Don't ask me how, but I know why.
Indeed, mademoiselle. You found my motive.
Yes, I have. You've got Aunt Hester fully believing in you now, haven't you?
Easy, Marjorie.
In another minute, you'll be talking about forces and elementals and heaven knows what. You'll be saying it was a spirit hand that killed Mr. Stevens because nobody else could have.
Please, Marjorie, brace up. Someone's got to send for the police.
Why don't you send for the police, Ken? Couldn't you help us there?
Help you? How?
Mr. Stevens said you knew the heads of the Sûreté. He said you knew this man Flamand, who's supposed to be the greatest detective in France.
Oh, but this isn't French territory. Monte Carlo is the independent state of Monaco.
I'm sorry, Marjorie. Ordinarily, I might have helped.
You mean you won't help us?
I'm sorry, Marjorie. I can't.
Then I've got to help myself. George Ravel, you killed Mr. Stevens. But how?
Yes, how?
24 hours later, 24 hours of blind puzzling. In the railway station at Nice, 9 miles from Monte Carlo, the night express for Paris is already underway. The guard has blown his signal, and the great wheels grind. A young man, hatless and worried, pushes through the crowd past the already moving train.
Non, monsieur. C'est défendu. Vous êtes trop tard.
Too late, nothing. I'm getting aboard this train.
Prenez garde, monsieur. Prenez garde.
I'm sorry to have caused you any trouble, guard. But do you happen to know whether... Marjorie.
Ken Blake. What are you doing on this train?
Exactly the question I wanted to ask you. Walk along the corridor with me, will you?
All right.
Marjorie, you little idiot. What's the idea of running away?
If it's any of your business, Mr. Blake, I'm not running away. I'm merely going to Paris.
You were told to stay in Monte Carlo. Don't you know you can land in jail for this?
They'll put you in jail, too, won't they?
Yes, I suppose so. But what's the idea of going to Paris?
First of all, I had to get Aunt Hester away from that man Ravel. She really thinks he can call up ghosts now.
Is your aunt on this train?
Yes, in that compartment there. Second, I'm going to Paris for some real help. I'm going to the Sûreté. I'm going to see this man, Flamand.
You won't find Flamand in Paris, Marjorie. And you'll certainly never get him to arrest Georges Ravel.
Oh? And why not?
Because, my dear idiot, Georges Ravel is Flamand.
What are you saying?
The man who calls himself Ravel is really Flamand, the head of the whole French Detective Bureau. He made me promise not to tell anybody.
And that's why you've been looking so guilty for 2 days.
Yes, I tried to tip you off today, but the police were with us all the time.
So he is a fake spiritual medium. Mr. Stevens was right about that. And I still say I'm right about the other thing. Whoever he is, Ravel killed Mr. Stevens.
But how and why?
Oh, I don't know. This alleged detective. Did he tell you why he was masquerading as a medium in Monte Carlo?
No. All I know is that we're in one sweet mess. We've left town without permission. They'll probably stop the train and send us back in a patrol wagon.
Oh, no, my friend. That won't be at all necessary.
Ravel!
Yes, mademoiselle. Ravel or Flamande. Well, since you know me as Ravel, call me that.
You knew that I was on this train?
Oh, naturally.
Look here, old man. I kept quiet about you because you swore it was a matter of life and death. But will you answer a couple of questions now?
Oh, with pleasure.
Why did you pose as a medium?
Because the Moroccan government employed me to trap a murderer. So I had to work, undercover.
All right. Why was Toby Stevens killed?
Stevens was killed because he was a blackmailer.
A blackmailer?
Yes, mademoiselle. Does that surprise you?
Yes. Oh, yes, of course. Very much.
I tried to warn Stevens, but the fool wouldn't listen. And then, well, I wasn't quick enough. Stevens was murdered, of course, by one of us four in the seance room.
Well, that's impossible.
Impossible? Oh, no. The trick was baffling because of its simplicity.
I'm sure you killed him.
One moment, mademoiselle. Let me show you what I mean by trick baffling because it is so simple. Take, for example, the pencil outline drawn on a paper around the medium shoes. Did Stevens tell you how I did that?
No. On this train 2 nights ago, he started to tell us, but...
Then he just stopped in the middle of it and laughed.
You see, the medium leaves his chair. Well, he makes tambourines rattle and ghost forms appear. Yet the pencil outline is not disturbed. Now, how does he manage it?
Well, how does he manage it?
Well, quite easily. He returns to his chair. He turns over the 2 pieces of paper. He takes another pencil and draws an outline of his shoes on the reverse side of the paper. You look at it.
And imagine it's the same outline we drew.
Precisely. So easily are people misled. And it was the same way with a murder.
But there couldn't have been any trick about the murder. None of us left the circle. We were all clasping hands when we heard that scream. Don't you agree?
Oh, yes, I agree.
I can't stand this any longer. When we heard Mr. Stevens utter that horrible scream...
What makes you think it was Stevens who uttered that scream?
I beg your pardon.
What makes you think it was Stevens who screamed?
Well, wasn't it?
Oh, you assumed it, yes. We all assumed it. But up to that time, Stevens wasn't even hurt.
Wasn't hurt?
You see, the source of sound cannot be located in the dark. It was the murderer who uttered that appalling cry. In a few seconds of darkness, before the lights went on, the killer simply leaned across and drove that dagger into Stevens' chest.
And you proved that?
Yes. If Stevens had been hit at the time of the scream, blood would have blotted out the spot of luminous paint. Yet, Marjorie Gray saw the paint shining after the scream.
That's true, Marjorie. I heard you say so.
You put the luminous paint there, Ravel. You were the only person who touched him.
Oh, no. There was one other person who touched him.
Who was it?
Another person, in full sight of you, said Stevens had spilled broth on his coat and swabbed at his chest with a handkerchief.
You mean?
I mean, of course, the real murderer. Your Aunt Hester.
Yes, Marjorie. Your Aunt Hester.
Aunt Hester!
Keep back, all of you.
Oh, so you managed to find the revolver?
Marjorie, I poisoned your Uncle Paul. I poisoned my husband. And Alex Stevens knew it.
You can't get away, madame. Keep away from that door.
I never believed in spiritualism. I let myself be influenced by a medium because Alex Stevens would try to stop it. He was getting money out of me. He wanted no other influence.
Don't open that door, madame.
But I am opening it.
Oh, Aunt Hester, don't!
I told you I wasn't as fool as I looked. I had the knife in my hand.
Stop her, Kent! Stop her!
Well, mademoiselle, she has committed many crimes, but now she has paid for them all.
And so closes The Moment of Darkness, starring Peter Lorre, Wendy Berry, with George Zucco. Tonight's tale of Suspense. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, when Agnes Moorehead and Ray Collins will star in a study in terror titled The Diary of Sophronia Winter. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who with Ted Bliss, the director, Wilbur Hatch, and Lucian Morowick, conductor and composer, and John Dixon Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! I'll Silver!
A man hurried along the rickety wooden walk which bordered the main street of Laramie's Gulch. He bent his body against the driving rain and clutched the brim of his hat. The street was dark, deserted. The only lights, those which flickered in the small cafe from which he had come. The man crossed the muddy wagon trail which went through the town and hurried to a small frame house on the outskirts. It, too, was dark, seemingly deserted in the stormy night.
Crowder! It's Cork. Open the door.
Come in.
Late for a social call, ain't it, Cork? I don't mind these guns. They ain't meant for you. Figured it might be the law catching up with me for that mail robbery. Put them away.
Better keep him where you can get at him fast, Crowder.
What do you mean?
A United States Marshal just rode into town. He's looking for you.
How do you know?
He came to my cafe. He asked a lot of questions. Wanted to know if anybody knew you, where you lived, things like that.
What kind of answers did he get?
None that helped him any. You've done a good job of keeping out of sight, holding up in this shack.
That won't stop the marshal from finding me.
I reckon you're right. Better hit the trail again, Crowder.
I'm sick of running like a scared rabbit.
What else can you do?
I don't know. But running won't help me any. You'll catch up with me sooner or later.
Yeah.
Where's the marshal now?
In the back room at my cafe, playing solitaire. He figures to wait till morning to continue his search.
Uh-huh. Anybody else around?
Only Larry Elliott. The storms kept business away.
Larry Elliott. Smoke?
No.
Larry Elliott. That's, Ben Elliott's kid, ain't it?
Yeah. Been trying to get him to go home, but kid likes his liquor too well.
Mm-hmm. Fancies himself as a gunslinger, too, don't he?
That's the one. To hear him tell it, he's dead-eye Dick with a 6-gun. His old man thinks different.
You mean?
The old man ordered Larry to stop toting them guns. If he knew the kid was still greasing leather, he'd cut him off without a cent.
Gets better all the time.
What does? What are you getting at, Crowder?
Cork, how'd you like to pocket 10 or 15,000 in cash?
10 or 15? I don't savvy.
I've thought of a way to get rid of the marshal for keeps, without even a suspicion pointing to me. And making a profit besides.
Cork, where are you? Cork! What's eating you? Where you been? I want another drink. Well, you're not getting it. You've had enough already. But, Larry, look what you've done to my new bar with that hardware.
That's a mighty handsome pair of pearl-handled shooting irons you got there, son.
And I can make mighty handsome use of them, too, stranger, so don't call me son.
I've run up against your kind before.
What do you mean?
They can shoot off their face loud and fast, but when it comes to triggering a gun...
You think I'm bluffing, huh? I'll show you whether I can handle a gun or not. Easy now, Larry.
You see that deer's head hanging over the door to the back room?
Yeah?
I'm laying 5 to 1. You can't drill both eyes with your 2 guns at the same time.
5 to 1? Oh, that's a sin. Now, hold on, gents. I just bought that deer head.
You'll be paid for the damage, Cork, if he hits it.
Well, I'll drill them both. Just put up your cash and give me the word.
Sure, Larry. I'll even do better than that.
I'll cover that cash. There.
I'll shoot first just to show you how easy it is. Now watch.
You missed.
Yeah. All right, Larry, let's see what you can do.
Just keep looking at the eyes in that deer head. I'm drilling them dead center.
Hey, what's going on?
Get back! Jumping snakes, you shot the lawman. What?
Yeah, give me that gun. Now, come on, let's have a look at him.
Is he dead?
Yeah, drilled through the heart. You've killed him, Larry.
I don't understand it. I aimed at the deer's head. Reckon you had too much to drink, Larry. It spoiled your aim.
Killing a marshal's serious business.
Yeah. Nothing riles a court more than to learn that one of its lawmen has been done in. Well, you mean... Well, they won't believe it was an accident?
Not a chance, Larry. They'll hang you faster than you can spell your name.
Hang me? Even your old man's influence won't get you out of this, kid. It's curtains for you. Unless... Unless what? Well, so far, nobody knows the marshal's been murdered except we 3. It'd save your neck if my pard here and me kept our mouths shut.
Sure. And we'd be willing to do Larry that favor, too, wouldn't we, Cork? For a price.
You mean if I pay you, you won't tell anyone what's happened? That's the ticket. But the body... Someone will find it.
You leave that to us, Larry. Cork and me know of a way to make a body disappear.
How much do you want?
Well,
Reckon $1,000 would button our lips. 1,000? I don't have anywhere near that amount of cash.
You can get it. Your old man owns the richest cattle ranch in the county. If you was to sign your name to a bill of sale, making it look like we'd bought some of your pa's steers, we'd be paid same as if it was cash.
It wouldn't even be necessary for us to change the brands. You'd steal the cattle?
Steal is the wrong way to put it, Larry. We'll just be taking what's coming to us.
You won't be running any risks. We'll get men to help us rustle the steers. But the guards, they'll
You can kind of attract their attention the other way while we cut the wire and help ourselves. We'll take just as many head as we can sell below the border for 1,000 cash.
If you don't want to do it, Larry, don't leave us no choice but to go to the sheriff. I'll do it. It won't be stealing, even from Dad. I own 25 steers of my own. 20 of them will bring you 1,000.
Then you'll sign the bill of sale?
Yes. That's talking sense.
And I'll just keep these pearl-handled pistols of yours till you carry out your part of the bargain.
Now we'll step into the back room where I got paper and pen and ink. All right. Oh, when will you come for the cattle?
Tonight. Soon as the storm blows over.
Sometime later, 3 horsemen rode along the wagon trail toward Laramie's Gulch. They were the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dan, the masked man's nephew.
There, town ahead.
Golly, there's hardly a light showing.
It's a storm. People have retired early. We shouldn't have any trouble finding a place to stay.
I hope not. Sure like to get out of these wet clothes.
What is it, Silver? What do you see? Steady, boy, steady. It's so dark, I can't make out the...
We see something in lightning flash.
Steady, big fella. I'll go with you, Tonto.
You look.
A man. He's been murdered, Tonto.
Him shot through heart.
Gosh, who do you suppose... Why, it's the marshal.
Marshal? Yes, you're right, Dan. He's wearing his badge.
I heard him question some men in the last town. He was on the trail of Vance Crowder.
Crowder, huh? He's the one who held up the mail.
You find something.
What is it, Tonto?
You find gun. Here, you take it.
Pearl-handled.
Golly, don't see many of those in these parts.
No, Dan, you don't. If the killer dropped this gun, he shouldn't be hard to trace. If he didn't,
What do you think?
I have 2 thoughts, Kimosabe. After we've taken care of the marshal, we'll ride into town and see which is correct.
Late that night, after the storm had died, Larry Elliott rode across his father's range to the north fence and met one of the guards.
Who's that? Make yourself known or I'll drill you.
Hold your fire, Pop. It's me, Larry Elliott. Oh, boy. Oh, steady there.
Well, howdy, Larry. It's so doggone dark I didn't recognize you.
Everything all right, Pop?
Well, so far, though just between you and me, I don't like the looks of things.
You mean you've noticed something wrong?
Not yet, but I'm keeping my ears cocked, my eyes peeled. It's a cloudy night, son, no moon in the sky. Nights like this mean trouble.
What's that?
What? I didn't hear nothing.
I did. Sounded like horsemen riding toward the north pasture. Come on, let's have a look.
I can't, son. My post is right here at the fence.
Well, then I'll go alone.
Now, wait a minute. If there is trouble down that way and you're set on riding into it, I reckon I'd better go with you. Pa'd skin me alive if I let you get hurt.
Get up there. Get up, boy.
Ain't seen much of you lately, Larry.
I've been pretty busy.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Boys say you stick pretty close to town these days. Say there's 2 things you don't carry well, son. One's liquor, the other's a gun.
Who said that? I'll run
Ain't no sense in getting riled, boy. But if you'll take the advice of an old cowwaddy, you'll stay away from both of them.
When I need your advice, I'll ask you for it.
Well, I reckon I had that coming to me, Larry. I was just thinking of your pa. I helped him build this range into the richest ranch in the county. Your pa ain't so young as he used to be. When he rides the last trail, it'll take a real man to hold it.
And you don't think I'm man enough, is that it?
Not now, you ain't, son. You never will be as long as you fritter your time away in town. But you got the makings. All I'm saying... Listen, whoa there.
Steady there. Oh, it's just a hoot owl.
No owl ever made a noise like that, boy.
It sure sounds like...
Rustlers. That owl hoot was a signal. They're back of the fence where we come from. Come on, get up there. Get up. Get up.
Rustlers! Drill them, boys! They're stampeding the cattle! There they are, Pop.
Have you got enough guards to handle them?
Not unless the boys come over from the south pasture.
Keep them beams on the hook, boys.
After him, boys. Let him have it.
I got him in my gun sight. Oh, boy. Oh, pull up there. Oh.
Pop, are you hit bad?
Don't worry about me, son. Just remember what I said about stepping into your pa's shoot.
Pop, listen to me. Dad and I helped to kill him. They made me a murderer.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. To continue our story. Early the next day, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode toward the Elliott Ranch. Dan had been left behind to make camp in a nearby ravine.
There's the ranch now, Tonto.
Ah. We find owner pearl handle pistol there, huh?
I think so. Everyone we asked agreed that it belongs to Larry Elliott, the rancher's son.
We not tell him about murder, huh?
No, Kemosabe. First, I want to know just what Larry Elliott's connection is with the killing.
You think him maybe not killer?
From what I've heard, he's a spoiled young braggart who fancies himself a marksman. Unless it was an accident, I don't know what reason he'd have for killing the marshal.
That's right.
Horsemen, Tonto, heading this way.
Oh, them ride plenty fast.
They're coming from the ranch. One of them may be Larry Elliott. Oh, Silver. Oh, boy.
Oh, Scout. Oh, fella. Oh.
Look, one of them's wearing a mask, and the other's an Injun. Ride him down, boys. They're just standing there waiting for us. Keep them covered, boys. It may be a trick. If they try to escape, drill them.
There's no need for guns. We're not outlaws.
I'll be the judge of that, stranger. Who are you and where are you from?
I'll ask you that same question.
Oh, nervy, eh? Well, I'm calling your bluff. I'm Ben Elliott. 200 of my best steers were rustled off my ranch last night, and one of my waddies shot. And I think you and your Indian friend were among the polecats who did it.
I see.
I've got all my waddies out scouring the country for new brands. If you help to steal them steers, stranger, you ain't got a chance of selling them without my boys spotting them.
Were the cattle driven south?
Oh, we don't know which way they were driven.
Are you Larry Elliott?
Well, what's it to you?
Are you?
Yes, I reckon I am.
I'm still waiting for you to clear yourself, stranger. Make it fast and make it good.
I've told you already, Elliott. Tonto and I are not outlaws.
If that's the best you can do, you can tell it to the sheriff in jail. Take his guns, boys.
I wouldn't try that.
Hey, he's holding his guns. Got them irons out of leather faster than grease lightning.
So you are one of them coyotes. Well, it'll take more of them 6 guns to get you free of this. Oh!
I'm not accustomed to lying.
Doggone you, you shot the gun out of my hand.
You're coming with me, Larry.
What? No,
Take care of him, Tonto.
You come now.
What do you want of my son?
Information. If he's innocent, he won't be harmed.
Innocent? Let me go.
No, you're
making a mistake.
There's no mistake. Take the reins of his horse, Tonto.
Me savvy. You come. Get him up. Get him up, Scout.
They're kidnapping Larry. They're taking my son.
Come on, Silver.
After him. Don't let him get away.
Safe from discovery at his camp in the ravine, The Lone Ranger faced Larry Elliott with the pearl-handled pistol he'd found beside the dead marshal. Finally, the youth confessed the truth.
Well, it was an accident. I was aiming at the deer head over the door when the marshal entered. I must have had more to drink than I thought to make me shoot so wild.
But instead of going to the sheriff with the truth, you chose to let those men blackmail you as the price for their silence.
Silence? They meant to pin the killing on me when they made out that bill of sale. That's why they left the marshal out on the trail, with my gun planted beside him.
You invited that when you agreed to their scheme.
Yes, I see that now. They double-crossed me every way they could. The bill of sale that I signed specified 20 steers, but they stole 200.
It would be easy for them to change the paper the way they wanted it to be. But the stolen cattle isn't the worst thing caused by your act.
You mean?
One of the guards was murdered.
Ah. Poor Pop. Oh, if I'd have known that would happen...
It's time you learned, Elliot, that mixing with the wrong kind of men is bound to lead to trouble.
Golly, those two don't stop at anything.
You said one of them is named Cork. Is the other one called Crowder?
I don't know. No, I don't remember it even being mentioned.
You think them selling cattle to other ranchers?
No, Tonto. To do that, they'd have to change the brands. It would be easier and more profitable to sell the steers south of the Rio Grande, since they have a bill of sale.
Gosh, what'll we do?
First, make sure whether Elliot shot the marshal or not.
I don't savvy. You mean?
Where were Cork and Crowder standing when you fired 2 shots at the deer head?
Why, behind me.
Did you notice anything peculiar?
Well, I seem to remember hearing 3 shots instead of just 2. I thought it was just the echo.
I see.
No, you can't turn me into the sheriff, stranger. I'll swing for murder if you do.
You think too much of your own safety, Elliot. Perhaps this experience will teach you to be a man.
Oh, I know I've been a fool. All I want is another chance. I want to prove to Dad I can run the ranch whenever he wants me to.
Perhaps you'll get that chance.
You got plan?
Yes, Kimosabe. But we'll have to wait for nightfall to carry it out.
Laramie's Gulch was dark and seemingly deserted late that night when the Lone Ranger and Tonto crept stealthily to the window of the back room of a cafe. Breaking the glass with their gun butts, they quietly let themselves in.
Come on, Tonto. Deer head ought to be hanging over that door. Light the lamp.
Now we see.
Yes. Bring it closer.
How you get up there to look for bullets?
I think I can manage by standing on the bar.
Yeah. You take lamp.
Right. There are 2 bullets, Tonto, embedded in the deer's nose. Yes.
What you see?
2 more bullets, each a little below the eyes.
That mean Larry not kill Marshal?
Right. He said that Crowder fired the first 2 shots at the deer. Then he fired the second pair. That accounts for the 4 bullets I found.
Still another shot kill Marshal, huh?
Yes, Kimosabe. A shot fired under the cover of Larry's. He was framed for this murder.
The next day, 2 men sat at a table in the back room of the cafe. They were Crowder and Cork. Before them were arranged several small bags of gold received from the sale of the stolen cattle.
Well, that winds up your share, Cook.
What about them bags of yellow dust over there?
That's what the boys got coming to them.
Seems like a powerful lot for the amount of work they done. We risked a noose to get ours.
I know. I don't hanker to give them that gold any more than you do. It would be a bad judgment to get them down on us.
Where do they aim to collect?
3 Forks. Gang's waiting for me there.
I'm kind of sorry it's over, Crowder. It's been a profitable partnership.
And not a suspicion pointing our way.
I don't know. I don't trust that kid too far.
Oh, Larry? Oh, he can't tell anything he knows. If he does, he'll put his own neck in a noose.
Just the same.
Who's that?
I don't know. Can't see.
Get that gold out of sight, quick. All right, Cork. Open the door. But keep your hand on your gun.
You don't think it's...
I'm not thinking. I'm playing safe. If it's a law, we'll riddle them. Open the door.
Thought I'd find you two here.
Why, hey, it's Larry.
Come in with your hands up, kid.
After what happened to me the last time I was here, I stopped packing guns. You got nothing to fear from me.
He's right, Crowder.
I like your spirit, son. I thought you'd be sore after we rustled 200 head of your old man's steers instead of 20.
I am sore. But not for the reason you think.
What do you mean?
But as long as you've made me as big a crook as you two are, I figure I'm entitled to as big a share of the cash.
Did you hear that, Cork? Kid's got more nerve than I suspected.
He's got too much nerve if he thinks he's going to cut himself in for a share of the gold.
I like your ambition, Larry. But you're in a bad way to back it up. You ain't forgetting we can turn you into the sheriff for murdering the marshal, are you?
I've got even more ambition, Crowder. And this time I've got something to back it up.
I don't savvy.
You got away with some prime beef when you stole those steers. But there's a lot you didn't get.
What are you getting at, Larry?
The old man wouldn't be looking for rustlers to strike again in the same place.
You mean you're inviting us to cut loose another herd from the old man's stock?
Why not? I've gone this far, I might as well go the whole hog.
We'd get top price for 'em below the border.
I don't like it.
Don't be a fool, Cork. We could clean up.
How do we know it ain't a trick?
Larry can't double-cross us without betraying himself. He's in as deep as the rest of us.
I got a bill of sale here, all made out, Crowder. And this time you won't have to change the number of cattle it specifies. I've already written in 500.
500? We can line our pockets with gold selling a herd the size of that.
Hey, it ain't signed.
No. Watching you two work has given me some pointers on how to do business. I figure not only to get my share when the steers are sold, but to sell you this bill of sale.
Sell it?
You're learning fast, Larry. How much do you want for your signature?
$500.
Mm-hmm. That's a lot of gold.
Well, you can afford it. You've got plenty from that last haul you pulled.
Cork, get the gold.
I don't like it, Crowder. Maybe
Get it.
There's just one more thing.
Yeah, what's that?
I happen to know that I didn't kill the marshal.
What do you mean?
We each took 2 shots at that deer's head, Crowder. All 4 bullets are embedded in it.
You don't say.
You killed the marshal, Crowder. You used my gunfire to cover the sound of your shot.
Here's the gold.
All right, Larry. Just sign that bill of sale. You'll find pen and ink in the drawer. That's it. That's the ticket. All right, I'll take that paper.
And I'll take the cash.
No, you won't.
Hey, a gun.
I'm paying you off in lead, Larry.
What's the matter, Crowder? A minute ago...
He knows we killed the marshal, Cork. I'm shutting his mouth for keeps.
Yeah. Then we'll rustle them other steers.
Dirty double-crossers.
That's your last breath, Larry. Oh, my arm.
Here, your men, Sheriff. You heard them confess.
You're darn tootin' I did. I'm fixing them both for a hang noose.
No, it's a lie. Larry's the one who drilled the marshal.
You sniveling skunk. We heard you two admit the murder through that broken pane in the window. I'd like to string you up myself for the mess you got my son into.
Your son isn't blameless, Elliot. But I think he's learned his lesson.
And you can depend on that, stranger.
You can round up the rest of the gang at 3 Forks, Sheriff.
I'll start after him with a posse as soon as I lock these 2 in the jail. Well, I reckon you and me better be getting back to the ranch, Larry. We've got a man-sized job waiting, if you're going to step into my shoes.
I'm ready when you are, Dad. Oh, and don't forget to take this gold. It belongs to you since it was paid for your cattle.
Stranger, I don't know how to thank you for all that... Huh? Why, where's the masked man?
Well, there. He's riding away.
Well, I'll be doggone. Look at that white horse run.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Amen. As the monkey said to the banana, give us some skin. We're about to begin Jubilee. Lay that sergeant down, Captain. Lay that sergeant down. He's about to latch himself onto the groovy gravy boat and float down the mellow liquid. And here with us to siphon the foam with the sudsy suddy duddy are Fay Terrell, Hal Jackson, Barney Bagpipe Biggard, and little but oh my aggregation, Louis Jordan and his mellow men. And now, here's your master of ceremonies, that man who wiggles his uppers against his lowers to give you the lowdown about the upper crust, Ernest J. for Jump Whitman.
Thank you. Men, before we make with the limp Largo, I have a word or two to sing about ink slinging. Let me tell you that your recent letters of Jubilee are heartwarming indeed. No fooling. And because you've been so generous with your response to our little static siestas, here's a list of a few of the artists we're going to beam your way in the very near future. Duke Ellington, Cab Calloway, Louis Armstrong, Fat Swallow, the Golden Gate Quartet, Andy Kirk, Lionel Hampton, Jimmy Lunsford, Count Basie, and many, many others. Remember, this is your program. Make us feel your desire, and you shall receive the gut bucket by return mail. But enough carpet clanging. Let's get on the beam. Here's one we've had a barrel of ink requesting. It's Louis Jordan and the Cats playing Pistol Packin' Mama.
Drinking beer in a cabaret and having lots of fun. Till one night she caught me right. Now my fun is done. Whoa, lay that pistol down, babe. Lay that pistol down. A pistol packing mama. Lay that pistol down. She kicked out my windshield, hit me over the head. She cussed and cried and said I lied. Wish that I was dead. Whoa, lay that pistol down, babe. Lay that pistol down. A pistol packing mama. Lay that pistol down. Drinking beer in a cabaret and dancing with a blonde. Till one night she shot out the light, bang, that blonde was gone. Whoa, lay that pistol down, babe, lay that pistol down. A pistol packing a mama, lay that pistol down. See you every night, babe, coach you every day. I'll be your steady daddy, please put that gun away. Oh, lay that pistol down, babe, lay that pistol down. Oh, my pistol packing a mama, lay that pistol down. Every night, babe, coach you every day. I'll be your steady daddy, please put that gun away. Oh, lay that pistol down, babe, lay that pistol down. Oh, pistol packing, mama, lay that pistol down. Once there was old Dexter, always had his fun. She took some lead and shot him dead, now his fun is done. Oh, lay that sergeant down, Colonel, lay that sergeant down. A pistol packing daddy, lay that sergeant down.
Thank you. As I was throwing through the pages of the Blue Book of Bounce, I came upon the name of a cat whose pipes have been making the legs on the old ex-jukebox old buckle on the knees. Before he stacks his frame next to the cinder, I want to extend Jubilee's greetings to Corporal N.H. Ships and the gang at 938. This brace of sharps and flats are for you, Corporal. Then on the plume is My Devotion, and the mellow fellow with the right pipes, Fay Tell. Proceed, Fay.
My devotion is endless and deep as the ocean, and like a star shining from afar, remains forever the same. My devotion was never a sudden emotion. It will be constantly burning, and your love will kindle the flame. What a sweet beginning to the dream I planned. All I own is yours alone. Your wish is my command, and this sensation was never a mere fascination. Here in my heart, one sweet day it started. Then with time it grew. My devotion to you. What a sweet beginning to the dream I planned. All I own is yours alone. Your wish is my command, and this sensation was never a mere fascination. Here in my heart, one sweet day it started. Then with time it grew. My devotion to you.
Thank you, Fatel, thank you. That was groovy as a second Louis. Men, my big fat heart swells with pride when receiving things such as the following, and I quote, "Your program, Jubilee, gave us the best solid music we've heard in the South Pacific in the last 6 months." Unquote. And the sling of the aforesaid quote was T.M. Robinson, Lieutenant J.G., Motor Torpedo Boat, Squadron 6. Lieutenant, we thank you. And so especially for you and the cats and your crew, here's a tune that ought to smooth the next mission in your little pewter scooter. It's Louis Jordan and his boys doing Is You Is or Is You Ain't My Baby. Is you ready, Louis?
I is.
Well, proceed.
I got a gal who's always late. anytime we have a date. But I love her. Yes, I love her. I'm gonna walk right up to her gate and see if I can get it straight, 'cause I want her. I'm gonna ask her, is you is or is you ain't my baby? The way you actin' lately makes me doubt. You is still my baby, baby. Seems my flame in your heart's done gone out. A woman is a creature that has always been strange. Just when you're sure of one, you'll find she's gone and made a change. Is you is or is you ain't my baby? Maybe baby's found somebody new. Or is my baby still my baby true? Is you ain't my baby. Maybe baby found somebody new. Or is my baby still my baby true?
Thank you, Louis. Thank you. That was smooth as a boiled beet.
Jubilee, Jubilee, lot more time on Jubilee. Hard and blue, solid too, lot more groove on Jubilee.
Men, do you feel run down? You do? Then dig Jubilee. Jubilee comes in two convenient condensers. The gut bucket edition, big enough for the whole family to get their feet into. And then we have an economical 2-ton jar, just big enough to float a light cruiser. So the next time you're in Boona, don't be a gooner. Get yourself starting cartoon of
Jubilee, Jubilee, like the time of Jubilee.
I thank you. Here comes a hunk of hot for K.C. Somler, Seaman First Class, United States Navy. And doing the honors of the treble clef is that mellow fellow, Louis Jordan. Are you ready, Louis?
Yeah.
Oh, just a minute. It seems that the last time you appeared on Jubilee, all you said was yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you think you're in a rut?
Yeah.
What are you going to play? Yeah.
No. I'd like to play I Can't Get Stopped. Is that okay with you?
Yeah. Proceed, Louis.
around the world in a plane. I've set revolutions in Spain. The North Pole I have charted, but I can't get started with you. The leading tailors follow my style, and toothpaste ads all feature my smile. I got a house to show place, but I can't get no place with you. You are so supreme, lyrics I write of you, and I scheme just for the sight of you. I dream, oh, day and night of you. But what good does it do? In 1929, I sold short. In England, I'm presented at court. But you got me downhearted, 'cause I can't get started with you.
And now, men, we're coming to at you with some steamed Jubilee that'll wrinkle the skin on a carrot. It seems that some years ago, a potent piper named Pied ripped out such melodots and bits on his blowgun that all the four-footed cheese eaters went off the nuts and took the final leap into the H2O. It's 200 chapters later, and we got a piper named Marty Giggard who's about to detach the eyes from some black-eyed beans. So, cats, get out your towels and prepare for a soggy logo called Rose Room. Proceed, Brother Bigot, proceed. Barney Biggert. Thank you. Men, we are nearing the finish of this hep filibuster. And so I call on Louis the Judge for news about the winder-upper. Beat your choppers, Louis.
Well, Ernie, we'd like to play good old Nagasaki.
Well, who's stopping you? Me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, don't go. Proceed, Louis. Go. Don't start that.
Engine dynamite, that's all the cats serve late at night. Back in Nagasaki, women wick-a-backy woo. The way they entertain would hurry a hurricane. Back in Nagasaki, where the wind wick-a-backy woo. Get your mama, papa, sister, brother, then your troubles increase. Bread shakes, milkshakes, always 10 cents apiece. The way they do each night by Jingo's borders, what's the price? Back in Nagasaki, where the wind wick-a-backy woo. Thank you. Well, men, as the lady said to her burning girdle, it's getting too hot in here. I gotta get out. Before we ooze our flames into another jurisdiction, have you word with the guys and gals, Louis? Yes, Ernie. Me and the cats enjoy tooting ourselves into the phase for the fighting men. And we want them to know all they gotta do is holler, and we'll crawl over this trilly transom some more. So long, guys.
Thanks, Louis, thanks. Meantime, this is Ernie Stronghard Whitman, reminding you that the Jubilee spelled backward means Elup-Jupe. And on behalf of Elup-Jupe, I'm beating up my big fat choppers for Barney Biggert, Fay Tell, and Louis Jordan and his mighty little aggregation. Plant you now and dig you later. So long and good luck.
You've been limped and stretched by Jubilee under the solid cast veracity of the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Author's Playhouse. Presenting Wilbur Schramm's hilarious story of a mislaid train. Dan Peters and Casey Jones. This story, common knowledge among railroad men, no matter what run they're on. But if you go into a library and start looking for contemporary accounts of the famous lost train by the name of Casey Jones, why, you will have to leaf all through the papers of that year until July the 29th before you'll even run onto the name of Dan Peters, the engineer who teamed up with Casey Jones. Tonight, Author's Playhouse brings you the whole story, the real facts of what happened, as it presents Dan Peters and Casey Jones.
Casey, old friend, how do you feel this morning, huh? Oh, now, Mr. Jones, don't let him get you down. We aren't very big, but we're good. Good old Casey. Yes, sir. When them slick new streamliners is lying along the tracks in a heap of rust and axle grease, we'll still be working the milk run from Prudentia up to Maysville and back again. Now, isn't that so, huh? Yes, sir. Casey, you tell him. Yeah. Go ahead. Good morning, Bill.
Morning, Dan. Got enough steam up?
Oh, I got a good head of steam. We're raring to go. Hey, Casey?
Let's go! Let's go! All aboard!
Now, why do you suppose that old goat keeps a-hollering that every morning? He knows we ain't carried a passenger in 6 months.
Reckon he wants to be sure all them empty milk cans get aboard.
Rats. Well, Casey, let's go. Bill?
Yes?
Would you rather own a zebra or a giraffe?
I'd rather own a mule and a few acres of ground.
Yeah, you know, I was looking at a map last night, and I found a town named What Cheer, Iowa. Now, what do you suppose What Cheer, Iowa is like?
I wouldn't rightly know, Dan.
Say, Bill, do you suppose locomotive ever gets jealous of automobiles? As far as Casey and me knows, there ain't a hill in the valley with more than one side.
Want to bet on it?
And no offense to your hometown, but sometimes I get so darn tired of riding into Maysville, Ohio.
Maysville, Ohio is one of the most interesting small towns in the United States of America. It has the biggest elm tree in the country.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Now, if Maysville only had the smallest elm tree once.
You can't have everything, Dan.
Yeah, I know. But every day for 20 years, I've picked up 3 cans of milk at Ben Epples' farm. Never 2 or 4. For 20 years.
How much time we got?
Say, wouldn't it be fun to pull a string of sleepers over the painted desert, huh? Or listen to station names like Lackawanna and Tonawanda instead of Maysville, Ohio, some morning.
Dan, for a solid man, you've got the unsolidest ideas. I do believe you'd drive the train off the tracks like an automobile if you could. If you could steer it. Now, wouldn't you?
Well, I don't know. Casey and me have a sort of understanding. Say, Bill.
Yeah?
Can you keep a secret?
What kind of a secret?
Come here. You ever noticed this here lever before?
Why, no, Dad, I never did.
Won't see anything like it on any other locomotive in the world. Rigged her up myself in my spare time. With this little lever, me and Casey can go places.
Is that a fact?
Yes, sirree, Bill. And don't you worry about if I could steer it.
What are we waiting for? What are we waiting for?
Dan, we're coming to the crossing.
Ben Epple got his milk out yet?
Yeah, he's a-waiting.
How many cans?
3.
There. See what I mean?
Milk train coming. Milk train coming.
Your move, conductor.
Uh-huh. Right into your king roll.
Hey, Dan's pulling let's curve a little fast, ain't he?
What was that?
Oh, I don't know. More than a loose rail, less than a cow. Say, don't them wheels sound funny?
They sure do.
Hey, wait a minute. Ain't them hills on the wrong side of the train?
Hey, Joe, was that an automobile we just went around?
It was.
I have a sensation we're running on a concrete road.
Maybe we're chasing a rabbit.
In 25 years on the railroad, I've never seen anything like it.
That ain't a dream.
Now listen, Joe. It simply isn't possible for a train to run on a concrete road.
You tell that to Dan Peters. We're stopping.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Dan. Well, when do we get into Maysville?
We don't.
Well, where you headed for, Dan?
I don't rightly know, except it's nowhere that we've ever been before. We didn't go to run at night because we've always had to run in the daytime. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but you fellas get off here.
What?
All set, Bill?
Yes, sir, Dan. I'll sober up with the go.
Well, so long, boys. All right, Casey, let's roll.
Here we go, here we go, here we go. So long, so long, so long, so long.
Pinch me.
Pinch me?
Gentlemen, I ask you to step in here because a rather odd circumstances come to my attention of which I thought you would wish to be informed. As traffic manager of the TV&U Railroad, I greatly prefer to settle such small details as may come up from day to day in my own...
As president of this line, I greatly dislike to have my time wasted. Now, what is this small detail?
Well, Mr. Cornell, gentlemen, it seems that one of our locomotives and its train of cars, consisting of one small coal car and one combination coach and baggage car, has been misplaced.
Misplaced?
That is to say, lost on its run between Maysville and Prudentia, Ohio.
Lost?
Yes, sir. Such appears to be the case. It went out on its regular run yesterday morning, made one stop to pick up, 3 cans of milk, and has not been seen since.
Well, that's just dandy.
The train isn't on the tracks or beside the tracks. They rode the whole line.
I read a book once about a town that waited all day for a milk train. Then they found that the tracks ended at the edge of town. All other civilization had disappeared. The train never did come in.
What happened, Mr. Forbes?
The milk spoiled. There was a beautiful red-haired widow in the story.
Now, that's a big help. Please, Mr. Forbes, let's get down to cases.
My own personal conclusion is that the train must have been filched, or, that is to say, stolen by its crew.
But who in Tophet? What engineer has managed to do that? Get me a complete report from the personnel department.
Pardon me, Mr. Cornell, but I already have a complete report from our files.
Let's have it. What are you waiting for?
The engineer is one Dan Peters. His record is neat and favorable. He has been engineer on the Boone Valley Spur Line for 20 years. For 20 years, he has had a well-kept timetable. He was believed by the personnel department to be meek and gentle, completely dependable, but with no imagination. In short, if you saw a room full of quiet little men, Dan Peters would be the quietest and the littlest.
Doesn't seem like the type to run off with a locomotive. I think the train is just plain lost.
Mr. Vice President, you can lose a crowbar. You can lose a brakeman. You can even lose an elephant. But you can't lose a train. Hello.
Long distance from Ohio. Someone who insists on talking to you, Mr. Cornell.
From Ohio? Put 'em on.
Hello. Is this President Cornell?
Yes?
I've been trying to get you all day, Mr. Cornell. I'm calling from the jail down in...
Now, just a minute. Who in Tophet are you, anyway?
I'm Will Hanley, conductor on the Boone Valley Spur line.
Well, where's my train?
That's just what I was going to tell you, Mr. Cornell. Dan Peters put me and the brakeman off about 12 miles out of Maysville on number 20.
Highway number 20?
Yes, sir. Last I seen of the train, Dan and Black Bill, the fireman, was highballing it down number 20 to the west. Why, did you miss it?
Did I? Why,
Mr. Cornell, sir, what I called about is, when we told the folks in town what happened, the constable run us in for being drunk and disorderly, me and the brakeman. Then they went and fined us $1 apiece in costs, which comes to $39.20, and we only got $3 between us. So, won't you please do something, Mr. Cornell?
I'm sorry, my good man, but you'd better sober up before you go calling people long distance. And don't go around talking about this train business either, or people will think you're crazy. Goodbye.
But, Mr. Cornell, what'll my wife say?
Goodbye. Well, gentlemen, it's true. That darn train is loose somewhere roaming the highways. I'd never have believed it possible.
I read a book once.
You, Mr. Forbes, Mr. Executive Vice President. You seem to have some ideas about this matter. Suppose you go out and find that train.
Me?
You. After as many years as you've worked with trains that knew where they were going, you ought to find it refreshing to deal with one that doesn't know where it's going. The worst of it is we don't dare go out and get the police and really look for that train, because if we ever admit we've lost a train, they'll never quit laughing at us. Well, what are you waiting for? Get out of here and find it. Find that train.
Gray-haired man with red cheeks, doctor. He come to the door and asked if he could park in the barnyard that day since he traveled only at night. I charged him 2 bits. A minute later, I looked out, and this little old train pulled up next to the barn. 2 of them men was in overalls, one in a business suit, and they sat there cooking their breakfast on the engine's boiler. I even give them some cream for their coffee. I tell you, I'm not crazy. When they pulled out, it talked to me. It said, "Thank you, ma'am, thank you, ma'am, thank you, ma'am."
Maybe I was taking a little more than my share of the road. These big semi-jobs is hard to handle. Anyways, I hears a whistle, see? And this train comes over the hill. I pulls over to my side quick, but he swipes off my fender and runs me right off the road. I can see the engineer laughing at me as he goes by. I tell you, I was not drunk.
Eyes are smiling, sure the world seems bright and gay. In the now look at that. And they can't do that on this highway. One headlight and he'll be my first victim of the night. Glory Beach is a bright one, too, bright enough to blind a man. And he ought to see me signal well enough. Hey, you pull over there. What do you think you are, the 25th Lieutenant? By the ghost of St. Patrick, is a locomotive.
Good evening, officer. What's on your mind?
Good evening to you, sir. Would that be a locomotive you're driving?
It is, sure enough.
That's what I thought. Now, see here, you, what's the meaning of this?
Meaning of what, officer? We aren't breaking any laws that I know of.
Oh, no. Did you ever hear of the law requiring a motor vehicle to use 2 headlights?
Oh, so that's what's bothering you. Mr. Forbes! Mr. Forbes is the executive vice president of the TV&U. He knows all about such things.
Yes? What is it, Dan?
Mr. Forbes, the officer here, seems to think that we ought to be carrying two headlights.
It's the law covering all motor vehicles, and if you were the devil himself driving a fiery chariot and I caught you in me zone with one headlight, I'd give you a ticket. Now, here.
Ah, but my good man, we are not a motor vehicle. As a locomotive, we fit properly under the category of steam engine.
There, you see?
Yes, sir, I see, although it's very irregular.
If you'd care to take the time, I can demonstrate, taking into account the law of optics and several other factors, that we are better lighted than a fleet of 36.5 automobiles.
Is that?
And 4,073 and 8/11% better lighted than your motorcycle.
Which is a motor vehicle.
Is that the truth?
If you'd care to step into the cab for a moment, I'll get a pencil and paper and demonstrate how the...
No, never mind. I'll take your word for it, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, don't mention it, sir. By the way, I suppose you've got your driver's license.
Oh, yes, locomotive engineer, licensed to operate under the laws of all states of the USA. See?
Yes, sir. Thanks. It's just a formality, you know.
Oh, sure, I understand. Well, I guess we'll be rolling. It's been nice seeing you, officer. Oh, and here's that ticket you gave me. Don't look like we'll be needing it.
Oh, sure.
Well, goodbye. All right. Now, Mr. Forbes.
Board! How was that, Dan?
Well, you're doing fine, Mr. Forbes. Only lean a little more on the oard. Like this.
Board! So long, wet foot. So long, wet foot.
Glory be, it was laughing at me. Maybe it's the drug. From now on, I'm a changed man.
Mr. Cornell, here's a postcard the girl asked me to give you when you came in.
Postcard? Mammoth Cave, Kentucky. Have found you know what. Dan and I and Bill having fine time. Wish you were here. Signed, Forbes. Why, that... where's my hat? Listen, if I'm not back in 10 days, send the police after the confounded train.
So that's Niagara Falls. Well, I've always had the hankering to see this place. My, but it's a big splash of water.
Sure beats anything we got in Ohio.
Well, I should think so.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Where?
Over into Canada, of course. In case he can make the grade. I always did want to see a foreign country. Feed him some coal, Bill.
Sure, Dan.
Well, there's the bridge. You think Casey can make it?
We'll make it, don't you worry. Come on, Casey, old friend.
We can make it. We can make it. We can make it.
Good boy.
Hey, look. Red, white, and blue ribbons all over the bridge.
Well, glory be. And look at that fellow waving to us.
Very likely he wishes to collect the toll. Better hold it up, Dan.
Made it.
Good boy, Casey.
Now, this is my treat. I want to pay the toll.
Hey, where do you think you're going with that thing?
Well, we just want to cross a bridge like anyone else. My, that's a pretty new bridge, ain't it?
Now, let me see now. Well, what does that sign say? 25 cents for a motor vehicle and driver, 5 cents apiece for each additional passenger. That makes a total of 35 cents, right? Here you are, sir, 35 cents even.
Say, look here now, that ain't right. The rules say 25 cents for a motor vehicle. What you've got there looks more like a train.
Did you say looks like a train? Never mind, Casey. Don't let 'em hurt your feelings. We aren't very big, but we're good. Aren't we, Casey?
Thank you, Dan.
Say, you must be Dan Peters himself. And this is Casey. Jumpin' Jehoshaphat. Why, you're famous all over the United States, Mr. Peters.
Huh?
Say, people been looking for you all over the country ever since the story came out in the papers. And Casey. Gosh, but I expected something bigger.
Me and Casey in the papers?
People been saying you was seen last night down in Alabama.
Hey, look here, let's settle this little financial transactions. 35 cents all right?
Gosh, I'd sure like to let Casey through, but until this bridge is dedicated, he can't cross or nobody else. This here is the brand new international bridge, and it ain't going to be dedicated till this afternoon.
What kind of a bridge you say this was?
It's called the International Bridge. It's a sort of memorial to international peace and friendship. So it's going to be dedicated this afternoon by a lot of big shots.
Oh, so that's why they got all them red, white, and blue ribbons, eh? Well, Forbes, look like we got here just in the nick of time. Yeah, this here is a big thing. A memorial to international peace and friendship. Hey, what do you say if we just pull up by these here ribbons and wait to see this here dedication?
Right-o, Dan.
Well, Casey would like to be in on a big affair like this.
Dan, I don't know much about dedications, but it sure is time for breakfast.
Well, coffee's already perking in the boiler. Mr. Guard, would you care to join us?
I'd sure be honored, Mr. Peters.
Mr. Forbes, will you pour? We'll drink a toast to this here pretty new bridge and to international peace. Right, Casey, old boy?
That's right, Dan.
And so, in the absence of the Secretary of War, I am happy to have the privilege of coming here today to participate in this momentous occasion, the dedication of the International Bridge. A momentous occasion, I say, for this is more than the dedication of a great bridge. It is a symbol, a memorial to international peace and friendship between the people of two great...
want Dan Peters!
Where is this Dan Peters? Get him up here quickly.
I'm right here, Governor.
Well, Mr. Peters, you've got to speak to these people.
Me? Oh, I can't make a speech, Mr. Governor.
Oh, listen to that crowd. Mr. Peters, this way.
Well,
we are fortunate in having with us today Mr. Dan Peters of the TV&U Railroad and other points who will now speak to you. Mr. Peters.
Well, folks, I ain't any good at speeches. Only thing I can say is Casey and me have seen a lot of beautiful things since we've been on our own, but nothing that can hold a candle to this here wonderful new bridge. That's all, and I thank you.
Peters, I guess you and Casey have seen and done about everything now, haven't you?
Well, we've been around. Just two things more we'd like to see. A zebra and President Frank Cornell of the TV&U.
Here I am, Dan Peters. Move aside, Dan. Move aside. Let him through.
I'm Frank Cornell.
It is Frank Cornell.
Mr. Peters, I wanted to meet you bad.
President Frank Cornell? Well, I'm sure pleased to make your acquaintance. My, but I thought you would be bigger.
I thought you'd be bigger, too. I thought you'd be 20 feet tall.
Mr. President, I want to tell you that I'm sorry I didn't keep the schedule.
Dan, I can't forgive you for not keeping the schedule. But what I can't forgive, I can sometimes forget. I'm going to forget what you didn't do and remember what you did do.
Mr. Peters, if you can move your train enough so we can get the official automobile past it, we want you to cut the ribbon and ride over the bridge with us in the first car.
Did you say automobile? We'll ride over in Casey. Plenty of room in the coach and baggage car for all of you.
Why, that sounds just fine, but there's one favor I'd like to ask.
What's that?
Could I ride up in the cab? I always wanted to do that ever since I was a boy.
Well, Casey would feel right proud to have a real governor right up there in the cab with him. And you too, President Cornell, if you'll do us the honor.
Why, Dan, the honor's all mine, and I really mean that.
Well, fine. What are we waiting for? Come on. Governor, you go round up the rest of the officials, herd them into the baggage car, and let's get a rolling.
Right, Mr. Peters. I'll hurry.
Mr. Cornell, this is Casey. Casey, I want you to meet our president, Frank Cornell.
Howdy, Mr. Cornell. Come aboard.
What? Thank you.
Step right up, Cornell. Look out. You don't all over grease there.
Thanks, Dan. And the blazes with the grease.
President Cornell, I reckon you know Mr. Forbes.
Yes. Well, Forbes, I see you found the train.
Yes, I did, sir, but it seems as if Casey wasn't quite ready to go home.
They're all in, Mr. Peters. Ready to go now. All right, all set, Governor. But wait a minute. That was a mighty poor kind of a speech I made. Could you reach out there and get that microphone over to me from the platform? I got something else I want to say. This here's more than just a bridge. It's a kind of stand for something. It seems like somebody ought at least to mention it. Yes, here you are, Mr. Peters. Oh, thank you kindly, sir. Folks, they tell me that this is a peace bridge. Peace is when you don't have to be afraid. When all the tough guys keep on their side of the road. That's what we call law and order, I reckon. And when you've got that, you've got freedom for the little guys who aren't going to hurt nobody. Freedom to look at Niagara Falls and get to know somebody in Watch Highway. And when you get to know somebody, pretty soon you find somebody you can trust, like the U.S. and Canada. And because the U.S. trusts Canada, we got this here bridge. And a mighty purty one it is. And I thank you. All right, Mr. Governor, we're both. May I say all aboard? Why, yeah. Go ahead. Now, all aboard! Well, Casey, old boy, here we go. Mr. Cornell, sir, there's the whistle cord. Will you do the honors, sir?
Canada! Here we go!
You've done a great thing for the railroad. You've been worth thousands of dollars in advertising. The question is, what do you want to do now? Would you like to be a vice president?
Oh, shucks, Mr. Cornell. I'm just an engineer.
We'll give you a new 16-coach diesel streamliner. You can get 20,000 applications for your first trip. We'll pass an act of Congress. You can go where you want to.
Well, no, Mr. President, no. You see, Casey has a soul. You can talk to him. You can't talk to these shiny new engines. All you can do is feed them oil and grease. I don't know whether souls grow or you build them in. Well, I suspect they grow.
But you can't drive Casey anymore. His boiler sags like an old horse's back, and every wheel is worn down below the flanges. He's just plain worn out.
Yeah. Casey's old and tired. So am I. Yep, I'm at pension age, and I expect we ought to retire. You know, it's a funny thing. As long as Casey and me was tied to the milk run, we always had a hankering to see the rest of the world. But now that we've seen it, I kind of feel there ain't no nicer place to be anywhere than in the shade of that big old elm that stands in the square at Maysville. What do you think, Casey?
Let's go home. Let's go home.
You have just heard Wilbur Schramm's story, Dan Peters and Casey Jones, adapted for Author's Playhouse by Carl and Marjorie Weber and directed by Frank Papp. Cliff Subir was heard as Dan Peters. The musical score was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. The special sound effects on this program were heard through the cooperation of Wright Sonovox Incorporated. Next week, same time, same station, Author's Playhouse will be Louis Bromfield's story of Paris under the Nazi terror until the daybreak. Author's Playhouse came to you from Chicago. This is the National Broadcasting Company.